Chapter 71, FGO, 71. Since everyone is here, let's begin. As the host, Mew took the position of the meeting leader without hesitation. Faced with his assertiveness, Freya seemed distracted, although Loki was somewhat dissatisfied. Her wisdom told her to prioritize the bigger picture. The enemy is powerful, cunning, and deceitful. Therefore, I believe we should temporarily cooperate, at least to share basic intelligence. Additionally, we must establish a concealed emergency communication channel to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack and defeating us individually. Seeing no objections, Mew immediately began to elaborate on his suggestions. Of course, these were basic and would not touch on their respective interests. Well, facing such an enemy, this level of cooperation is necessary. I agree. Loki was the first to express her stance. Freya seemed delayed, as if suddenly awakened by Otter's reminder. I agree as well. Seeing Freya so out of it, you couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, Freya had helped him before. Now that she was in trouble, he wanted to help her within his capabilities. Freya's mental block was twofold. Her alter ego had been abducted, and her confidence had been shattered by Athena. The solution was simple. If they won this time, and won beautifully, both of Freya's mental blocks would be resolved. However, now was not the time to focus on just Freya. He steadied his mind and spoke up. To show sincerity, I will first disclose the information we have. At his signal, detailed information about the four invaders Celebra, Virgo, and Gemini was recorded and shared with Loki and Freya. This included their abilities and estimated levels. The information was collated by Mia and others, leaving almost nothing out. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that the enemy was deliberately hiding their true strength, given their almost playful attitude during the fight. Loki carefully reviewed the information, while Freya directly handed it to Otter. After about 10 minutes, after summarizing the intelligence from the three groups, everyone reached a terrifying conclusion. The enemy has at least 2 known LV-8s and a large number of LV-7s. Considering they refer to themselves as the 12 zodiac signs, we can boldly speculate that they have at least 13 adventurers with an average level of LV-7 or higher, you summarized. But his expression did not change much. The enemy's strength was terrifying, capable of crushing the combined forces of Loki and Freya's familiars. This level of strength, if encountered when he first entered the Danmachi world, would have been unbeatable, and he would have run as far as possible. But after several strengthening and honing, he and his incredibly reliable servant would crush the enemy. The enemy's mistake was underestimating the speed of his power growth. Mew's confidence was built on the solid foundation of his and his servant's strength. Similarly, the strength that the Athena faction showed upon them also shocked Loki and Freya's familiars. With their strength, they could completely launch a frontal assault. The reason for using schemes and plots was likely more to show off, to flaunt that they were unbeatable in both strength and intelligence. A simple and crude psychological attack. But it was undeniably effective. You felt that when Athena's familiar's strength was revealed, the morale of Loki and Freya's familiar members dropped significantly. A formidable enemy, fueled by hatred, could make people fight at 200% of their capacity. But there was a limit. When the formidable enemy became an unbeatable one, fear and the desire to flee naturally arose. If not for the irreconcilable hatred due to the death of their predecessor and Loki and Freya's excellent leadership, some might have defected. Seeing that his members might turn into ineffective allies before the battle even began, you spoke up. Leave those 13 zodiac signs to us. You just worry about the rest. What's that? Suggesting we can't handle the zodiac? Freya, lost in thought, kept her cool, but Loki, already annoyed with him, burst out in anger. She stood up, slammed the table, leaned forward, and gave him a fierce glare. The three executives, with Loki, said nothing, but their displeasure was evident. In Oreo, adventurers who reached LV-6 were elite and took great pride in their achievements. Mew's arrangement didn't sit well with them. You didn't save Belle and lost many comrades. It proves you're not cut out for LV-7 battles. Mew acted like he was doing them a favor, which only angered Loki. But what he said was true. Either they weren't strong enough for LV. 7 or 8 enemies. Rushing in would get them killed or get in the way. If we find these enemies challenging, what makes you confident you can handle them? Reveria, usually stern, now exuded an even colder aura. Watch. Ryu suddenly unleashed his aura and activated his reversal war god noble phantasm. A month had turned him into a humanoid beast, his X-rank powers putting unbearable pressure on those below LV. 7. It felt like facing an LV. 8, if not worse. And in my team, I'm one of the weakest, you added, smirking. Loki and the executives, stunned by his newfound strength, gasped. How is that possible? Just a month ago, you were barely LV. 5, Finn said, unable to stay quiet. Compared to a month ago, his attributes had changed drastically, and the X-rank noble phantasm exerted a terrifying pressure, turning you into a humanoid beast. Everyone below LV. 7 felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, as if they would be torn to pieces the next second. Such a terrifying, mountain-like aura was close to that of an LV. 8, if not already there. By the way, in my team, my strength is considered among the lowest, you added with a smile. Loki and the others, already shocked by his increased strength, gasped at this statement. A month is a long time. Not only me, but even AIs can easily defeat you now, Finn. Finn instinctively looked at AIs. AIs, an honest child, nodded sincerely in response to the respectful gaze of her former mentor. Sometimes, being straightforward can be more hurtful than lying. Receiving AIs' definite answer, the usually cunning and ambitious expression on the little hero's face turned into one of desolation. It was the complex emotion of a senior watching their junior grow and completely surpass them. Both gratified and inferior. Reveria and Gareth showed similar expressions. However, Gareth's was more nostalgic, while Reveria, being half a foster mother to AIs, was more gratified. Seeing the expression on Finn's face, Rina felt waves of amusement. No wonder the behind-the-scenes bosses always liked to talk more in front of the protagonists. Besides wanting to share the joy of success, it was also immensely satisfying to see others' worldviews crumble. Alright, if you don't have better suggestions, this matter is decided. We'll handle the enemy's top fighter, and you guys deal with the lower-level enemy, Ryu declared forcefully, and this time, no one objected. After all, in a world that revered individual strength, might often made right. He was never a good-tempered person, and because of AIs, he was naturally at odds with the Loki familiar. Originally, there was some camaraderie between them, but Loki's possessiveness made her constantly look down on him. Since that was the case, he didn't hold back and took the opportunity to retaliate. HMPH. Faced with Ryu's forcefulness, Loki gritted her teeth in anger. But for the bigger picture, she didn't dare flip the table and could only snort coldly to vent her dissatisfaction. With Loki settled, Freya, as usual, looked indifferent, and Ryu's proposal passed without surprise. However, in Loki's eyes, who was waiting to see him fail, Ryu was simply overconfident due to his rapid growth in strength. Even their combined forces of 2 major familiars couldn't handle part of the enemy, and Ryu taking on all the Zodiac was simply seeking death. But Loki wouldn't warn him now. Ryu's growth rate was too terrifying, making Loki wary. Since teaming up with Freya to drive Zeus and Hera out of Oreo, she had weakened her opponents step by step to reach the peak. Unfortunately, her ally was too unreliable. Loki glanced at Freya, who still looked half dead. This lover-struck fool was indeed unreliable. Everything still depended on her methods. It was just as well if Freya already had an interest in Ryu. If she were brought in, she might defect to Ryu's side in the heat of the battle. Everything still depended on herself. Faced with Ryu's numerous arrangements, the preoccupied Loki had no interest in listening any longer. Her mind was now filled with how to calculate Ryu. Yes. Loki's intuition told her that this mortal might be a more troublesome opponent than the goddess of wisdom and war. Ryu was unaware of Loki's schemes. After finishing his arrangements, he raised one last question. Now, the final questioner: where is the enemy? Indeed, This question was critical. No matter how strong one was, it was useless if they couldn't find the enemy. For a moment, the meeting hall fell silent. The people from the Loki familiar, with Loki sulking and giving off a don't bother me vibe, Gareth comforting the somewhat lost Finn, and Reverio occasionally casting concerned, reluctant glances at eyes beside Ryu, looked like someone watching a daughter who had just gotten married. Ryu, who asked the question, didn't seem anxious at all and leaned back in his seat calmly. As for Freya, she was staring blankly at the teacup in front of her, as if trying to find a flower in it. Otto, beside Freya, looked around, found that no one intended to speak, and took the initiative to break the silence after a moment. Based on the observations of our dispatched personnel, the enemy doesn't seem to have withdrawn from the Shreemold Castle ruins. Moreover, large numbers of troops arrived daily to help fortify the defenses of the ruins. Otto paused for a moment, then continued in a deep voice, "Those troops are all flying the flag of the Rakia Kingdom." Otto hadn't finished speaking when Loki, filled with resentment, shouted out, "I knew that damned old stallion Zeus hadn't given up." Otto pretended not to hear anything and continued his report. "Currently, from our estimates, the enemy has amassed no less than 5,000 troops in those ruins. It looks like they are determined to turn that ruin into a fortress," you pondered. "However, in this world, individual strength surpasses group strength. No matter how many armies there are, they only serve as fodder for high-level adventurers to rack up achievements. The real threat from the enemy is likely the powerful Zodiac 12 constellations of the Athena familiar. These cannon fodder are probably just meant to act as an early warning system and to drain the enemy's stamina. The enemy has laid out their defenses, firmly guarding that ruin. Then, as we discussed earlier, the army of the Rakia Kingdom is yours to handle. The high-level adventurers of the Athena familiar will be our responsibility. Before that, we need to destroy the walls." A gleam flashed in Ryu's eyes. To prevent the enemy from launching another sneak attack, we left Medea Lily and Semiramis, who were not good at sieging, behind. With their magical prowess, even if the enemy tried another diversionary tactic and launched a sneak attack, you would show them what true fortress defense meant. With the skills of top-tier magus from the Age of Gods, you believed that just the two of them could ensure any enemy raiders would never return. In the world of Danmachi, adventurers at levels 7 and 8 are already considered the top powerhouse, aside from unsealed gods and ancient heroes. But in the vast multiverse of fantasies, they are just average. According to his calculations, adventurers of this level are only equivalent to heroic spirits with average attributes at level C. If noble phantasms were included, they might even be crushed by heroic spirits. If the enemy hadn't despicably kidnapped Sir, you swore he would have used noble phantasms to wipe out their base without hesitation. After the meeting concluded, Aiz was immediately taken away by members of the Loki familiar. Seeing the goddess Freya about to leave with her cloak pulled up, you hurriedly blocked her path. Otto, who stood like an iron pillar, immediately positioned himself in front of Freya. "Goddess Freya, I have something to say to you." "May I?" Although Ryu's words were polite, his attitude was somewhat forceful. Otto didn't speak, but Ryu keenly noticed his muscles tensing and his hand casually resting on the serrated greatsword behind him. Comment 5 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 72, FGO 72 Alright. After a moment of silence, Freya responded with a slightly weary tone. "Goddess." Otto seemed to want to comfort her. Freya, however, raised her hand to stop him. Freya followed Ryu to a secluded area. "Is there something you want to discuss with me alone?" Freya asked faintly. If it had been a few days ago, being alone with the holder of the brilliant soul she admired, Freya would have tried her best to tease him, making him submit to her. But with her alter ego kidnapped, everything felt dull and uninteresting to her. Ryu grabbed her shoulders, looking into her eyes with a pure gaze, and promised word by word, "I will bring Sir back unscathed, I promise." Without waiting for her response, he released her shoulders, turned round, and walked out with firm steps. To repay kindness and seek vengeance has always been one of his life creeds. Whether intentional or not, Freya had broken into the arena during his darkest hour, allowing him to escape. Afterward, she also helped him directly or indirectly. Mew never mentioned this gratitude to anyone, but he kept it in his heart. Now that Freya's familiar was at its most critical moment, even though Sir had nothing to do with him, he would still extend a helping hand. The Loki and Freya Familius were indeed the twin kings of Oreo, although this title seemed somewhat undeserved now. But at least their efficiency and foundation were second to none. Soon, an elite team of 50 members was assembled. The lowest level among them was LV4, and more than 10 members were LV6. Many of them had participated in the previous operation and were seriously injured. However, with the two Familius' lavish investments, various potent healing potions were poured into them, healing most of their severe injuries. As for the side effects of using such potions, like shortened lifespans, they couldn't worry about that now. Mew didn't waste words, mounted his warhorse, and led the joint forces of the two Familius. They followed the scouts sent by Freya's familiar, rushing towards the Shreemold Castle ruins. The sight of 50 or 60 riders galloping out of the city, leaving a trail of dust, was rare and spectacular in Oreo. Many passers-by stopped curiously to watch. When some sharp-eyed people spotted familiar faces in the team, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Look! That's the Sword Princess from the Loki Familiar. That's the ultimate weapon of the Freya Familiar." Captain Finn, what happened in the past few days? This is already the second joint operation of the Loki and Freya Familius. Curiosity is an instinct of any intelligent race. For the ordinary citizens of Oreo, most members of this team were famous enough to cause a sensation in the entire city. Now, seeing them forming a team and rushing out of the city, people's minds were filled with various speculations. Among the crowd at the city gate, there was a figure wearing a hooded cloak. When she saw the joint forces galloping away, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her lips, hidden under the hood's shadow. 50 kilometers away from Oreo, the ruins of an abandoned town appeared on the horizon. The ruins of an instinct, a typical ancient town relic. The most notable feature of such ancient ruins is that they are far more solid and grand than people imagine. The towering 20-meter-high city walls, with walkways wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side, seemed not to be defending against smaller human-sized enemies, but against larger, more terrifying predators. In the Dark Ages before the gods descended to the lower world, people had to deal with numerous fearsome monsters. They had no choice but to build tall, sturdy walls to guard against these colossal beasts. If it weren't for human intelligence combined with the leadership of powerful ancient heroes, humanity would have long been wiped out by monsters. Even so, humans at that time could only build lofty, solid walls to barely protect their lives from the claws and fangs of monsters. They were like livestock kept by monsters. The ruins of Shreemold Castle ruins are a product of such a dark era. However, the originally desolate ruins were now bustling with activity. A large number of soldiers in uniform gathered within the ruins, patrolling back and forth. Many scantily clad slaves were either transporting stones or repairing defensive structures. Overseers with whips in hand watched them coldly. If any slaves slowed down even a bit, they were immediately whipped, leaving their skin torn and bleeding. On the watchtower built into the city wall, which was nearly the highest point of the entire ruins, 2 slender figures could be vaguely seen. One of them was Scorpio, dressed in revealing leather armor that exposed much of her skin to the air. She twirled a dagger in her hand with a bored expression and glanced at her companion. "Hi, if we're here, why do we need these weaklings getting in the way?" The figure beside Scorpio was an elven girl in lightweight leather armor, carrying a massive golden bow almost as tall as she was. Using a large number of soldiers as a barrier not only provides all-around warning but also wears down the enemy's strength. The figure always had a sunny smile on her face, but her words were cold and ruthless. "Tch, what a hassle. What if the enemy sends a mage to attack the town with large-scale magic?" Scorpio pouted. "That's why I'm here." The elven girl gently slid her fingers across the golden bowstring. "Yes, Yes, the great Sagittarius whose bow can shoot the sun. Scorpio teased absent-mindedly, facing her companion's tease. Sagittarius smiled slightly, but a confident glint flashed deep in her eyes. In terms of combat prowess, she wasn't the strongest among the zodiacs. But when it came to range and accuracy, if she claimed to be second, no one in the familiar would dare claim first. With her archery skills, she could easily kill a mage from a distance beyond the mage's maximum casting range. Moreover, with her LV7 strength, apart from the two LV8 monsters Pisces and Virgo in the familiar, no mage could withstand her sniping and complete a large-scale magic spell capable of destroying a town. Before that could happen, her arrows would have already pierced the enemy's throat. If the enemy sent mages to attack the town with large-scale magic, it would be a suicidal mission. This was something the familiar's number one archer, Sagittarius, firmly believed. But sometimes, fate loves to deliver a harsh slap to the confident. Huh? What's going on? Why does it feel like the sky is getting brighter? Scorpio murmured curiously. Hearing this, Sagittarius instinctively glanced at the sky and her expression changed dramatically. Run! Sagittarius grabbed the bewildered Scorpio and leapt off the watchtower. They landed and quickly hid in the shadows of the city wall, under the puzzled gazes of numerous soldiers. Just after they took cover, divine punishment descended from the sky. Countless arrows of light rained down, covering most of the ruins. Faced with this miraculous scene, many soldiers stood in place, dumbfounded. Only a few quick-witted soldiers reacted swiftly, either dropping to the ground or seeking cover. However, these actions only bought them a few more seconds of life. The arrows of light fell from the sky, piercing through bodies and creating clouds of blood mist. The soldiers and slaves standing in place were immediately turned into sieves by the rain of light arrows. The prone soldiers followed suit, and many hiding behind cover were also struck down, as the sharp arrows of light pierced through the obstacles and killed them on the spot. Rivers of blood flowed from the mangled bodies, making the entire ruins look as if it were carpeted in crimson. The range and density of the light arrows were terrifying, as if a million archers surrounded the ruins, constantly firing. In less than a minute, over 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers of the Rakia Kingdom's army were dead or wounded. This was already more than half of the total number of soldiers deployed by the Rakia Kingdom. The expensive, sturdy armor and so-called elite troops became a joke. The enemy had yet to show themselves, and more than half of the soldiers were already dead or injured. The screams and splattering of blood vividly illustrated the concept of equality under the light arrows. 2 minutes later, the rain of arrows gradually stopped, and the Rakia Kingdom's army had completely lost its fighting capability. Pain and the fear of an invincible enemy utterly broke the so-called elite troops trained personally by the war god Ares. Even if faced with 10 times the number of enemies, this army would have the courage to fight, but against divine punishment, no soldier dared to resist. The one responsible for this glorious result was Atalanta's noble phantasm, Phoebus' catastrophe, complaint message on the arrow. Using the Tauropolos, a bow bestowed by the guardian goddess Artemis, she shot arrows that prayed for the protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. The god responded to this plea, granting Atalanta protection in the form of a disaster for the enemy. Arrows of light rained down from the sky, launching a wide-ranging attack on all. Of course, the prayer for the protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis was more of an ancient ceremonial symbol rather than requiring actual help from the twin gods. Turning back time by 10 minutes, a group of more than 50 people dismounted from their horses 10 kilometers away from the ruins, then stealthily approached within 5 kilometers on foot. With the keen eyesight of adventurers, it was easy to see that the ruins were as heavily guarded as a fortress. "Finn, do you need me to use large-scale magic?" Reverio asked. Finn habitually stroked his chin, about to agree, when Yu interjected. "I advise against it. If you don't want an arrow through your head, you'd better stay put." Hearing Yu's blunt words, Reverio frowned slightly. If it were the ill-tempered bit, he would have jumped up on the spot. But the calm Reveria chose to listen to his explanation without reacting. "If I were the commander, I would arrange for a sharpshooter, just waiting for the enemy's mage to get close, and then shoot her head off." The reason you kindly reminded the Loki familiar was because of Ai's such a considerate and capable Kuhai. He naturally didn't want to see her sad. Ryu's reasoning was sound and convincing, but out of habit, Reveria still looked to Finn, clearly seeking his opinion. Finn pondered for a moment, then nodded. "He makes sense. We can't take that risk." Finn then gave you a friendly smile. As the leader of the group, Finn was skilled in dealing with people. However, some individuals did not understand how to accept kindness. "If that's not going to work, then why don't you tell us what we should do?" The silver-haired werewolf bit angrily jumped out, stretching his neck and glaring provocatively at Ryu. After Ryu had taken Ai's away, members of the Loki familiar, though furious, managed to maintain basic restraint. There were, however, two exceptions: Loki, the Yuri-obsessed goddess, and Bit, the werewolf who admired Ai's. Bit saw him as a rival in love and constantly targeted him. Faced with such an ungrateful individual, you didn't hold back. He loudly addressed Finn. "Hey, Finn, keep your dog under control." "What did you just say?" Bit's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound, clearly ready to fight. Unexpectedly, someone else stepped in, with her golden hair shining. Ai's, dressed in light armor resembling blooming rose petals, silently positioned herself in front of you. "Bit, stand down." Her tone was as calm and emotionless as always. But for Bit, who admired her, her words were like a fatal arrow piercing through him. "Ai's, what did you say? You must be mistaken." Bit's face displayed a look of disbelief and shock. "This guy is just an outsider. We are your comrades, aren't we?" In the end, Bit almost shouted. If not for the 5-kilometer distance to the ruins, his shouting would have alerted the people inside. Not anymore. Her calm words were like the coldest wind, extinguishing Bit's last glimmer of hope. "Fine, stay with your new comrade then. You don't need an outsider like me for this mission anyway." With that, Bit turned and walked away. "Bit!" Finn quickly called out to stop him, but this time, Bit, who usually followed Finn's orders, did not look back. The other members of the Loki familiar stood by silently, their faces showing complex emotions as they gazed at the now somewhat unfamiliar former comrade. Of course, most of them directed angry looks at Ryu. To them, Ai's, who was a bit naive and adorable, must have been bewitched by him. Unintentionally, Ryu took the blame on Ai's behalf. After the members of the Loki familiar had walked away, Ryu smiled wryly at Ai's. "You didn't have to do that." Ryu understood why Ai's did it. She was drawing a clear line between her old comrades and herself in front of him. They need to accept reality eventually. "What reality?" Ryu asked instinctively. Chapter 73, FGO 73. The reality is that I betray them for power. This time, you saw endless sorrow reflected in Ai's golden pupils, usually devoid of emotional fluctuation. Instinctively, he patted Ai's on the head. "All right, let's focus on breaking through this fortress first." Ai's obediently nodded. He then looked towards Atalanta. "Atalanta, go greet them." "Yes, master." Following the command, Atalanta swiftly drew her bow skyward, releasing an arrow of light formed by magic towards the fortress's sky. In the next second, countless light arrows fell like a torrential rain. 2 minutes later, under Atalanta's noble phantasm, it was hard to find anyone in the fortress who was completely unscathed. Even those who were uninjured had their morale so shattered that they could barely stand, let alone hinder or exhaust any attacking forces. With just one strike, it had a more terrifying sweeping power than large-scale magic and was much faster to deploy. Witnessing the power of a noble phantasm for the first time, members of the two major familiars turned pale, directing various reverent and wary glances towards the petite figure with adorable cat ears. Especially the Loki familiar, who had since fallen out of their honeymoon phase with Ryu. A month ago, they looked at Ryu with astonishment. A month later, they looked at Ryu with terror. In just a month, He had transformed from a promising adventurer into a leader with strength surpassing the entire Loki familia. As the head of a group and a highly ambitious individual, Finn couldn't help but show a bitter expression. Ai's half-foster mother, Riveria, had a very complex look on her face. She was happy that Ais could grow faster within such a powerful faction, but she also felt a tinge of sorrow over the gradually cooling relationship between them. Of course, the most agitated was Bit, whose silver-haired, wolfish exterior belied his inner turmoil, showing disbelief, unwillingness, and despair. His values and views on love were almost animalistic. In short, the strongest had the mating rights. In the original story, he had once mocked the protagonist Belle, saying that without strength or backing, Belle was unworthy of Ais Wallenstein. Now, comparing himself to Ryu, it was like his mockery of Belle had come back to slap him in the face. Damn it! Bit punched nearby boulder. The hard rock cracked instantly under his full force, leaving a giant fist imprint in the center. This strike fully displayed his formidable strength as a level 5 adventurer. But it was futile. Atalanta, a fellow demi-human, had nearly wiped out the entire fortress's 10,000 troops in one blow. And such a powerful individual was merely one of Ryu's servants. Even without comparing himself to Ryu, Ais, who had once been on par with them, had unknowingly surpassed everyone in the Loki familia. He trained desperately and explored dungeons tirelessly, yet the golden figure he admired was drifting further and further away. Despair, dejection, and hopelessness gnawed at his heart like demons from the abyss. On the other side, you certainly didn't care about the thoughts of a defeated rival. Satisfied with the results of Atalanta's attack, he nodded approvingly and then patted Atalanta's head, paying special attention to her furry ears. You, what are you doing? The originally stoic Atalanta suddenly reacted like a startled kitten, leaping 10 meters away from him. Ryuk felt the lingering softness in his hand and maintained a nonchalant expression. It's nothing, I just thought you performed well and wanted to reward you. Faced with his shamelessness, Atalanta gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm a pet cat or something? Ryu gave her a curious look, the meaning in his eyes clearly saying, aren't you stating the obvious? Atalanta was so furious she almost exploded on the spot. She pointed at him and shouted, Master, don't touch my ears. If you do it again, I will definitely. Before Atalanta could finish her sentence, Ryu clapped his hands loudly, interrupting her with an even louder voice. All right, everyone. The walls have been cleared. It's our turn now. Let's not keep our enemies waiting too long. Attack. With that, he led the charge towards the fortress. Ais and Jeanne followed closely behind him. Only Thatch stood still with her arms crossed over her chest, her tight battle suit enhancing her alluring curves. Thatch had a disinterested expression, clearly showing no interest in slaughtering those weaklings. Even Athena's so-called strongest Zodiac 12 couldn't excite her. Due to Ryu's commanding presence, most members of the two major familiars followed his lead and charged toward the fortress. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. A mere 50-person team launched an assault on a fortress with sturdy walls. Such a seemingly suicidal move could only happen in a world like Denmark, where individual strength was paramount. With many soldiers already cleared by Atalanta's earlier attack, the group easily leapt onto the walls. When they looked inside the fortress, despite being mentally prepared, they were still stunned by the sight of the blood-soaked ground. Corpses in various grotesque and horrific conditions lay scattered all over, intermixed with severed limbs and unidentifiable pieces of internal organs. The few surviving soldiers were all wounded, writhing in agony in pools of blood. The scene before them was nothing short of hellish. Do we even need to do anything? One adventurer swallowed hard and muttered to himself. The Shreem old castle ruins, fortified like a fortress by the Rakia kingdom, had almost turned into an undefended town, like a naked maiden facing 50 burly men. At that moment, a faint sound was heard as a rain of arrows shot up from the shadows below the walls towards the group. Almost simultaneously, A strong magical fluctuation filled the air. The sky was instantly covered with countless wooden weapons, swords, spears, halberds emanating magical energy. Among these wooden weapons were some invisible ripples, seemingly indicating some sort of spatial magic. Meanwhile, several level 4 adventurers suddenly had their eyes turn red, their faces contorting as if in a seizure, and then they crazily attacked their nearby comrades. This series of attacks was highly coordinated, timed perfectly to strike. When the group was emotionally shaken and less vigilant after seeing the gruesome scene within the ruins, caught between internal strife and external threats, the allied forces quickly fell into chaos. At this critical moment, Jeanne, holding a white holy flag and appearing like an angel descended to the mortal world, stood at the forefront of the group. She raised the holy flag high and shouted, "O flag, protect my people." Luminosity copyright Eternel. Centered around the holy flag, a translucent golden shield formed instantly, enveloping everyone within it. The overwhelming barrage of attacks struck the golden shield, creating a cacophony of crackling noises. Despite being thin, this layer of light was like an insurmountable barrier, preventing any attack from crossing it. Simultaneously, as if purified by the golden radiance, the frenzied adventurers gradually regained their sanity. A meticulously orchestrated ambush was thus easily neutralized. Amazing! While Atalanta's power invoked awe and fear, Jean's strength inspired admiration and reverence. A protector who could defend others was always more respected than a destroyer who took enemy lives. At that moment, a figure swiftly emerged from the shadows of the stairs, brandishing 2 daggers that glinted coldly, rushing straight at Jean. However, she underestimated the maiden of all 8 copyright Annes. Though Jeanne had never drawn her sword to kill an enemy, she always stood at the forefront of the battlefield, waving her flag to boost the French army's morale. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was battle-hardened. She had faced countless assassination attempts like this one. Moreover, with her revelation skill, attempting to ambush Jeanne without at least X-level presence concealment and X-level agility was wishful thinking. A level 7 was far from enough. As expected, Jeanne didn't even turn her head. With a light flick of her flag, she wrapped it around the assailant's arm and flung her away. With a loud crash, the assailant slammed into the wall of the watchtower, revealing her identity as Scorpio. Enduring the intense pain coursing through her body, she pulled herself out of the wall. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "TCH, seems like my luck is pretty bad today. Not only did I encounter a detestable hypocrite, but she's also a tough nut to crack." Scorpio glared venomously at Jeanne as if trying to kill her with her gaze. At this moment, the other adventurers, having regained their composure, surrounded the heavily injured Scorpio. "Surrender, beautiful lady. You have no chance of winning," Finn said with a gentle smile, attempting to persuade her. "HMMP, you weaklings think you can capture me?" Scorpio's face twisted with provocation. Having been continuously overshadowed by the rapid growth of News Group, and now being looked down upon, even Finn's good-natured face couldn't hide his irritation. Before he could say anything, Scorpio suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Are you all just going to stand there watching while I'm about to be captured?" Hearing Scorpio's words, everyone became instantly alert. Soon, several figures leapt onto the wall, standing beside Scorpio. In addition to the familiar Gemini and Pisces, 3 new figures appeared. One was a petite girl wearing a hooded cloak, hiding most of her face under it, timidly standing behind her companions. Another was a tall, voluptuous woman with a hearty smile, wearing spiked metal gauntlets on her hands. The last was a girl dressed in a swordswoman's outfit, with a katana at her waist, black hair, and black eyes, exuding a cold, blade-like aura reminiscent of someone from a distant eastern island. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword but did not draw it, assuming a standard drawing stance. Despite being mentally prepared, the members of the 2 familiars were still shocked. This Athena familiar, which had been lurking in the shadows, had cultivated so many adventurers above level 7, and none of them seemed older than 25. How terrifying this familiar was. Level 4s, Fall back. These enemies are beyond what you can handle. Level 5s. Provide support. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the figures before them, Finn and Octa issued similar commands almost simultaneously. Don't think you can escape. Let's all play together. The black-haired Lily of the Gemini twins, wearing a teasing smile, directly charged into the level 4 and level 5 adventurers, her sharp claws instantly claiming the lives of 2 adventurers. Seeing this, the kind-hearted Jeanne hurried to intervene, but the crowd slowed her down by half a step. She could only watch helplessly as the Black Lily caused a bloody massacre among the adventurers. Due to the competitive nature among the members of the Freya Familia, they appeared indifferent to their comrades' slaughter. In contrast, the Loki Familia, especially its captain Finn, was heartbroken by the losses. These were some of the finest members outside the core of the Loki Familia, who, with a bit more training, might have become level 5 or level 6, but now they lay dead on the battlefield like expendables. The Black Lily's actions seemed to be a signal, prompting the remaining Zodiac members to simultaneously launch their attacks. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Seeing this, Yu no longer cared about the fate of the 2 familiars. He swiftly issued a series of mental commands. He sent Jeanne, with her highest magic resistance, to face the only 2 level 8 mages, Virgo and Pisces. Atalanta was tasked with suppressing Sagittarius and overseeing the entire battlefield, providing support where needed. Ais was directly ordered to hold off the swordswoman Capricorn. As for Yu himself, he charged at the seemingly soft and cute white-haired Lily of the Gemini twins. The hearty elder sister Vibe Taurus confronted the equally savage Octa, engaging in a primal clash of iron fists against a serrated greatsword. The heavily injured Scorpio and the shield warrior Libra were held back by the enraged Finn and others. The battlefield became a chaotic melee. Various spells flew through the air, bringing invisible death, while swords and blades carved cruel arcs, claiming one life after another. Amid the fiercest moments of this battle, deep within a heavily fortified secret chamber in the ruins. This chamber, nestled within the thick stone walls, contained only a simple stone chair, dimly lit by a few flickering candles, creating an atmosphere of darkness and silence. The noisy battlefield outside seemed like a different dimension compared to this space. The mistress of the Zodiac, the familiar's mastermind, the goddess Athena, sat confidently on the stone chair, holding a glass of crimson wine. Beside her stood a beautiful woman with shoulder-length sea blue hair, and delicate scales faintly visible on her forehead and wrists, exuding a gentle and serene aura. She was an extremely rare mermaid. At this moment, the mermaid woman stood beside Athena, cradling a large wine bottle in her arms. Perhaps the oppressive darkness was too stifling, or perhaps it was simply boredom. The goddess suddenly spoke. Comment 5. Vote to left. Chapter 74, FGO 74. Do you know, Ummachan, no matter how guarded a treasure chest is, there will always be a time when it can be opened. So if you don't want others to get the treasures inside the chest, just don't put any treasures in it from the start. Athena suddenly laughed, and for a moment, it seemed like a beam of light shone into the dim chamber. This light was so dazzling, so captivating. Amma was a princess from the Merfolk clan, and she carried the bloodline of Poseidon, the sea god. However, even with such a noble bloodline, Amma still knelt before the goddess Athena, willingly serving as the goddess's wine-pouring maid. If needed, she would even become the goddess's most humble slave. Not just Amma. Each of the 12 zodiac signs was carefully selected by Athena. They had to be of noble status and possess great potential, as if only then could they reflect the goddess's taste. Yet, this group of the world's top girls all fell for one goddess, becoming captives of her heart. Athena's smile at this moment was so enchanting. In Amma's eyes, the goddess's smile alone could make the world fall at her feet. Her behavior at this moment fully exemplified what it meant to be a fanatic. Facing her gaze, filled with extreme fervor and worship, Athena felt immense satisfaction. Only she, the goddess of war and wisdom, the next ruler of Olympus, and the future master of the world was worthy of enjoying these top beauties of the world and controlling all fate. To ensure our guests don't leave empty-handed, I kindly placed another gift in the treasure chest as a surprise. They will surely love it. Athena swirled her wine glass, the liquid inside looking like blood in the dim candlelight, and her smile was as sinister as a viper's. The melee battle continued. The allied forces gradually gained the upper hand. Under Atalanta's sniping, Sagittarius had an arm pierced through. With one arm injured, the archer's combat ability was more than halved. Atalanta, suppressing her, then freed up her hands to enter her most adept hunting mode. How terrifying an unrestrained top archer could be was soon painfully evident to Athena's beautiful followers. Pisces and Virgo, the two highest level combatants at level 8, were the first to suffer. They had barely managed to hold off Jean with the bizarre nature of spatial magic and the continuous assault of nature magic. Once Atalanta targeted them, they were soon forced into a defensive position under her relentless sniping. Jean then took the opportunity to knock them down, one flag at a time. If their opponent hadn't been Jean, they might already have met a gruesome end. Having dealt with the two most threatening level 8 adventurers, Atalanta set her sights on Capricorn. Capricorn knew no other techniques, relying solely on a katana to fight. This single-minded focus elevated her swordsmanship to an extraordinary level. Her combat prowess surpassed the veteran level 7 otter. If Ais hadn't become Mu's contract servant and received guidance from Scathach, along with other fortuitous encounters in another world, she might not have been a match for the Swordmaster Capricorn. Even so, Ais could only maintain a stalemate, barely holding her ground. But when Atalanta's sniping targeted Capricorn, the situation changed dramatically. Lacking other attack methods, Capricorn soon fell to Ais's swift chain thrusts. Capricorn's right shoulder blade was pierced by Ais, forcing her to retreat while clutching her shoulder. Under Atalanta's support, Taurus, Libra, and Scorpio all fell. Only when facing Aries did she encounter a bit of trouble. This seemingly soft and cute, petite girl was a rare mental magic user, skilled in manipulating minds. Under her silent mental magic, except for Yu's contract servant, the allied adventurers were all affected. It wasn't long before she manipulated a group of level 4 and level 5 cannon fodder to heavily protect her. For a moment, the allied forces were indeed hesitant to act rashly. Seeing the situation, Yu quickly used telepathy to instruct Atalanta to attack without hesitation. This order suited Atalanta perfectly. She quickly raised her bow, carefully aimed for a moment, and then released the bowstring in an instant. This time, she might have used a different technique. The arrow's speed was astonishing, almost as fast as a heavy sniper rifle, yet it made no sound at all. The arrow threaded through the gaps in the crowd, hitting a lightly armored young man in front of Ares, piercing his chest without any resistance and causing a large spray of blood. "Ah!" came a startled cry. The staff in Ares' hand was struck by the arrow and flew out. Perhaps due to her emotional upheaval, the adventurers controlled by her mental magic broke free from her influence. Ares was extremely surprised and instinctively tried to use her mental magic to control the group of cannon fodder again, but it was too late. Feeling their minds being toyed with, the furious allied adventurers raised their weapons and aimed at the petite and cute Lilai. Just as it seemed this Lilai would meet a tragic end, a silver-white teleportation array appeared beneath her feet, and she instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared. The frontmost adventurers, unable to stop in time, fell to the ground with too much momentum. The frightened Ares, her face pale, reappeared beside Virgo. Thud. The expressionless Virgo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. She had already been injured by Jean, damaging her internal organs, and now forcibly using teleportation magic exacerbated her injuries. But Atalanta seemed to have completely forgotten about Yu, showing no intention of supporting him at all. While fighting the twin Lolis, Yu had the leisure to reflect inwardly. This adorable cat is causing mischief for him. It seemed he would have to thoroughly punish her cat tears when they got back. Muscle idiot. How annoying. The Black Lilai fighting him was furious. Yu, fighting her, relied on his thick skin, strong muscles, and fast regeneration, enduring the Black Lilai's sharp claws while swinging his fists powerfully. The Black Lilai was best at engaging in prolonged battles with the aid of support magic from the White Lilai. But encountering a monster like him, the Black Lilai soon felt aware of gradually being worn down. Although she could inflict more damage on Ryu, his wounds healed even faster. In contrast, she was already exhausted, her small face covered in fragrant sweat, completely worn out. Even with her other half continuously casting various support spells on her, it was to no avail. "We are really angry now," the Black Lilai shouted angrily, puffing her cheeks in frustration. "Then what do you plan to do?" "Use your ultimate head-clutching defense technique." Ryu chuckled and, without hesitation, hit her with a Brahmastra Ice Beam. The Black Lilai barely dodged the scorching solar beam, but her elaborate, Gothic-style black princess dress, adorned with lace, was burned through, leaving a big hole. "Our dress!" the Black Lilai screamed. "You big jerk! We'll kill you!" While shouting, the Black Lilai quickly retreated to the White Lilai's side. Just as Ryu wondered why she was all talk and no action, the Black Lilai directly ordered the White Lilai. "It's time to switch, Shiro. Beat this big jerk to death." "Sorry, big brother." The White Lilai apologized politely to Ryu, then surprisingly charged at him with her tiny fists. Ryu's face immediately showed a strange expression. "Is this the legendary hitting your chest with tiny fists?" Despite maintaining the basic vigilance of a warrior, the White Lilai's adorable demeanor was too deceptive. So it was no surprise that he fell for it. Bang! A figure was instantly sent flying. In midair, Ryu's mind was a blur. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I flying? Just now, when he was unguarded, the White Lilai suddenly punched him in the chest. He felt as if he had been hit by a train and was sent flying. Fortunately, his strong defense and top-notch recovery allowed his internal organs to quickly heal from the massive shock. At this moment, the White Lilai immediately charged at him again with her tiny fists. Meanwhile, the Black Lilai, changing her previous approach, began casting curse spells, drastically lowering his attributes. Ryu initially thought the twin lollies had just switched roles, but he was wrong. Unlike the Black Lilai, who relied on high attributes and frantically clawed at her enemies, the White Lilai's punches were well coordinated. Coupled with her light, rabbit-like movements and small stature, you couldn't land a hit on her. Even when he did land a punch or two, she cleverly dissipated most of the force. In contrast, the Black Lilai continuously cast curse spells like an unending tide, occasionally launching a shadow spell that easily disrupted Ryu's attack rhythm. Such precise timing indicated she was a master in black magic. The twin lollies' professions were opposites. They had been disguising their true abilities until now. The White Lilai appeared to be similar to Martha from the FGO game, excelling in auxiliary enhancement skills but best at fighting with her fists. The Black Lilai, on the other hand, was akin to a vampire, using her strong physique to overpower enemies and casting dark debuff spells. With their cooperative synergy, they temporarily suppressed Ryu, who wasn't being serious. By his evaluation, their combined fighting prowess was more than the sum of their individual strength, equating to at least a level 8 fighter. But it was all in vain. Ryu hadn't been using his full strength either. Seeing the resistance within the ruins weaken, he decided to stop playing around and activated the second level of his Reversal War God, second gear. The White Lilai's punches couldn't break through his defense and instead hurt her from the counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce attack on the Black Lilai, directly withstanding her attacks and quickly defeating her. The twin lollies were finally defeated. Facing the heavily injured Athena Familia, the allied forces advanced step by step, quickly reaching the castle entrance. Seeing that they could no longer stop the enemy's advance, the Zodiac 12 seemed to give up and slowly retreated. Apart from Ryu, many adventurers in the allied forces wore victorious smiles. In their view, without these strong opponents blocking their way, there was no way the kingdom of Rakia could stop them. Just as everyone was about to push open the door, a figure suddenly stopped them. "Wait a minute." Everyone turned to look and found that the speaker was Ryu. "Don't touch the door. We need to retreat immediately." Ryu's words shocked everyone. "Can you explain why? Asking us to retreat at the last moment without a very important reason is something no one will agree to." Finn quickly voiced the group's thoughts. "Captain Finn has a point. We're just one step away. Why can't we go in?" "Exactly. Earlier, you had ordered Atalanta to attack regardless of the controlled members of the two familiars, severely injuring one and defeating Ares." This cold and ruthless behavior, ignoring the lives of comrades, had already put Ryu and his contracted servants in the spotlight. Now, you stopping the Allied forces from entering instantly sparked everyone's dissatisfaction. Voices of questioning filled the air. Facing the noisy crowd, Ryu's face showed impatience and said loudly, "If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I bet that as soon as you open the door, you'll be blown to bits by the magical traps set by the Athena familiar." With that, Ryu started calling his companions to retreat. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Ryu's suspicion was entirely based on Athena's past behavior. This malicious goddess, even when she had an absolute advantage, would choose to defeat her enemies with schemes and tricks. As the goddess of wisdom and war, wisdom came first. This goddess valued and trusted her intelligence more. Moreover, she left a flaw. "Since you say that, do you have any proof?" Finn asked loudly, gritting his teeth. "If it were me, I'd do it." "And the fact that the entire Zodiac 12 retreated is the best evidence." Indeed, the complete retreat of the Zodiac 12 was a huge flaw. They had received orders to retreat immediately once the enemy reached the entrance. A more cautious and ruthless approach would have been to leave a few members of the Zodiac 12 to defend to the death, ensuring mutual destruction with the Allied forces. That would have been the correct and the most ruthless approach. If Athena had chosen to do that, you might have suspected but wouldn't have been so sure that Athena had set a trap here. However, it seemed that the goddess still had a faint trace of conscience or was overly confident in her scheme, believing no one could see through it. Arrogant gods always like to treat others as fools. Chapter 75, FGO 75 Clink. The crystal cup fell onto the hard stone floor, shattering into pieces, and the wine inside instantly spread out like a blooming flower. "What did you say?" The goddess, brimming with confidence, now wore a look of astonishment. "My lady, they just advanced to the gate and retreated." Libra no longer appeared as valiant as before. She had a bandage around her neck, an arm in a sling, and spots of bright red blood seeping through the white gauze, making her look utterly disheveled. Could it be that they saw through the trap I set? Impossible. Mere mortals could never see through my stratagem. Her breathtakingly beautiful face showed a mix of shock and anger, and she began pacing back and forth in the small, confined room without any clear purpose. Suddenly, Athena stopped in her tracks, her eyes brightening as if she had thought of something crucial. "They couldn't have seen through the plan. There must have been a leak in one of the links. I knew that idiot who only knows how to toy with pretty girls couldn't be relied upon." Athena suddenly thought of the most likely person to have caused the issue. She would never admit that her scheme had been seen through. The goddess of wisdom and war's plans could not be easily deciphered by others, so it had to be a leak. Athena kept convincing herself of this in her mind. After they withdrew, which direction did they go? Athena asked Libra as if seeking confirmation. They headed in the direction of Orario. Libra showed a look of recollection, paused for a moment, then answered. "The hostages haven't been rescued, and they didn't head to the most likely kingdom of Rakia but instead went back." Confirmed by Libra's words, Athena became more convinced of her suspicion. "No, I need to go and confirm it personally. Get me the fastest horse immediately." Athena forced herself to calm down and decisively made a decision. "My lady, please allow your servant to follow you. The enemy is too dangerous. You can't go alone." Athena had made up her mind. Though Libra felt something was amiss, she couldn't quite say what it was. Her absolute loyalty made her decide that even if she had to drag her injured body, she would protect her goddess closely. Athena caressed Libra's cheek with a gesture that was both comforting and affectionate. "I appreciate your loyalty, but your priority now is to heal quickly so you can serve me again in the future. But, my lady. Libra's anxiety was palpable, and for the first time, she seemed to go against the goddess's wishes. This is an order from your goddess, Athena said sternly. Yes, a reluctant expression appeared on Libra's face, but she obeyed Athena's command. All right, Shu, I will take Ame-chan with me. Athena's tone became affectionate again, using Libra's real name, indicating that her identity as their goddess had shifted to that of a friend. Shu knelt on one knee before Athena, slowly lifted Athena's hand, and pressed her forehead against the back of it. My lady, please be careful. You are our guiding light, our everything. Don't worry. Who am I? I am the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. They will never be a match for me. A confident smile returned to Athena's face, and the goddess who had played Freya and Loki like pawns was back. 5 minutes later, 2 pure white warhorses carrying 2 slim figures galloped out of the ruins, heading towards Oreo. However, they didn't notice that, 10,000 meters above, in the cloud-covered sky, a pair of eyes were observing them with a playful gaze, as if watching 2 prey that had wandered into a trap. An hour later, Athena, wrapped tightly in a hooded cloak, and Aquarius Ame, also cloaked, appeared outside the walls of Oreo, riding their warhorses. As the center of this world, Oreo was an international metropolis, with tens of thousands of various races coming in and out every day. The 2 cloaked figures on horseback did not attract anyone's attention and easily entered the city. Once inside, they headed directly towards the eastern part of the city and soon arrived outside a luxuriously decorated mansion. The 2 dismounted, and just as Ame was about to go forward and knock on the door, Athena suddenly shuddered. Something's wrong. She pondered for a moment, and her face suddenly changed dramatically. We've been tricked. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause was heard, followed by a playful voice. As expected of the goddess of wisdom and war, you realized it so quickly. A large group of people emerged from the shadows, with Ryu and his contracted heroic spirit leading the way. Behind them were the core members of 2 major factions in the coalition, including Otter and the 3 executives. Other adventurers formed a semicircle, surrounding Athena and her companion. Athena's expression turned cold as she scanned her surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, the area, including the mansion in front of her, had been surrounded. But it's too late, goddess, even if you have realized it, because all of this is thanks to the guidance of the goddess. You made a gentlemanly bow, but this gesture only made Athena's face look even worse. Looking at Ryu's back, the coalition leaders, led by Otter and Finn, had varied expressions as some were shocked, some puzzled, but most shared a common look of deep wariness. Powerful, highly intelligent, and adept at manipulating people. Any one of these qualities alone wouldn't make them so cautious, but having all these traits concentrated in one person did. As leaders of a major force, Finn and others were naturally very sensitive to potential powerful opponents. At this moment, Yu's threat level in their minds rose another notch. If not for the fact that a greater threat was currently at the forefront, they would likely have already started thinking of ways to resist or even suppress him. Who are you? Athena looked at Ryu with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing him as if trying to recall if there was such a person among her enemies. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't remember having any significant enemy or potential rival who matched his description. This was quite normal. In the eyes of the goddess, only those of the same divine rank could become her enemies or potential rivals. Not to mention mere humans, even demigods or divine avatars wouldn't be taken seriously by her. It seems the goddess never considered small figures like me. So let me be blunt, you wrecked my place and took my people without any show of respect. A cruel smile appeared on Yu's face, resembling a lone wolf about to pounce on its prey. So, I've come to collect the debt in person. You are the rumored true owner behind the Gadako Hotel. Athena slightly furrowed her brows. Being an intelligent goddess, Yu's brief hint immediately revealed his identity to her. This realization made Athena feel a sense of absurdity. In her eyes, A character not even worthy of being a pawn had nearly disrupted her carefully laid plans. She now felt like a hunter who had meticulously set a trap to catch a cunning fox, only to have a stone suddenly fall from the sky, not only ruining the trap but also almost injuring her, the hunter. Fortunately, Athena was very composed, otherwise she might have let out an expletive. It seems that Apollo didn't leak our information, so you must have deduced my plan. Having understood Yu's background, Athena reverted to her lofty goddess demeanor, standing on the steps and looking down at him and his companions. Even at this juncture, she still didn't regard Yu, a mortal, as significant. Perhaps this is how a proud goddess views things. Huh? Athena's gaze suddenly fell on the woman next to Yu. Her attention was immediately drawn to his contract servants. If Athena's Zodiac 12 were among the most outstanding women in this world, then these servants were the most exceptional women in human history. With their exceptional appearances and their diverse temperaments, so whether holy, aloof, cute, lazy, or charming, they ignited a fiery desire in Athena, a fervent admirer of women. She turned her head and, in a cold, lofty tone, addressed Yu. You, a humble mortal, this is an unforgivable crime. Then her tone shifted to one of condescension. But considering your intelligence and luck in disrupting my plans, if you kneel before me and offer all your female companions, I will forgive your sins. Yu's expression immediately turned peculiar. He wanted to ask, where did you get this confidence from? Are you an arrogant young master? Do you have a powerful elder hiding somewhere? Yu subconsciously voiced his thoughts. Although Athena didn't understand what he meant, seeing his look of pity, she knew it wasn't anything good. HMPH. Ignorant mortal, but no matter. Once I capture your female companions, I will personally train them into my loyal pets. That's exactly what I was going to say. Attack. You didn't want to talk any longer. This goddess of wisdom and war was indeed smart, but she was far too arrogant. Even if her beauty was extraordinary, her personality was extremely annoying. He couldn't understand why those exceptional women would be attracted to her. Could she be the legendary Big Tsndir? Yu thought maliciously as he waved his hand, and the coalition launched their attack. At this moment, the Apollo familiar within the mansion also realized something was wrong, and many adventurers poured out. Unfortunately, the Apollo familiar was only a medium-sized familiar, with its captain only at level 3. You didn't even need to take action. The coalition forces easily breached the mansion. Strangely, Athena merely observed and didn't even let Amma beside her intervene. The coalition's assault faced no resistance. Before long, Belle, half naked and wearing only boxers, was also rescued. Immediately after, the coalition escorted out a man with golden hair radiating a sun-like brilliance, yet exuding a distinctly effeminate aura. Despite the situation, Athena remained composed, her expression as calm as ever. Yu, who had been closely observing her, even detected a faint hint of amusement in her eyes. Thinking of the worst possible scenario, Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. He took a deep breath and then made a silent decision in his heart. You children are so disrespectful to me. This effeminate aura belonged to none other than Apollo, the main deity of the Apollo familiar and the sun god of the Olympian pantheon. Were it not for his divine status, the coalition would have already beaten him black and blue without hesitation. However, this selfish and self-centered god saw things differently. He shouted, even reprimanding the coalition members escorting him as if he were the victor. When he saw Athena at the door, his eyes lit up. Oh, my dear sister, quickly capture these people. Athena's face darkened when she saw Belle hiding in fear from Apollo's gaze. Considering his particular fetish, this guy had treated an important piece for the Pantheon's revival as his plaything. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, Athena would have loved to slice open his head with a sword to see what filled his brain. Seeing Apollo still oblivious to the situation, Athena raised her eyebrows coldly and snapped, "Shut up, you stupid fool. Look at what you've done." Athena's eyes conveyed a clear message of "I'll deal with you later." And then she turned to Yu. "You think you've won? How laughable." Her cold, fierce smile, paired with her breathtaking beauty, made her resemble a purple rose covered in thorns, hiding deadly poison beneath its stunning exterior. Clap, clap. She raised her hand and clapped twice softly. 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner. The first was a woman with sun-like golden hair, exuding an aura of dominance and wildness. She had a pair of feline-like ears on her head and a golden tail behind her. She was an extremely rare female member of the lion race. Next to the lioness was a girl with short, azure hair, always sporting a faintly roguish expression. Though her race was ordinary human, her appearance was strikingly peculiar. She wielded a pair of curved blades emitting a sharp, cold gleam, with an unnatural green hue on the blades indicating they were coated with poison. Moreover, 8 mechanical arms extended from her back, each equipped with a poisoned curved blade, making her a 10-sword-style swordwoman. From afar, she resembled an upright crab. Even without asking, their distinct appearances made it clear they were the last 2 members of the Zodiac 12 to appear, Leo and Cancer. Comment 8. Vote to left. Chapter 76, FGO 76. Leo was cracking her knuckles while showing a provocatively challenging expression to everyone. Cancer, on the other hand, seemed to be affectionately draping her arm around the neck of a young girl, but the poisoned curved blade in her hand was never far from the girl's vital points, clearly indicating the girl was being coerced. This girl was none other than the coalition's target, or rather, the more important target in the hearts of both the Freya familiar and Ysera. The coalition had not anticipated Athena to play such a card at the end. This sequence of interlocking plans and strategies had completely surpassed everyone's imagination. First, using the principle of hiding in plain sight, the hostage was secretly brought back to Oreo and traps were set in the ruins. Then, the 2 hostages were separated and imprisoned. Every time the coalition thought they were about to succeed, this goddess would present them with another surprise. Can we win against such an opponent? Many familiar members couldn't help but have this thought cross their minds. Aside from that arrogant and brainless remark earlier, Athena was fully displaying her prowess in strategizing and controlling the situation. No, perhaps that earlier remark was her true nature. She genuinely did not regard them as significant, which is why she issued commands so condescendingly. Although it pains me to use a pure and beautiful girl as a hostage, you are simply too presumptuous. Athena's face showed a confident expression of victory. All right. You should obediently retreat now and leave Belcranel behind. He is an important piece. Once the conversion ceremony is completed and he joins our pantheon, I will naturally release her unharmed. Of course, before releasing her, I will train her into a loyal dog. Athena added this silently in her mind. Hearing her threat, the coalition members were immediately thrown into turmoil. The members of the Loki familiar instinctively looked towards Finn. After all, the Loki familiar had no direct conflict with Athena familiar. Their involvement this time was more to follow the alliance agreement between the 2 major familiars. In essence, the Loki familiar was in a supporting role. Finn made a gesture to calm down and then signaled to Otter with his eyes, indicating for him to make the decision. Otter's face was equally grim at this moment. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, as Freya's loyal servant. The goddess's alter ego was also his half-master, and he absolutely could not allow her to be harmed. But abandoning the rescue would make it impossible for him to face the goddess. For a moment, this man, as resolute as steel, showed a look of hesitation. PFFT ha ha ha. At this moment, you suddenly burst into wild laughter. What are you laughing at? The proud and haughty goddess, who was enjoying Otter's conflicted expression, filled with the pleasure of controlling others, was suddenly interrupted by his laughter, causing her mood to sour, and she showed a look of annoyance. As expected of the goddess of wisdom, this move is indeed quite clever. You sincerely praised. Athena immediately raised her head slightly, like a proud swan. Your wisdom is indeed quite impressive among mortals. The goddess's implication was clear, and unfortunately, as a mere mortal, you are still no match for me, a goddess. To achieve victory, making just one preparation isn't enough. The more preparations you make, the higher your chances of success. Perhaps feeling confident in her victory, Athena spoke with great satisfaction, educating him as if he were a student. Unexpectedly, Mu nodded in agreement. You are right. So, to secure this victory, I also made more than one preparation. Hearing his words, Athena immediately sensed something was wrong, but before she could react, Mu's eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light, and he unleashed a Brahmastra at a certain figure. Sizzle! The sound of burning flesh filled the air as the intense solar beam pierced through the figure's chest. The force lifted the body into the air. Everything seemed like a slow-motion scene, and it wasn't until the body crashed heavily to the ground that time resumed its normal pace. Everyone was stunned, including Leo and Cancer, who were holding Sir hostage. Because the person who attacked was none other than Belcrinal, one of the hostages. Bel's face showed a look of bewilderment, but soon he lost all signs of life. Did the protagonist just die like that? Athena's smile froze, and her calm demeanor vanished without a trace. Her pale face turned crimson with rage, displaying the shame and anger of being toyed with. The goddess, losing her composure, pointed at Sir and screamed, "Kill her!" Cancer, snapping back to reality, showed a vicious expression. "I'm sorry, young lady." With that, she swung her 10 curved blades towards Sir. Unfortunately, she was a step too slow. While everyone was shocked by Bel's death, Mu had already sent a mental command to a backup he had arranged beforehand. Just as Sir was about to be sliced into pieces by the 10 curved blades, 12 golden beams of light descended from the sky, precisely hitting all the blades in Cancer's hands, as well as the chests of both Cancer and Leo. Under the scorching light of Venus, the blades melted instantly, and Cancer and Leo were pierced through, their bodies helplessly thrown back. Time rewound a few seconds. High in the sky, Ishtar was idly watching the oddly shaped clouds. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and a charming smile appeared on her lips. "Finally, it's time to get to work." As she spoke, Ishtar leapt down from Mana, floating in the air, and mimicked a gun with her fingers, pointing at the ground. With her motion, the heavenly bow seemed to have an invisible hand slowly drawing its string. Her pupils radiated golden divine light, her gaze piercing through the thick clouds and landing clearly on Cancer, who was holding Sir. Bang! Ishtar softly mimicked the sound of a gunshot. The heavenly bow instantly shot out 12 beams infused with Venus energy, descending from the sky. In less than 0.1 seconds, they destroyed Cancer's weapons and severely injured both Cancer and Leo. Everything happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed completely. Seemingly unable to accept the sudden shift from victor to vanquished, the goddess Athena showed a rare expression of panic. "This is impossible. How could this be? Did I lose?" "Lost to a human?" After sending Jeanne to protect Sir, he leisurely said, "See, I made several preparations too." His calm tone sounded like an immense insult in the goddess's ears. She suddenly raised her head and stared intently at him, especially his face, as if she wanted to engrave it deeply into her memory. "Very well, I will remember you." "Spare me. It wouldn't be good if people misunderstood and thought you fell in love with me. I already have a partner, and to be honest, you're not my type." You deliberately put on a defensive look. "What kind of expression is that?" Athena suddenly felt an urge to hit someone. Her teeth clenched tightly together, making a grinding sound. Suppressing the volcano-like anger in her heart, Athena shouted, "Let's go." "Who allowed you to leave?" "Everything of the defeated, including yourselves, is our spoils of war." "Everyone, isn't that right?" Mu asked loudly, directing his question to the coalition adventurers. "Yes." "You hurt many of our comrades and think you can just leave?" "No way." "Confiscate all the property of their familiar and expel that goddess." "Sell the female adventurers of their familiar to the pleasure district." The adventurers of the Loki familiar were a bit more restrained, but the members of the Freya familiar, who were ruled solely by the goddess's charm and Otter's strength, immediately came up with various vicious suggestions. Hearing these filthy remarks, Athena trembled with anger, almost losing her composure. She took a deep breath, forcing down her fury. Her stunning face once again radiated with dazzling brilliance, causing everyone to pause. Seeing the goddess regain her confidence, Yu's internal alarms went off. Athena spoke in a proud tone. I originally set up this safeguard just in case, but I truly need to use it. Then Athena turned her gaze to Yu, her expression extremely serious, clearly viewing him as an equal opponent. To push me to this extent, as a mortal, you have something to be proud of. But I'm sorry, today I will walk out of here unharmed. Do you believe it? The goddess's tone was calm but filled with absolute confidence. Although Yu's vigilance was at its peak, he showed a challenging expression, ready to retort. At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. A troop of about 200, wearing red and black armor, slowly marched from the street corner. Seeing the emblem on this strange unit's armor, Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brow furrowed. Such a coincidental timing, yet not his arranged backup. This was Athena's reinforcements. This goddess truly was troublesome. Yu had managed to scheme against her this time by exploiting his hidden advantage. He was sure there wouldn't be such a good opportunity again. The other side had marked him as a significant threat. Though she had the flaw of being overly arrogant, once she regarded him as a true enemy. It was like comparing a half-hearted Gilgamesh to a fully serious Gilgamesh. The combat power would multiply. Being considered a true enemy by this goddess, he couldn't decide if he should feel honored or unfortunate. While Yu was pondering, the unit had already approached the battlefield. The coalition adventurers began to stir. Hey, that looks like the guild's guard, doesn't it? An adventurer recognized the insignia of the troop and couldn't help but call out. Hearing this shout, Yu instantly understood. He glanced at Athena, and sure enough, as the troop approached, the expression on the goddess's face gradually relaxed. Similarly, the few members of the Zodiac 12 guarding her also showed relieved expressions. Yu fully extended his perception and immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this troop. The entire troop's uniformity could be attributed to rigorous training, but the thick scent of blood surrounding them was unmistakably genuine. This was a battle-hardened elite force. According to his assessment, the average level of this troop was at least LV4 or higher. Now it made sense. This was the true reason the guild remained unshakable and could suppress all unrest in Orio. Yu had been curious about how the guild maintained its lucrative monopoly on magic stone transactions, though it was not just due to reputation. Adventurers are powerful individuals, each with their pride. To completely subdue these unruly characters, absolute strength was necessary. Yu had his suspicions while watching the anime, and this sudden appearance of the guard confirmed his guess. Aranos, that old fox, had truly set up an extensive plan. Yu couldn't help but secretly smirk coldly. At this moment, a woman in a formal business suit, with her blonde hair tied back, exuding the aura of a strong, urban woman, stepped out from the troop. In a nearly commanding tone, she loudly said, "Both sides, cease fighting immediately." This woman's sudden and forceful attitude, coupled with the battle-hardened elite behind her, caused the coalition adventurers to halt their actions. "Hey, isn't that the guild's chief administrator, Miss Kelly?" An adventurer recognized the woman and couldn't help but call out. "No way." Kelly, the Iron Lady of the guild? Wasn't she assigned by Aranos to handle affairs outside Orio because of her overly tough style? The adventurer beside him exclaimed in surprise. With Yu's keen hearing, he caught every word. It seemed his actions had changed the world of Danmachi so much that even hidden quests had emerged. This was getting interesting. Aranos hadn't sent a smooth leader but instead dispatched this woman known for her tough stance. It was clear that Aranos had made his position known, obviously siding with the Olympian pantheon behind Athena. It seemed this goddess was extremely important to Thema, important enough to break the guild's neutrality and risk alerting the gods to protect her. The guild's blatant favoritism caused the two major familiars to be wary, especially the Loki familiar. After Kelly spoke, Finn hesitated slightly before leading his familiar members to step aside. Standing beside Yu, Ai's watched the scene, her indifferent golden eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. This time, however, The Freya familiar stood by Yu's side. After all, not only had the Athena familiar kidnapped important members of their familiar, but they had also abducted the goddess's alter ego publicly. This act of aggression towards the Freya familiar, privately, it was an unforgivable offense against their most beloved goddess. With the other side's clear stance, Yu wouldn't be polite either. He loudly ordered right in front of Kelly. Except Athena, shoot all the others. Chapter 77, FGO 77. Except Athena, shoot all the others. Yu could have used telepathy to give orders, but he chose to speak aloud, clearly targeting Kelly's previous osful attitude. This time, neither Atalanta nor Ishtar held back without hesitation. They raised their bows and shot. It seemed as if they had coordinated in advance, for both Venus arrow and Moon Goddess arrow were aimed directly at Athena. Athena was both shocked and furious. She never expected anyone to dare attack her at the risk of completely offending the guild. Facing two arrows targeting her heart from above and below, Athena felt a sudden fear of death, almost ready to unleash her seal and revert to her full goddess form. Fortunately, her followers were loyal enough to die for her without hesitation. Leo and Cancer, despite their severe injuries, acted as human shields in front of Athena. Meanwhile, Aquarius, despite the severe backlash from overusing her magic, released defensive spells almost instantaneously, blood trickling from her mouth. At the critical moment, just as the arrows were less than half a foot away from them, a water-blue magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them. A powerful stream of water surged out from the circle, forming a rotating water shield. This was the strongest defensive magic Aquarius could cast, disregarding her body and the backlash, the vortex water shield. Perhaps it was a prearranged agreement to hold back. Atalanta's arrow pierced through the vortex water shield but lost its momentum and fell weakly to the ground. Ishtar's light arrow, after piercing through the two flesh shields, also dissipated into the air. The Zodiac 12 sacrificed themselves to protect the goddess from this attack. The guild's chief, Kelly, was livid with rage. Never before had anyone ignored the guild's presence to such an extent. Even after she had stepped in to stop the conflict on behalf of the guild, someone still committed violence right in front of her, and the target was the goddess. Unbelievable. Iron Guards! Kelly screamed shrilly, her voice so agitated it sounded like a frantic cry. Boom! The Iron Guards stepped forward in unison, their synchronized movements producing a thunderous sound. For the crime to act against the goddess is death. Perhaps bolstered by the presence of the Iron Guards, Kelly directly pointed at Yu and loudly rebuked him. Yu just scoffed. Do I look like someone who cares? Then, speaking to himself in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, he said, and do I know you? As he spoke, Yu spread his hands helplessly. Ha ha ha. Yu's words, combined with his gestures, caused many adventurers to burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to snap the last thread of reason in Kelly's mind. Her cheeks turned red, and she could no longer hold back. She screamed, "Arrest this lunatic!" The Iron Guards followed her orders, marching in unison towards Yu to surround him. Yu directly gathered magic in his eyes and shot a scaled-down version of Brahmastra in front of the advancing guards. Then Yu slowly adjusted his angle, drawing a horizontal line in before the guards. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the horizontal line, and to their astonishment, the line was made of crimson magma. Anyone who crosses this line dies. Yu coldly spat out the words. As if to echo his promise, his contracted heroic spirits drew their weapons and aimed them at the guards. The Iron Guards were indeed disciplined and brave. But no matter how strong they were still human, facing an invincible enemy. The Iron Guards' steps noticeably hesitated. Yu scoffed inwardly. They were nothing but a group held together by severe punishments and higher rewards, without any true belief, vulnerable and weak. If Lady Kelly knew Yu's evaluation of the Iron Guards, she might be so furious she would spit blood. But she was already nearly that angry. Facing Yu's hardline stance, Kelly had no choice but to order an attack to maintain the guild's dignity. No retreat. Attack! Attack! With Kelly's command, the Iron Guards, pressured by their strict discipline, quickened their steps and charged toward Ryu and his group. Facing the advancing guild, Otter firmly chose to side with Ryu this time. Under his command, the adventurers of Freya's familiar quickly took up their positions with a rebellious attitude against authority. Ryu and his group also prepared themselves. Both sides, seemingly wary of Loki's familiar, gradually distanced themselves from them, showing clear signs of vigilance and exclusion. Seeing this, Finn couldn't help but smile bitterly. From today onwards, the unbreakable alliance between Loki's familiar and Freya's familiar might no longer exist. As the Iron Guards crossed the line, Ryu immediately kept his word and unleashed a full-powered Brahmastra at the center of the Iron Guards. Although Ryu's move was lower than that of the heroic spirit Kana, it was still a powerful B-level noble phantasm. Against these Iron Guards, whose average level was 4 or 5, it was a massacre. The scorching sunlight swept through, and not a single Iron Guard could withstand the terrifying attack. The top-tier enchanted armor, which the Iron Guards prided themselves on and spent a fortune to create, was a complete joke. Any Iron Guard within the attack range was reduced to ashes before they could even scream. Even those standing a meter away from the light were affected, the high temperature spreading along their armor, causing them to scream in pain and hastily strip off their armor. With this one strike, Ryu had wiped out nearly 50 of the formidable Iron Guards. Before Kelly could even feel the pain, Aiz, Atalanta, and Ishtar launched their attacks. In an instant, wind blades, iron arrows, and light arrows rained down on the Iron Guards like a storm, turning the battlefield into the river of blood and leaving the Iron Guards in disarray. In less than a minute, the 200-strong unit had been more than halved, with the remaining members all wounded. This powerful force that once dominated all familiars was on the brink of annihilation. Kelly no longer maintained her earlier composed and strong businesswoman demeanor. Her expression was vacant, her eyes held a hint of despair, and she looked utterly broken as if she had been subjected to unspeakable torment and destroyed completely. Regardless of what happened to others, as the leader, she was definitely done for. The elite troops that the organization had spent a lot of manpower and resources to train had suffered nearly half their losses under her command. No matter who took over as leader, they would never use such a subordinate again in their lifetime. Those with slightly better luck might find a lenient boss and have a decent end, but with bad luck, they might just disappear without a trace. Do you have any idea what you've done? You barbarian from the snowy mountains, you maggot from the sewers, you goblin from the wilderness. How dare you? How dare you? You're finished. Finished. You will be hunted by the guild until you die. Kelly, slowly coming to her senses, pointed at Ryu and shrieked hysterically. Beside her, Athena's face was equally ashen. She had calculated almost everything, but she hadn't accounted for someone so crazy, someone who dared to so thoroughly offend the guild. As the first god to descend to the lower world, Uranos had far more cards up his sleeve than those who came later. Even a war goddess who always held herself in high esteem wouldn't dare underestimate such an old god. The guild he established was no exception. The loss of the Iron Guards would be crippling for any familiar, but with the guild's resources, they could easily muster several more such units. Annihilating one Iron Guard unit would achieve nothing but enraging the colossal guild. But someone did it, and did it so thoroughly. Was he mad, or had the world changed so quickly that even the goddess of wisdom couldn't keep up? In any case, in Athena's mind, Ryu's danger level skyrocketed. Facing Kelly's accusations, Ryu nonchalantly brushed off imaginary dust from his body. Then he said calmly, "Continue. Kill them all." Following Ryu's order, Atalanta and the other heroic spirits moved again, launching an attack on the surviving Iron Guards. You, Kelly shouted 3 times, then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Ryu curled his lips. People who seemed tough on the outside often had a more severe mental breakdown when faced with setbacks. At that moment, a familiar voice came from afar. "Stop!" 2 figures appeared at the street corner. It was the goddesses Loki and Freya, who had been hiding behind. Seeing the blood-soaked scene, Loki's face also turned grim. After a quick scan, she noticed that her familiar wasn't involved. and she breathed a small sigh of relief. Then she looked you up and down as if seeing him for the first time. "You're ruthless." Loki couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart, and then advised, "Before things get completely out of hand, you should stop." "Goddess Loki, do you think we can stop now?" Looking at this scene, with a smile, you drew an arc with his palm facing up. Following his hand's movement, Loki saw the blood-soaked ground filled with severed limbs and broken bodies scattered across the nearby streets. Faced with this gruesome scene, Loki was silent for a moment before saying, "Uranos has agreed that if you let Athena and the others go, he can suppress this matter." "Suppress it?" "So that means it can be brought up again whenever it's needed." "So what do you want?" "You've killed so many people in one go. Do you think that nothing happened?" Loki's face showed an angry expression as she questioned him. "It seems the goddess has received quite a few benefits for being so eager to mediate," you suddenly remarked. You ungrateful." "I'm doing this for your good." "Completely opposing the guild is of no benefit to you." Loki's face showed a hint of anger as if her secret had been exposed. "Then I must thank the goddess for her concern. But I'm naturally a bit stubborn. I remember the kindness others showed me for a lifetime. But if someone attacked me, I will make them pay back tenfold." You said resolutely. "You are completely unreasonable." "Enough." "Loki familiar will not get involved in your mess anymore." Yu's tough stance made Loki's anger rise, and she spoke harshly. "From the moment the Loki familiar chose to stand by and watch, there was no longer any friendship between us. This is the end. I won't see you off." Yu dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "Well then, can you listen to me?" Freya's gentle voice sounded from the side. Compared to her earlier lost state, the goddess of beauty was now much better. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, her unparalleled charm silently drawing people in, making them want to kneel at her feet just to be her loyal servants. "Thank you for saving my other half." Freya's eyes showed sincere gratitude. "You're welcome. Cyr is also my employee," you replied politely. "Is she really just an employee?" Freya smiled charmingly, observing you closely. Her gaze was like that of a beautiful woman looking at her lover, filled with a contradictory emotion that he couldn't understand. "Ahem." You quickly pretended to clear his throat. After the pleasantries, Freya spoke solemnly, "I am not speaking as a goddess or as the leader of the Freya familiar. I am speaking as Cyr herself and the familiar family members, pleading with you to stop." Although Freya didn't say it explicitly, it was clear that Uranos had used the relatives of familiar members as leverage, while superficially offering some compensation. Seeing a hint of plea in Freya's eyes, you pondered for a moment and agreed. "All right, you may leave now!" Athena almost exploded with anger at Yu's dismissive tone. Fortunately, reason forced her to calm down. Athena knew very well that this crazy guy in front of her would absolutely be willing to keep her here, and unless she completely unsealed herself and returned to her full goddess form, she was no match for him. "Ngu Ainru, just wait. This time I lost. But you let me escape today. Athena, I swear I will make you regret it. Not only will you die, but your soul will be eternally imprisoned in the icy hell in the deepest part of the underworld. And your companions, I will train them into my pets that only beg at my feet." Athena maintained a calm exterior, but inside she was screaming furiously. Just as she was about to leave with the 3 severely injured members, you stopped her. "Wait. What now?" Athena's forehead veins bulged, but she had to suppress her anger. "You can leave, but they must stay." "Do you think you can leave without paying any price after hurting my people?" "Where in the world is this such a good deal?" "P.S. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. I'm Homelander." Proceed to shoot eye laser beam at everyone. Comment 8. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 78, FGO 78. This time, Athena was truly about to explode. "Freya, is this your intention as well?" Athena knew that talking to a madman like you was useless, so she directly questioned Freya. I can't control such a powerful man." Freya smiled charmingly, completely feigning innocence, but her eyes clearly showed a hint of pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune. Although she had accepted compensation from Uranos, Anyone who had their familiar members and other half abducted would not be without some resentment. Freya was clearly taking this opportunity for revenge, and Athena, being in a weak position, had no way to fight back. For the first time, the proud and undefeated goddess felt so powerless and full of grief. However, the Zodiac 12 were her carefully selected direct child, with top-notch abilities and loyalty. Without them, her familiar would become an empty shell. Seeing the goddess in a dilemma, the gentle mermaid beauty Yumi proactively spoke up. "My lady, please do not worry about us. The familiar can be without us, but it cannot be without you." She seemed completely unconcerned about the consequences of staying behind. Her smile was sincere and sweet, and her beautiful face shone with a sacred light, like a saint ready to die for her faith. At that moment, even Yu was moved. Uma's current appearance overlapped with that of Joan of Arc before her execution by fire. "She's right, goddess. Let the three of us stay." Leo also smiled heartily, trying to comfort Athena. Then she turned to face Yu. "You human, do whatever you want to me. If I frown even a little, I'm a disgrace to the beast humans." Leo's words immediately drew the ire of many beast humans adventurers present, who began to curse loudly. However, she didn't care at all and bared her teeth at them, looking every bit the wild beast. "Well, this is the first time I've felt so in sync with you, you dumb cat." Cancer also stood beside Leo. "Grrrr, don't call me a cat, you crustacean." It must be said, the lion people do have a different focus of concern than others. At this moment, Uma spoke again. "My lady, please rest assured. Our bodies and minds belong to you, and we will not let anyone desecrate them." "Goddess, me too." Leo and Cancer, who had been bickering, hurriedly echoed. Their words were filled with determination. It was clear that if he tried to do anything improper to them, they would immediately take their own lives to preserve their chastity. Their loyalty to Athena even moved him. Unfortunately, the hero of the enemy is the nemesis. Because they were like this, Yu was even more determined to use this opportunity to sever Athena's power. "Ngu Ainu, I swear by the name of Athena, I will make you regret this." Athena's eyes revealed boundless hatred that could incinerate you to ashes. She then turned to leave with Belle's body. "Stop." Seeing her actions, a hint of suspicion flashed in Yu's mind, and he quickly stopped her again. Perhaps used to it by now, this time Athena merely turned back and spoke coldly. "What? Do I not even have the right to take away the body of a grandson for his grieving grandfather?" Spoiler, adoptive grandson. You felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Moreover, in this world where gods exist, there might be ways to resurrect a corpse. At least from the original work, he knew of one method, embedding a special magic stone into an adventurer's corpse to resurrect them as a monster. However, not even allowing someone to take away a corpse seemed excessively unreasonable. Although Yu's contracted heroic spirits were fine, the nearby adventurers were starting to give him strange looks, and even Freya hesitated to speak. It was impossible to stop Athena from taking the body away. But then, Yu had a sudden idea. He grabbed the corpse from Athena's hands and pretended to inspect it. Taking advantage of Athena's momentary distraction, he quickly inscribed several identical primordial runes on Belle's body, shaped like the letter F in English. Magical flames instantly ignited Belle's corpse and, within seconds, reduced it to ashes. "Once it's ash, let's see how you resurrect him." Facing Athena's fiery gaze, Yu wore an incredibly relaxed smile and made a pleased gesture. "All right, goddess. I was worried that carrying a corpse would be both tiring and unbecoming for you, so I provided a cremation service." "No need to thank me." "Well, I really have to thank you," Athena said through gritted teeth, nearly spitting out each word. "You're welcome. By the way, my time is very tight." Before finishing his sentence, Yu suddenly tapped his toes and, in a flash, appeared behind the severely injured Aquarius, chopping her delicate neck and knocking her out. Leo and Cancer were shocked and hastily assumed defensive positions despite their injuries. Unfortunately, in their weakened state, it was futile. Yu quickly punched them both in the abdomen, knocking them out cold. I wonder how much these top-quality goods could fetch at an auction on Pleasure Street. What do you think, goddess? HMPH. Athena coldly snorted, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Oh, right. To prevent them from committing suicide, I think I should cut their tendons first. You deliberately eyed the three's arms and legs, as if looking for places to start. Athena fought the urge to break her seal and smash his head, closing her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, they were filled with extreme coldness and indifference. They are your spoils of war. You may dispose of them as you see fit. After coldly delivering this line, Athena collected Belle's ashes and, without looking back, left decisively. She can endure this. Watching Athena's retreating figure, Yu's eyes showed deep wariness. It seemed that this proud goddess, under his deliberate provocation and humiliation, had not fallen but instead evolved like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Did I just create a more powerful enemy for myself? Interesting. Let's see whose methods are superior. You're not really going to mutilate them and sell them at an auction, are you? At this moment, the straightforward Jeanne rushed up, asking seriously. What are you thinking? Do I look like such a despicable person? You couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed his performance as a villain had been a great success, fooling even Jeanne. You're not despicable, you're a pervert. At this moment, Atalanta, who was nearby, added her remark. It seems our little cat's tail is itching again and needs some help from her master, you said with a smile, raising one hand in a grabbing motion. Atalanta instinctively covered her round bottom, her cheeks turning red. Her sharp tongue clearly wasn't enough. Not only did it fail to penetrate his defenses, but it also drew his attention. At this time, Freya comforted the recently rescued Seer and then brought her over to Yu. Looking at the two silver-haired beauties who appeared like sisters, Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Just as Yu thought they were coming to thank him out of formality, the goddess's first words nearly made his jaw drop. You seem to be unmarried. Will you marry Seer? Freya, Seer, who had been shyly unsure of how to face Yu, found her mind alternating between 1,000 words and complete blankness. But the goddess's straightforward proposition shattered Seer's indecision. Seeing Freya's meaningful gaze, the intelligent Seer immediately understood her good intentions. Seer marrying Yu is the same as Freya marrying Yu. On the other side, after the initial shock, Yu began to hesitate. Seer was special to him, which made him unwilling to make a hasty decision. However, as an otaku who lived in the second dimension and had never experienced physical intimacy, Yu underestimated the skills of a seductress. Are you worried that your lack of experience will lead to an unharmonious marital life? Don't worry, Seer is part of myself. It is my duty to teach you both how to truly enjoy marital bliss. As Freya spoke, she ran a finger along her lips. The same gesture, performed by this goddess, carried infinite allure. Her words were filled with blatant hints and no, they were outright statements. In an instant, countless inappropriate terms flashed through Yu's mind, such as twin sister combo, 3P, and can it be considered oyakodon? Yu felt a sudden itch in his nose, obviously struggling to withstand the seductress's advances. The goddess's bold declaration of love instantly excited Freya's familiars adventurers, whose fiery gazes seemed to want to burn him to ashes. Yu felt like he could see 3 primordial runes AFFF. Floating above their heads. But he couldn't care about that now. He had already surrendered under the skilled seductress's advances. Then I'll follow your lead, Yu stammered, feeling his usually nimble tongue suddenly tie itself into knots. Very well, leave everything to me. Freya beamed, her peerless beauty radiating even more dazzlingly. As for the mischievous Seer, her face was completely red, and she didn't dare lift her head. I will ensure that you experience true earthly bliss. Great Just as Yu was being completely mesmerized by Freya, the straightforward saint could no longer stand it. She walked directly behind Yu, grabbed the flesh at his waist, and gave it a hard twist. Yu screamed in pain, and he quickly learned a lesson. Twisting someone's waist was a natural skill for women, even for a village saint like Jeanne. Jeanne, however, didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she looked at Freya with a face full of anger. At this moment, The saint was no longer the distant and noble symbol of purity, but rather a jealous young girl experiencing her first pangs of love. With Freya's high level of skill in reading people, combined with her observation of how the other contracted servant treated him, she quickly pieced together most of the situation. Freya felt a mix of complex emotions, both resentment and joy. The resentment stemmed from the fact that Ryu had too many close and excellent female companions, making it impossible for her and Ciri to have him to themselves. The joy, of course, came from the increased chances of her plan's success. Jeanne seemed aggressive, but a seductress like Freya was not a match for a pure saint. Freya only needed one sentence to defeat her. "Oh my, are you also Ryu's lover? What a pure and beautiful child, huh? Wait, I'm not." "I didn't." Jeanne's cheeks instantly turned red as she waved her hands wildly and stammered her explanation. But Freya just smiled at her with a look that said, "I understand, you don't need to explain." And so, a potentially fierce confrontation was easily diffused by the seductress goddess. On the other side, Loki's familiar was completely sidelined by the two forces, and Loki could only slink away with her familiar. Before leaving, Loki tried to take Ai's with her, but this time Ai's firmly refused. Loki was greatly disappointed and tearfully cried out, "My Ai Stan has been completely taken away by a wild man." As for Apollo's familiar, almost all members, except for Apollo himself and those outside, perished. This included Hyacinthos, the one favored by Apollo and the captain of his familiar. As for Apollo himself, you magnanimously let him go on the surface, only confiscating all of his familiar's assets. In secret, however, he used telepathy to notify the god-slaying expert, Scathach. He knew well the dangers of leaving loose ends, so there was no way he would let Apollo go. It was likely that Apollo's body would grow cold as soon as he left the city. Thus, the great turmoil initiated by the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, seemed to have been quelled on the surface. This debut of the goddess ended in a crushing defeat. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning of an even greater storm, a more enormous and terrifying storm brewing that would sweep across the entire world. Crash. In the secret stronghold of Athena's familiar, the elegant goddess was acting like a hysterical shrew, sweeping cups and bottles off the table and onto the floor. The sound of shattering glass filled the air. This noise only made the goddess more irritable. "Go, send invitations to all the gods in Aurario. I'm convening a divine assembly." Chapter 79, FGO 79. The sudden rise of Athena's familiar and the conflict it caused with the two kings of Aurario even drew the guild into the fray. Such a major event was like a shot in the arm for the gods, who had nothing but events to pass the time. The news of this event quickly reached the ears of every deity. 2 days later, one of the main players in the incident, Goddess Athena, issued an invitation to a divine assembly. With a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, most of the principal gods of the Familius attended the meeting, except for the two kings of Aurario who had already become mortal enemies. To demonstrate her strength and attract more allies, Athena spared no expense. The cuisine used extremely rare ingredients, and the chefs were renowned worldwide. The wine was a divine brew personally crafted by Dionysus, the god of wine from the Olympian pantheon. But it was all in vain. Not to mention that the tastes of the gods had been spoiled by the Kidako Hotel. Athena's offerings could only match in terms of ingredients but fell far short in other aspects. More importantly, many gods had already been corrupted by earthly pleasures, becoming fish that relied on their familiars for sustenance. Rekindling their fighting spirit was as difficult as getting a seasoned otaku to abandon all his waifus and go out into the real world. In response to Athena's proposal for an alliance, almost every god feigned ignorance and gave insincere replies. Some gods with darker minds even insulted Athena behind her back, saying she had done nothing but waste effort and resources. On the surface, this seemed true. But what was the reality? The banquet had ended, but the hostess, Goddess Athena, was still entertaining a special guest. This mysterious guest wore only a semi-transparent veil, revealing smooth, tanned skin. The so-called clothing served more to enhance the allure than to cover anything. Judging by the attire, she looked no different from the lowest courtesans on Pleasure Street. However, she was the underground queen of Pleasure Street, goddess Ishtar. She was also an alternate dimensional counterpart of Ishtarin. The source of the faint connection Ishtarin sensed in this world was precisely this boldly dressed Ishtar. Today, Athena wore a pure black evening dress, adorned with numerous golden accessories, transforming her into a goddess of the night. Lady Ishtar, regarding our alliance, have you given it any thought? Athena gently swirled her wine glass before taking a small sip. This is our first meeting. How can I trust you? Gazing at the wise goddess before her, a hint of apprehension flashed in Ishtar's eyes. Not to mention that Athena had quietly developed a superfamiliar far surpassing the two kings of Oreo. If not for the appearance of Ngu Ainu, Freya and Loki's familiars would have been almost swept away. In their brief conversation, Ishtar had already experienced the formidable nature of this wise goddess. As they talked, Athena had completely taken control of the conversation, making Ishtar unintentionally reveal many secrets of her familiar. In contrast, Athena remained a complete enigma to her. How could Ishtar easily trust such a terrifying goddess? Athena chuckled softly. Because you want to defeat Freya and prove that you are the most beautiful goddess in Oreo. And I want to step on the corpses of the two kings of Oreo to ascend to the throne. Athena stood up and slowly walked to Ishtar's side, her slender, white fingers playfully lifting Ishtar's chin. We are the most natural allies because we share common interests. I've always believed that only common interests can firmly bind two chariots together. Don't you think so, my lady? Ishtar had to admit that while Athena might not be the most beautiful goddess she had ever seen, the most beautiful was, of course, herself. Lady Ishtar, she was certainly the most charming. Ishtar preferred men, yet she was still drawn to Athena's charm. Maybe occasionally doing it with the same sex isn't so bad. After all, she had played round with Amaterasu and Aphrodite a few times. Unable to resist Athena's astonishing charm, Ishtar's thoughts began to drift in an indescribable direction. Seeing the slightly dazed look in Ishtar's eyes, a hint of amusement flashed deep within Athena's eyes. She subtly moved a little away from Ishtar, yet maintained a tantalizingly close distance. Under Athena's assault on beauty, Ishtar, who hadn't gained any advantage, easily agreed to Athena's request for an alliance. Ding! With the light clink of their glasses, the familiars of Ishtar and Athena officially became allies. By the way, I heard that the mastermind behind Gadako Hotel is a gladiator who escaped from your arena? Athena casually mentioned. With this incident, as another main character, whose background was naturally dug up thoroughly by those nosy gods. His experience of escaping from the arena couldn't be hidden either. Thus, Ishtar, who missed out on such a prodigious talent, became the biggest laughingstock. Upon hearing this, Ishtar almost crushed the wine glass in her hand. It was impossible not to regret it. Originally, she thought he was just a slave with heroic blood, at most a sturdy plaything. Who could have imagined that after escaping from her, he would rise like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, developing a force far stronger than her familiar? It was all Freya's fault. If it weren't for that bitch attacking her newly opened arena, how could such an extraordinary child have slipped away so easily? Completely infected by the poison of jealousy, Ishtar selectively forgot that she had a chance. It was her matriarchal mindset that made her miss the best opportunity. It's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. At that time, Ngu, who had nothing and combat strength like a weakling, was the best time to show him a favor. And with Ngu's personality, even a small favor from Ishtar at that time would have made him repay her. Freya had only indirectly helped him a bit back then, and he remembered it deeply. As one could imagine, Ishtar wasn't a visionary otherwise. She wouldn't have been firmly suppressed by Freya and had to rely on some dubious methods. As Ngu's momentum grew stronger, Ishtar's jealousy towards him also intensified. He's just a mere male, why couldn't he obediently wait to become my slave? In Ishtar's matriarchal mind, There was no mistake in her judgment of people. It was all you, the despicable man, who was wrong. "What is it that you want to say, my lady?" Thinking of Freya and you, Ishtar's tone turned hostile. "Nothing. I just wanted to offer a small piece of advice as an ally. Not everyone in Gadako Hotel is that powerful." A knowing smile appeared on Athena's face. Completely unaware that she was being used as a pawn, Ishtar immediately summoned her right hand and left hand aides upon returning to her familiar. One was the captain of the familiar, known as the Man-Killer, Phryne Jamil, who was extremely ugly but considered herself as beautiful as a goddess. The other was Aisha Belka, who had once met Ryu and was highly respected and adored by the Amazons in the familiar for her flexible tactics and splendid fighting style. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Accompanied by an unpleasant laugh that sounded like a frog's croak, a giant figure walked in. This giant was 3 meters tall and equally wide, resembling a wall. Her face was incredibly ugly, almost like a pile of round stones with barely recognizable female features. Seeing this figure, a hint of disgust flashed in Ishtar's eyes. If there were stronger members in the familiar, she would never use this person. This woman, nicknamed the Man-Killer, exceeded the aesthetic limits of both humans and gods, lightly only appealing to monsters. Yet, this oddity had no self-awareness and shamelessly compared her looks to those of a goddess. She would play with men to death. This kind of person was not only the enemy of men but also a threat to women. "Goddess, you called for me." A hoarse, unpleasant voice, like stones clashing, came from the giant mass of flesh. Her tone and choice of words showed no respect for Ishtar, their main goddess. At this moment, a beautiful Amazon woman entered from outside. She was Aisha, whom Ishtar relied on more. "Mistress." Aisha respectfully greeted Ishtar with a bow. Ishtar nodded, her expression becoming serious. "I called you here today not for anything else. I have allied with the newly rising Athena familiar to jointly deal with that bitch Freya." Aisha listened respectfully. The mass of flesh suddenly burst into an unpleasant laugh. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. An alliance is great. I've long been fed up with that slut Freya. I'm more beautiful than her, yet those lowly men always praise her. If I get the chance, I'll carve a few marks on her face." Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ishtar's face turned somewhat ugly. Not only had Phryne interrupted her speech, but her words also showed no respect for the gods. Sensing the goddess's displeasure, the smooth-talking Aisha quickly changed the topic. "So, mistress, what are your plans?" Ishtar's expression improved slightly, and she said calmly, "I'm planning to deal with Freya familiars alia Gadako Hotel first." Ishtar's words shocked Aisha. "Mistress, I oppose this. It's said that in this incident, Gadako Hotel has shown strength even surpassing the 3 major familiars of Athena, Freya, and Loki. With our familiars' strength, we can't possibly be a match for them. However, good advice often goes unheeded." Aisha's suggestion sounded like self-deprecation and enemy glorification to Ishtar, making the goddess's face even darker. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Aisha, you're too timid. It's just a restaurant. How strong can they be?" "It's probably just a scapegoat pushed out by Freya familiar and Loki familiar to divert attention." "Freya and Loki must be hiding their strength." For once, Ishtar found Phryne's words more reasonable. "It's all Freya's fault. She misled this goddess." Once prejudice is formed, it's hard for both humans and gods to view matters related to the other party calmly and rationally. Ishtar was in this state, leading her to make a grave mistake, ultimately destroying her entire familiar. "It's decided. I will move against the Gadako Hotel." Ishtar's tone carried an air of unquestionable authority. The mistress had made her decision, and as her subordinates, they could only comply. "Yes." Aisha suppressed the unease in her heart and agreed. Ishtar valued this subordinate greatly and quickly comforted Aisha in a gentle tone. "Don't worry too much. Even if the rumors are true, not everyone in Gadako Hotel can be high-level adventurers. As long as we find the right opportunity and act quickly, we can capture a few valuable pawns." "Well, all right. I'll follow your orders," Aisha replied, suppressing her unease. Thus, a plot against Gadako Hotel began to unfold. Meanwhile, Yu was touring Oreo with a group of women. Originally intending for a relaxing trip, he was unprepared for how quickly events unfolded. Finally finding some free time, he fulfilled his promise by taking his contract spirits and Cyr on a tour around the massive labyrinth city. Cyr was out, and her inseparable companion, Raya, naturally followed. A certain childlike goddess with a sizable bust also tagged along upon hearing the commotion. Seeing this, the catgirls Anya and Chloe wanted to join but were caught by Mamma Mia and dragged back. The group mourned for the two catgirls for 3 seconds before resuming their joyful outing. They had no trouble along the way, maintaining at least a far tilde section 8 of harmony. He led them to the Gainshaw Familiar's Colosseum. This arena, built with the full power of the Gainshaw Familiar, was entirely in the style of ancient Rome, exuding grandeur and majesty. Though it wasn't a monster festival day, the Colosseum was still packed with spectators watching beast-taming shows, making the main street leading to the Colosseum incredibly crowded. You never expected that a brutal scene would erupt at this moment. Everything was going fine when Cyr suddenly exclaimed. It seemed someone had pushed her from behind, causing her to fall to Ryu's left. As the alter ego of a beauty goddess, she wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. Cyr quickly pretended to have twisted her ankle and leaned into Ryu's arms. Ryu just caught a faint, pleasant fragrance when he felt an incredibly soft sensation in his arms. Immediately, he sensed 3 intense auras locking onto him. One was Raya, with her inexplicable feelings for Cyr. As for the other 2, Ryu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist and a chilling killing intent from behind. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Jean smiling at him with an angelic, saintly expression. "What's wrong, Master? Is there something bothering you?" Not far behind him, Medea Lily had taken out a strange, curved dagger from who knows where and was examining his body, seemingly looking for a convenient place to stab. Comment 6 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 80, FGO 80. Although Ai's had a blank expression, even a fool could see the coldness in her eyes. As for the little devil Ishtarin and the viper Semiramis, they were watching the drama with delighted smiles, as this kind of scene was their favorite. Fortunately, Scathach and Atalanta were not there. You couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. To prevent Athena from attacking again and rescuing the 3 captives, you had to leave the 2 behind. Scathach had no interest in shopping, so she stayed behind with Atalanta, who was always on guard against you. By the way, Scathach went out of the city to assassinate Apollo and quickly returned, looking somewhat unsatisfied. Curious, you asked, and the usually stern Scathach suddenly transformed into a critic. She complained about how Apollo, despite being the sun god, fought like a weakling, how he was full of effeminate and homo qualities, and how he fell before she even exerted herself. You immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Scathach narrowed her eyes, licked her red lips subconsciously, and looked at Ryu like he was a delicious prey. Then, the unsatisfied Scathach, under the pretext of training, dragged him to the training ground and gave him a thorough workout. No more thinking about it. Thinking too much would only bring tears. Fortunately, the formidable queen wasn't present, or she'd use this as another excuse to drag him to the training ground. Ever since Ryu obtained the X-level noble phantasm, Scathach treated him like an indestructible new toy. The frequency of her training sessions had more than tripled. Thanks to her, Ryu's combat experience was skyrocketing. As for Atalanta, the aloof catgirl has been avoiding him ever since he teased her a few times. Perhaps similarity attracts, as Atalanta had become good friends with the catgirls Anya and Chloe. While Ryu was lost in thought, the drama took another turn. Seeing Cyr clinging to his right side, Jeanne, as if in a fit of jealousy or competition, pressed herself against his left side. Ryu suddenly felt his left hand sink into a ferocious softness. Such ferocious breasts. Ryu was shocked. He never expected the usually shy and pure saint to make such a bold move. This was fantastic. Seeing Ryu occupied on both sides, Medea Lily put away her dagger, sprinted to his back, and held onto the hem of his clothes. Medea-chan was such an honest child. Just when you thought the drama would slowly settle down, A soft and enchanting voice came from the front. "Ara, what a coincidence!" It was the goddess Freya, smiling as she stood not far ahead. When the goddess appeared, the entire street seemed to transform into another world, a splendid world filled with flowers and rainbows. Almost all the male beings present had heart-shaped A's, and some even had nosebleeds, collapsing from blood loss. Even those with partners, whether pinched on the waist or slapped in the face, all wore the same lover-struck expression. You even saw a pair of originally very eye-catching homo men, who turned into lover-struck fools with heart-shaped eyes at the goddess's appearance. Even turning homo straight, the goddess's unmatched charm was truly terrifying. No wonder the goddess always wore a hooded cloak that covered her completely when she went out, not only to hide her identity but also to prevent such chaos. You inwardly exclaimed that she was someone not to be trifled with. But this not to be trifled with figure was walking directly towards him with elegant steps. Today, Freya did not wear the black dress that exposed her long, fair legs and large patches of white skin, which was full of sensuality. Instead, she wore a white dress with a slightly fresh style. This gave the beauty goddess, whose fame was unrivaled in Orrerio, a different kind of fresh aura. Freya walked elegantly to his side. The next second, the goddess's actions shocked everyone. Freya leaned directly into his embrace. You immediately smelled a faint fragrance like roses. He was sure this was Freya's natural scent. This scent wasn't as strong as a perfume but acted like a small hand teasing his heart. Coupled with the fact that the goddess's ferocity in the chest department was no less than that of the saint, he felt as if he was surrounded by soft cotton from all sides, though the cotton on the right was a bit harder, which was a pity. "I hope I didn't interrupt your date." Freya's face showed a coquettish and playful smile. This expression, done by Freya, didn't seem awkward at all. Instead, it mixed with a mature and alluring sweetness. Jean looked at her angrily, while vigorously kneading Ryu's waist, as if taking it out on Freya. Freya's face was also full of frustration. She was confident against other rivals, but when it came to her radiant, unparalleled self, she could only concede defeat. Unexpectedly, Freya became even more aggressive. She said to Cyr without any sincerity, "Sorry, Cyr. I'm also a competitor now." How can this be? Ignoring Cyr, Freya made another incredibly bold move. She stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Ryu's neck like the most intimate lover, and slowly brought her red lips close to his face. When she and Ryu were in this extremely close state, she made no affectionate moves. She just whispered in his ear, "I've detected that Athena has secretly allied with the guild to target you, and also." Freya's voice suddenly became more serious and cold. "Loki also seems to be secretly involved with them." Ryu's eyes narrowed immediately. His tone carried a hint of contemplation and a touch of coldness. "Although I was mentally prepared, there are those who seek death. Is living so hard for them?" Freya smiled non-committally. "There's no helping it. Supreme power and strength are just that attractive." As Ryu and Freya discussed serious matters, even Jean and Cyr, who overheard their conversation, stopped being jealous and instead huddled closer to provide cover. But to the onlookers, it didn't seem that way. Due to the angle, they only saw this guy, who should be tied to a stake and burned, not only receiving a kiss from the goddess but also being surrounded by several girls competing to get closer. Then the crowd erupted. "Damn it! I want to kiss the beautiful goddess too." Having a goddess isn't enough, he has to monopolize so many girls by himself. Countless resentments eventually merged into a unified voice. "Burn, burn, burn. Burn him to death." You never expected that just saying a few words would cause such a huge commotion. He had no choice but to take the girls and jump onto a nearby rooftop to shake off the crowd that had gone mad. On the other side, you didn't know that a conspiracy against the Godako Hotel was unfolding. "I'm so bored." Anya leaned against the window, looking at the surging crowd below. "Idiot Anya. Be careful that Mamma Mia hears you and punishes you by making you help in the dishwashing room." Chloe, standing beside her, showed a sly smile. Yikes! Thinking of the dishwashing room piled high with dirty dishes, Anna couldn't help but shiver. her tail fur standing on end. "Idiot Chloe, you scare me." Anna recovered and immediately pounced on Chloe, gritting her teeth. After a bout of scuffling, the two catgirls lay sprawled on the table not moving. "Since the preparations for the opening are already done, why don't we go find the boss and the others?" Anya suddenly raised her head and suggested. "That's not a good idea. Mama Mia told us to stay here." Chloe was tempted but looked hesitant. Anna couldn't help but show a teasing smile, nudging Chloe with her elbow and speaking in a tempting tone. "Don't you want to see what the boss is doing? If you don't work harder, the boss will be snatched away by Sir." Chloe's expression couldn't hold anymore. Anya's words immediately reminded her of that fragrant night, and two blushes appeared on Chloe's fair cheeks. Seeing this, Anya added fuel to the fire. "It seems that besides Sir, many excellent girls have suddenly appeared around the boss. By then, someone might not even have the status of a lover." "Absolutely not." Before Anya could finish speaking, Chloe stood up resolutely. Seeing this, Anya secretly made a plan-succeeded gesture. Chloe, who came to her senses, looked at Anya curiously, as if she didn't recognize her. "Are you that idiot Anya?" "Absolutely." Anya proudly raised her head and patted her chest. Chloe immediately showed an expression of defeated by you, gently touching her forehead with her hand, her tone full of helplessness. "Your IQ only comes in handy when you want to sneak out to play." "What? I'm very smart." Anya immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. "For example, I can count from 1 to 9. Chloe almost fell to the ground. After a while, the back door of the Gadako Hotel was opened, and two figures sneaked out. Who else could it be but Anya and Chloe? However, these two careless catgirls did not notice a pair of malicious eyes secretly watching them. Pleasure Street, Ishtar Familiar Headquarters. The man-killer was frantically ravaging a burly man. No bed could withstand her weight, so she could only lay a thick carpet on the hard marble floor, enjoying the pleasure of ravaging men. Despite this, the marble floor beneath her often cracked and had to be replaced frequently. At this moment, the man beneath her was frothing at the mouth and had completely passed out. She continued her enjoyment, indifferent. "Men are all useless if they can't handle my unparalleled charm." These were Phryne's true thoughts when facing men who faint from her exploitation. She often exerted herself even more, squeezing the men until they died. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and an Amazon quickly walked in. Captain, good news." "Ribbit, didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's important?" Phryne, as huge as a mountain, suddenly stood up, causing the man beneath her to spit out a large mouthful of blood, tilt his head, and completely lose his life. Phryne suddenly felt a warm liquid splash on her feet and looked down instinctively. "Ribbit, dead?" "Today's men are getting more and more useless. Not even one can satisfy me." Looking at the dead man's strong, naked body and excellent looks, the Amazon who came to deliver the news felt a pang of regret. What a great man, wasted by this monster. Hearing Phryne's shameless words, a trace of disgust flashed in the Amazon's eyes. "Which man could satisfy a disgusting monster like you? You monopolize them, leaving the sisters with nothing." "It's infuriating." Of course, she only thinks this in her heart. Suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, the Amazon approached Phryne. She almost fainted from the strong, nauseating smell of sweat. The Amazon had to hold her breath as she approached Phryne and informed her of the news about the Gadako Hotel. "Ribbit, the opportunity has come. Let's set out immediately and capture those two little cats." "Damn, Gadako Hotel, they refuse to let someone as beautiful as me inside. This time, I'll smash the entire hotel to pieces." Ribbit. With a disgusting laugh, Phryne put on her clothes, not that it mattered, who would be interested in her anyway, grabbed a giant alloy hammer, and swaggered out the door. "Of course, they wouldn't let you in." "Do you want to scare all the customers away?" The Amazon rolled her eyes. Soon, a well-trained team from the Ishtar Familiar set out, led by Aisha. As for the monster Phryne, she was so reckless in battle that no one teamed up with her anymore. So, Phryne always fought alone. Of course, in Phryne's eyes, These bitches avoided her because her beauty made them feel inferior. Feeling guilty, Anya and Chloe took small paths to avoid being discovered by Mamma Mia. Just as they were about to pass through a narrow alley between two buildings, the exit was suddenly blocked by a wall. Although life had become more peaceful, Anya and Chloe were both level 4 adventurers, ruthless fighters who had survived countless monsters. Their hands swiftly moved under their skirts, instantly drawing their weapons. Chapter 81, FGO 81. Chloe shouted sternly, "Who goes there?" "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. You must be from the Gadako Hotel. If I capture you, I can do whatever I want with that hotel." "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit." Accompanied by an unpleasant laugh, an extremely ugly face appeared on the wall blocking the exit. It looked as if someone had forcibly carved eyes, nose, and mouth onto a smooth, oval-shaped stone. Anya and Chloe were both startled. The straightforward Anya instinctively shouted out, "You!" "Where did this monster come from?" This honest child. Chloe, standing next to her, broke into a cold sweat. The scene became extremely awkward. Frine opened her bloody mouth and roared, "Don't call me ugly. Are you too blind? I'm so beautiful." "How could you call me ugly?" "I've changed my mind. I'm going to smash you into meat paste." Her voice was so loud that it formed sound waves spreading in all directions. The houses on both sides shook as if there was an earthquake, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. The glass windows of nearby houses shattered into pieces. Faced with such a terrifying sound wave weapon, Anya and Chloe had to cover their ears, but they were still left with tingling scalps and dizziness. "That's not acceptable." These two are important figures of Gadako Hotel and have a close relationship with the boss behind them. The mistress's order is to control the hotel, not to start a war with them. A voice full of charm came from behind them. A group of Amazons dressed in revealing outfits blocked the other end of the alley, led by Aisha. "A trap?" Chloe's face turned cold. She exchanged a glance with Anya, and the two instantly took a back-to-back stance with perfect coordination. Aisha sighed lightly and began to persuade them. "Young ladies, you can't escape this time. Just come with us obediently. Don't worry, you are still useful to us. We won't harm you easily." Before Aisha finished speaking, Frine immediately demonstrated what it meant to have a pig teammate. "No way, these two little bitches call me ugly. I must smash them into meat paste." Aisha couldn't help but frown slightly. She glanced at the two highly vigilant catgirls, who weren't going to surrender. It makes sense. After all, if someone threatened to smash you into meat paste, who would surrender? Who would? Cursing her pig teammate in her mind 1,000 times, Aisha still tried one last time to persuade her. "Frine, this is the mistress's will. What you're doing will interfere with her plan." "Shut up, you bitch who only knows how to spread your legs. Don't use the goddess to pressure me." The enemy was having an internal conflict. However, Anya and Chloe felt no sense of relief. The ugly monster in front was stronger than them, and Aisha's team of Amazons, although slightly weaker, was numerous. Most crucially, the enemy had the advantage of terrain. If they blocked the front and rear entrances and kept using ranged attacks, they could wear them down to death. "Damn Anya, it looks like we're going to die together this time," Chloe said with a bitter smile. "Huh? Stupid Chloe, I don't want to die with you. I haven't had enough of the boss's desserts and grilled fish yet." Anya instinctively retorted. "Well, you're right. If we get back safely this time, I'll confess to the boss." Chloe's gaze became extremely sharp, reminiscent of the fearsome assassin Black Cat from years ago. "Then I'll rally the sisters to support you." Anya's eyes also narrowed into slits. Without any signal, the two launched their attack with perfect coordination. "Damn it!" Aisha, ignoring Frine, hurriedly instructed the Amazons behind her to get into formation. In an instant, the small alley was filled with a bloodbath. Screams, curses, and the clash of weapons resounded throughout. By the time you received the news and rushed back, it was already evening. Facing Mamma Mia's ashen face, he slowly pushed open the wooden door of the medical room. A strong smell of blood hit his nose. Atalanta stood by the window, continuously stroking the moon goddess bow in her hand, exuding an icy killing intent. like an arrow ready to be released. Scathach sighed, walked over, and gently patted his shoulder in comfort. Ryu gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk over. Lifting the white curtain, his pupils contracted. The black-haired, cat-eared girl lay the pale, her right leg in a tightly wrapped cast, her body covered in bloodstains. Anya was lying beside her and immediately looked up when she heard the noise. Seeing him, she threw herself onto him, completely disregarding her arm, which was also in a cast. Boss. Chloe's right leg. Chloe's right leg is crippled. In his memory, this orange short-haired cat girl was always full of energy, with a sunny smile on her face. But now, Anya's eyes were swollen from crying, her face full of guilt and grief. You took a deep breath. As the boss of the hotel, the only man here, the pillar of support, he had to stay calm. Not a single enemy will be spared. But the most important thing now was treating Chloe's injuries. While gently stroking Anya's hair, he comforted her in the softest tone. It's okay, Anya, it's okay. I'm back now. Everything will get better. Anya choked out a response. To avoid waking the sleeping Chloe, everyone quietly left the room. You finally managed to calm Anya down. Once her emotions stabilized a bit, he began questioning her. Didn't you use the Holy Spirit medicine or the purple bottle potion I left? The spirit medicine, known for its ability to save someone as long as they're still breathing, was something they wouldn't be stingy about. Moreover, you had even left behind a more effective large purple bottle from the system as a precaution. We did. Of course, we did. Anya became visibly agitated again, clearly deeply affected by the incident. So Scathach spoke up from the side. This little girl just has some blood loss, a few days of rest, and she'll recover. The problem is the other girl. She paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Her Achilles tendon was crushed, and too much time has passed, missing the best treatment window. From her explanation, Ryu immediately understood why Anya had cried out that Chloe was crippled. It is a crucial part of the human body that enables free movement. Once damaged, a person can no longer move freely. Tendons function by pulling muscles to contract and driving different bones, allowing movement. Once a tendon is severed for an extended period, ligaments retract, and muscles can no longer move the bones. This is why the spirit medicine and the large purple bottle were ineffective. The magical medicine can only restore damaged areas and does not affect intact parts. To restore Chloe's leg, a tendon suturing surgery must be performed first, followed by the use of spirit medicine or similar magical potions, or perhaps some powerful noble phantasm. Yu's eyes lit up as he immediately thought of a solution. He hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, bring Medea-chan over here." Then he turned around, looking excitedly at Anya and said, "Anya, don't worry, I will make Chloe well again. I swear." With his assurance, Anya's emotions gradually stabilized. Soon, Medea Lily, dressed in a light purple gauze ancient Greek-style priestess robe, arrived at the medical room. After carefully examining Chloe's condition, she gave a positive response. Painbreaker is the healing noble phantasm that Medea Lily possesses. This noble phantasm is paired with Rule Breaker. If Rule Breaker, which can break any contract, represents the heart lock of the adult Medea, who was deceived by Jason and scarred, then Painbreaker, which can heal all curses or magical injuries, symbolizes the innocent and carefree heart of the young Medea, far from the world. This noble phantasm does not manipulate time but calculates the original state of the one being healed and automatically repairs it. To others, it appears as if time is rewinding. Except for death, any injury can be overcome without question, making it almost the strongest healing method besides resurrection. After asking Anya to stay as close to Chloe as possible, Medea Lily began to unleash her noble phantasm. May it become a world where no one gets hurt or hurts others. This noble phantasm's release incantation truly matches her personality, Yu thought to himself. At this moment, accompanied by Medea Lily's prayers, a swirling vortex of star blue magical power formed at her feet, with some sparkling stars slowly rising from the vortex. She suddenly raised her staff and shouted, "Painbreaker!" In an instant, The entire space was filled with pale blue, semi-transparent bubbles. A breeze infused with life magics blew towards Anya and Chloe. Anya instantly felt as if she had been placed in warm spring water. This feeling was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. At the same time, it was as if time had reversed for Chloe. Even the bloodstains on her clothes receded, her pale face regained its color, and her twisted, abnormal right leg completely returned to normal. As the magical light gradually subsided, Chloe's breathing also became steady. It doesn't hurt anymore? Covered by Medea Lily's noble phantasm as well, Anya instinctively swung her arm and found it as flexible as if it had never been injured. Amazing! Anya's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she grabbed Medea Lily's hand and shook it vigorously. Medea Lily showed a helpless expression, wanting to refuse but finding it difficult. At that moment, Chloe, lying on the bed, moved her fingers slightly and then slowly opened her eyes. "She's awake." Anya immediately cheered, quickly letting go of Medea Lily's hand and rushing to Chloe's bedside. She wanted to touch her but was extremely cautious, afraid of hurting her. "It's okay. The injuries on both of you, including the lost blood, have been completely restored. You are now in peak health." Seeing Anya's concern, Medea Lily quickly explained. "Thank you." Anya hurriedly expressed her gratitude, then leaned over to Chloe and asked with concern, "Chloe, how do you feel? Does anything hurt?" Chloe shook her slightly groggy head, then suddenly sat up, startling Anya. "See, I told you it's okay." Medea Lily laughed happily. At 14 years old, she was at an innocent and carefree age, and helping others made her very happy. "Good job." Ryu smiled with relief and patted her head. She couldn't help but show a shy smile. "Master, can you reward me with a dessert set?" "No problem." He agreed immediately. As Ryu's contracted servant, they pursued very few things, and the dessert was especially effective for all female beings. So Ryu had agreed with them that whenever they made a significant contribution, he would personally cook a luxurious dessert set as a reward. What was initially an unexpected move to bring them closer ended up unexpectedly motivating all the servants greatly. "Boss, Chloe wants to talk to you." After chatting privately with Chloe for a while, the fully revived energetic catgirl Anya suddenly winked and spoke to him. Ryu nodded. The others in the infirmary exchanged glances and found various reasons to leave. In no time, the once crowded infirmary was empty, leaving only Ryu and Chloe. In this situation, Chloe, who had always seemed a bit aloof and cunning, suddenly blushed. "What do you want to say to me?" Ryu smiled and, as usual, naturally patted Chloe's head. Only then did he notice the curves of Chloe's body under the white sheet. To facilitate treatment, Chloe was nearly nude except for her underwear, so he instinctively gave her a quick look once over as she was wrapped in the sheet. In an instant, Ryu's memory flashed back to that almost scandalous, sensual night they had alone. Girls are sensitive to male gazes, and Chloe, who was once a top assassin, easily noticed his gaze. Oddly enough, despite blushing and lowering her head slightly, Chloe did not attempt to cover up. Instead, she subtly puffed out her chest, presenting herself for him to admire. This made Ryu feel a bit embarrassed, and he cleared his throat. "Ahem." Chloe's body trembled, and she took a deep breath. She suddenly raised her head with a resolute expression. "Boss, kiss me." Then Chloe, as if awaiting a final judgment, tightly closed her eyes. However, her slightly trembling body revealed her inner nervousness. Comment 6 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 82, FGO 82 Sorry, I just see you as a friend, and I will only be a passerby in your life, so I am very sorry. A broken bar. Chloe's trembling suddenly stopped. She opened her eyes wide, suppressing the disappointment and sadness in her heart, her eyes firm and resolute. Then, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Ryu's neck and kissed him. After a long while, their lips parted. "But this is my answer." Chloe then pushed him away and fell onto the bed, turning her back to him and speaking quietly. "I'm tired. I want to rest." Ryu sighed, walked out the door, and gently closed it. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Chloe could no longer hold back her tears. which flowed down and soaked the pillow. "What do you mean he can't even be lovers anymore? Isn't it already impossible to be lovers, you idiot, Anya?" Tears continued to stream down Chloe's face, but she complained with a smile. Outside the door, hearing the faint sound of crying from inside, you instinctively wanted to open the door and go back in. However, when his hand touched the wooden door, it was as if he were electrocuted, and he quickly retracted it. He sighed again and turned to leave. It wasn't that he was heartless, it was that he couldn't take responsibility for Chloe. With his growth rate, only powerful heroic spirits or someone with great potential like his Kuhai AIs could keep up with him. Even for Sir, he didn't agree carelessly. "Don't look at Sir having no combat power now as part of Goddess Freya. She naturally has terrifying potential like AIs, only lacking a key to unlock it. By then, if Chloe couldn't keep up with him and the others, how could she cope? Would she become the Harem Palace manager? If he couldn't promise to walk alongside her, then he shouldn't accept her love." The anger that had been temporarily suppressed flared up even more intensely after rejecting Chloe, as if a barrel of fuel had been added to the fire. Those familiar with him would see the blazing fire in his eyes, capable of destroying everything. Now, you only wanted to do one thing: a kill. "Come to the meeting room." He messaged everyone in his mental communication, then headed straight to the meeting room. Everyone he encountered along the way was so frightened by his negative emotions that they didn't try to move, as if any disturbance would lead to being torn apart by this terrifying beast. It was only after he passed that they patted their chests in relief. When you walked into the meeting room, Scathach was already there. Seeing his unusual emotional state, she frowned slightly and spoke sternly. "As a warrior, you can have emotions, but you must never be controlled by them." You took a deep breath, regaining his composure. However, his aura became even colder and more terrifying. "An irrational beast is less frightening than someone who can control their inner rage." Scathach nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Anger can make you stronger, but you must not be consumed by it. Mastering your emotions completely will make you even stronger in battle." At this moment, Yu's contracted heroic spirits also began arriving in the meeting room. Even the benevolent holy saint did not try to stop you from seeking revenge. As for the enemy, you already knew the whole story from Anya and the others. The target was clear. "I have decided to attack the Ishtar familiar now." This declaration, though anticipated, did not surprise anyone. Yu then addressed his master and Ishtar in Shizu. "Ishtar, I leave that copycat to you. If she shows any signs of unsealing and releasing her divine power, kill her immediately." Such a weak opponent is hardly exciting. "But she's too difficult for you right now, so I'll reluctantly take over." Ishtarin, however, had a different suggestion. "Hey, can I make her lose her combat ability and then hand her over to me?" You looked at her questioningly. Ishtarin thought for a moment and said, "She's an alternate version of me from another world. I can directly absorb her essence to strengthen myself or broken bar." "How much can you strengthen?" Originally unmotivated, Scathach suddenly sat up straight, eyes shining brightly. Ishtarin couldn't help but tremble in her heart, but thinking about significantly strengthening herself, she still forced herself to say, "About 2 to 3 times stronger." After all, she'd never encountered something like traversing different dimensions before, so she could only estimate roughly. "Good, I will beat her half to death, and after you absorb her essence, you will fight me," Scathach said with great enthusiasm. Ishtarin immediately showed a troubled expression, feeling like she had shot herself in the foot. But using the essence to strengthen herself not only provided a large boost but also had no side effects, which was very important to her. In the end, Ishtarin gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. However, Ishtarin did not see the fleeting pity in Yu's eyes. Ishtarin's request gave him another plan, and he suddenly asked, after absorbing the essence, "What will happen to that copycat?" Ishtarin gave him a strange look but still answered, "She probably won't die but will lose all her power and become an ordinary person." "Then don't let her die, even if you have to use a major healing potion to keep her barely alive," Yu said with a cold smile. Hearing his words, the women present couldn't help but look at each other, and Jeanne showed a hint of reluctance on her face. They understood his intention. For someone high and mighty, what could be more devastating than losing everything? He intended to make her life worse than death. Okay, you're the master, you decide. Ishtar shrugged. After all, she didn't know this world's Ishtar, so whether she lived or died had nothing to do with her. As for the remaining members of the Ishtar familia, I want them all eliminated, you said with an irrefutable tone. This time, he was genuinely angry. Others were fine, but Jeanne frowned and hesitated before speaking gently. Wouldn't this harm the innocent? Not all of them participated in the siege. But he waved his hand, stopping Jeanne's words. I suddenly realized I was too naive. Some people won't be grateful no matter how much you tolerate them. So what we need to do now is simple. If they reach out, we cut off their heads. His tone was calm, but his words were extremely cold. By the way, Jeanne, you stay this time, he said unarguably. Why? Jeanne stood up in surprise, her hands on the table, leaning forward as if questioning him. Because you are my conscience, but this time I don't need a conscience. His tone was as resolute as iron. Bang! Jeanne slammed the table. What are you talking about? Her face showed obvious anger. Everyone couldn't help but show surprised expressions. It was rare to see such a gentle person lose her temper. But he had no intention of changing his mind. This is my order, as the master. Please forgive me, but I cannot accept it. You ignored Jeanne and directly instructed the others. Let's start now. Just the thought of those maggots still breathing makes me uncomfortable. At this moment, it was clear that he would not listen to any persuasion, so everyone wisely filed out. Jeanne wanted to say something more, but Scathach grabbed her shoulder. Let it go, Saint of France. Can't you see? He needs to vent his anger, using the heads and blood of his enemies, or he'll drive himself mad. But Lady Scathach. Jeanne opened her mouth but ultimately sighed helplessly and chose to compromise. Understood, you. As the last chain broke, the bloodthirsty beast was unleashed. Ishtar Familia's residence. By some coincidence, tonight's moonlight was completely covered by a thick layer of clouds, making the entire Oreo darker than usual. A night of murder under a moonless sky. This phrase was fitting for the occasion. Bang! Ishtar angrily threw the wine bottle in her hand at Phryne. Whether it was because Phryne's head was too hard or her durability stats were too high, the glass bottle shattered on her head. But Phryne herself was completely unscathed. She nonchalantly wiped off the glass shards from her face. Ishtar, enraged, pointed at her nose and cursed. You idiot! I told you to capture them alive, but you let them escape just for the sake of tormenting them. Now the Gadako Hotel will retaliate against us. Faced with the goddess's scolding, Phryne showed an unhappy expression. Ribbit ribbit ribbit. Goddess, you can't blame me for this. It was Aisha's group who were too weak. They couldn't even stop two injured kittens. Ribbit ribbit ribbit. Aisha could only smile bitterly in response to Phryne's accusations. What could she do when faced with a leader who liked to sell out her teammates? She was helpless. Ishtar wasn't a fool and naturally didn't believe her excuse. Ishtar had seen Phryne's behavior too many times and waved her hand impatiently. Enough. Let's discuss how to deal with the Gadako Hotel. Aisha, have you contacted the Athena Familia? What did they say? Lady Ishtar, I was just about to report to you. Aisha showed a hint of hesitation on her face as she spoke. The Athena Familia said this is a mess we made ourselves, and we should take responsibility for it. Damn it. Athena, you despicable bitch. Ishtar slammed the armrest of her throne. To have dealt with Freya for so many years, she was certainly not a fool. Given Athena's drastically different attitude, Ishtar instantly realized she was being used as cannon fodder by Athena. A wave of shame and anger at being ruthlessly manipulated by Athena surged in her heart. Ishtar gritted her teeth, her beautiful face twisted like a demon's. Lady Ishtar, just in case, I've already sent someone to notify the guild. Although we might be punished by the guild, I think given the Gadako Hotel's antagonistic stance towards the guild will probably only give us a symbolic punishment. Finally hearing some good news, Ishtar's expression softened a bit. She nodded appreciatively. You did well. Suddenly, The sound of piercing screams, the whistling of arrows, and the clash of weapons came from outside the door. 10 minutes earlier, Yu had led his contracted heroic spirits to the front of the Ishtar familiar's residence under the cover of night. Without his reminder, Atalanta, who was skilled in long-range attacks, immediately drew her bow and nocked an arrow. A sentry hiding among the dense branches and leaves of a large tree was wide-eyed, observing the surroundings. Aisha had already given strict orders beforehand: strong enemies could attack at any moment, so no sentry will be careless. A barely audible sound was heard, and the sentry suddenly felt a pain in her throat. To her horror, she found an arrow had somehow lodged in her throat, and blood was gushing from the wound. In an instant, she felt all her strength leave her body, and she fell. Almost simultaneously, 3 sentries hiding in the shadows fell as well, in intervals of less than a second, so quickly that they had no time to raise an alarm. Atalanta lightly licked her lips, a bloodthirsty expression appearing on her face. In the weak firelight, her green hunter's attire was gone. Instead, she wore a dark fur tube top and leather pants exuding endless dark magic. A grim wild boar's head covered in purple magical patterns hung on her right shoulder. This leather outfit barely covered Atalanta's vital parts. Her golden green hair had also turned to a demonic silver white. In the pitch-black night, she exuded an unusual wildness, like a female Black Panther hunting. Yes, this was Atalanta's noble phantasm Agrius Metamorphose. After using this noble phantasm, Atalanta's attributes, aside from luck, increased by a level, and she gained a rank Mad Enhancement, Transformation, and a skill similar to attack-based healing. Whitening weakens by 30%, blackening strengthens by 5 times. Though not that exaggerated, with the boost from the noble phantasm, Atalanta's combat power increased by at least 2 to 3 times, making her comparable to some top-tier heroes. Of course, there were drawbacks. Once this noble phantasm was unleashed, Atalanta's mind would be influenced by the Caledonian boar. Although as a heroic spirit, she wouldn't completely lose her sanity, she would become more bloodthirsty and cruel. It was as if her class had changed to Avenger. Is this all right? She's already somewhat disobedient. In the night, Scathach, holding the magical spear, stood elegantly, her scarlet pupils staring at Ryu. It doesn't matter, as long as she kills, he replied indifferently. He adjusted his equipment and then walked towards the gate of the Ishtar familiar's residence. Remember, don't be controlled by your emotions, control them, Scathach reminded him. Don't worry, I just want to kill. He didn't look back, just waved his hand. A black light shone from the ring on his finger, and he immediately blended into the night. All right, let me stretch my muscles too. Scathach lazily stretched, her long, taut curves beautifully outlined under her provocative battle attire, but no one was there to admire them. In the distance, the Ishtar familiar's residence was already ablaze. Chapter 83, FGO 83. Atalanta Alta turned into a terrifying hunter in the night, and any Amazon who showed their head from any position would be killed with a single arrow through the throat. Eventually, as if she grew tired of this boring hunting game, she stopped aiming for vital points, instead targeting non-lethal areas like limbs, kidneys, and liver. An Amazon was trembling behind a wall, watching helplessly as her companions were shot dead one by one. The gruesome sight of their corpses made her too afraid to show herself. However, a sharp whistle sounded, and the thick marble wall, nearly a meter thick, was directly pierced. The arrow, imbued with dark magic, hit her abdomen, lifting her and pinning her to the wall behind her. Instinctively, she struggled to pull out the arrow, but as her blood flowed away, her strength waned, her body grew cold, and she could only futilely grasp at the arrow, unable to free herself. Watching her prey struggle in a pool of blood, Atalanta, standing atop the high tower, showed a delighted smile. In the dim night, she resembled a terrifying night demon. Enemy attack. We need support here. Help. I still have many men to have fun with. I don't want to die. The Ishtar familiar was filled with various curses and screams. A team of Amazons, cursing and swearing, rushed out of a large house while hurriedly donning their armor. They had just climbed out of bed from their male slaves, their clothes disheveled. Some hadn't even put on their underwear properly, and their bodies were covered with marks of recent pleasure. At this moment, a dark figure appeared at the end of the corridor. He wasn't particularly burly but exuded a sense of power. However, his eyes were terrifying, a pure black yet filled with blood red, as if a beast awakened from slumber, ready to devour. He wore no protective gear, just a loose black shirt. He seemed unarmed, but a colorful glow flickered in his hands. In his hand, he held something round and head-sized, but it was hard to see clearly in the dim torchlight. When his figure became clear, the Amazons relaxed slightly. Despite everything he had been through, Yu's age was a limitation. His slightly immature face naturally made the older ones underestimate him. But underestimating him came at a cost, such as their lives. "Little brother, where are you from?" an Amazon said with a teasing smile. But before she could finish, the object in his hand became clearer, a human head with a face twisted in terror, despair, and pain, belonging to an Amazon. "Damn it! Kill him!" the leading Amazon shouted immediately. Her reaction was quick but not quick enough. Yu's eyes swept over coldly, followed by an eye laser beam attack. A searing beam of sunlight cut through them like a laser. Despite years or even decades of training and divine blessings, their bodies were split in half without any defense. The upper bodies of the Amazon team fell to the ground in unison. The intense heat of the sunlight cauterized the wounds, leaving no blood. It took a while for the Amazons to feel the pain, and they let out agonizing screams. Yu noticed someone was missing. He initially saw a team of 12, but now there were only 22 halves of bodies. Die. At that moment, an Amazon with a face full of hatred emerged from a nearby window, clutching a dagger as she lunged at him. Just before Yu's attack, the Amazon captain's battle-honed instincts had made her dive into the adjacent building, narrowly escaping death. Splat. Blood splattered. The dagger, coated in poison and driven by endless hatred, stabbed into Yu's chest. Her face lit up with a satisfied smile. However, that smile crumbled within seconds. "Is that all? You managed to escape but came back to die. Isn't living better?" Yu said with a gentle expression. However, the Amazon was horrified to find that the wound she had just inflicted was healing at a visible rate, slowly pushing the dagger out. "Monster!" she screamed in terror, releasing the dagger and turning to flee, but he grabbed her by the hair. Ignoring her struggles, he crushed the head he was holding, splattering himself with red and white matter. With a look of unfinished satisfaction, he grabbed the Amazon's head, a kind smile on his face. "A team should be complete, don't you agree?" The Amazon's face was filled with terror, snot and tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She could muster courage against human enemies, but against a demon, all she felt was despair. Before she could finish pleading for mercy, Yu, still smiling, cut her in half with a beam of sunlight. Thus, the Amazon team was finally complete. Yu was no longer bothered by the increasing number of Amazons, continuing to walk forward, sensing and searching for his prey. Behind him, the Amazons, unable to live or die, completely collapsed. Some chose to end their own lives, while the remaining ones had vacant eyes, their spirits utterly broken. As he walked, he extended his senses, searching for any stragglers. As for those who fled the camp, when they thought they had escaped, Atalanta would teach them the true meaning of despair. Occasionally, members of the Ishtar familia hiding in corners were found by Yu and killed in not-so-pleasant ways. Be it cutting them in half, destroying their liver, or bleeding them out, he ensured they would survive for at least 30 minutes, dying slowly in helplessness and pain. When Yu discovered them, their reactions varied. Some launched desperate attacks, some knelt and begged for mercy, and some even tried to seduce him by undressing. However, he treated them all the same, making them complete. Perhaps Yu's actions were too arrogant, finally provoking a strong response from the Ishtar familia. As he stepped into a huge hall, a voice suddenly shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, arrows and javelins filled the direction he was heading. Yu had to raise his hands to protect his head and face, crouching down to minimize his exposed area. Splat! Blood splattered. A series of sharp sounds pierced through flesh and blood, and within just a few seconds, he was riddled with more than a dozen arrows and several javelins. When he stood up, he looked like an enlarged version of a porcupine. However, this was just the prelude to the opponent's attack. Fire! With that determined voice ringing out again. In front of you was a massive ballista. All the previous attacks were to pin him in place. The real killer move was this siege ballista that the Ishtar familiar had spent a fortune to purchase from black market merchants. Following the command, the Amazons operating the ballista pulled the trigger. With a teeth-gritting sound, a bolt as thick as Yu's arm shot out, aimed directly at him. Splat! The bolt, several times thicker than a spear, carried immense kinetic energy, piercing through his body and dragging him backward, sending him flying out the door. Boom! There was a loud noise outside the door, followed by the sound of a building collapsing, then silence. It seemed the terrifying monster was finally dead. The Amazons in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, and someone started to cheer loudly, followed by the others, who even began to sing songs in a strange language that others could not understand. Even Aisha showed a relieved expression. But none of them noticed the cold smile on Yu's lips and the extremely calm voice that escaped just before he was hit. Second gear. After a little while, just as some curious Amazons were about to step out the door to check on the monster. Crash! There was a faint sound of rubble being disturbed outside the door. Hearing this, Aisha's face changed drastically. "Come back!" she shouted a warning. But the few Amazons had already reached the hall's entrance, and upon hearing her warning, instinctively turned around. Swish! A blinding golden laser swept across. Aisha's face changed dramatically, and she quickly shouted, "Get down!" But the celebrating Amazons had no time to react. Except for a few lucky ones, most in the hall were swept by the light. Every Amazon touched by the light seemed to hit a pause button, their cheering and laughing bodies suddenly freezing. Crash! Then, everyone swept by the light, along with the iron-covered door of the hall, fell neatly into halves, collapsing to the ground. There was no blood, but the scene was filled with a nauseating stench of burnt human flesh. Seeing the extremely tragic scene before her, Aisha forced herself to stand, suppressing the urge to vomit. Tap, tap. At this moment, a series of cold footsteps sounded from outside the door, and then the terrifying monster walked in with an even more horrifying appearance. As Yulong walked, he casually pulled out the arrows and javelins stuck in his body and threw them at the surviving Amazons, including Aisha. With his basic proficiency in cold weapons, he could at most ensure they didn't veer off course. But that was enough to deal with a group of Amazons who were too weak to stand. With each step he took, pulling out a javelin, a surviving Amazon would scream in agony. By the time he stood completely in front of them, except for Aisha, all the Amazons who hadn't been halved were pinned to the ground by javelins, able only to wail as they watched their blood drain away, dying slowly. Aisha reacted quickly. When you threw a javelin at her, she suddenly rolled to the side, saving her life despite the awkward move. However, the javelin still grazed her arm. In contrast, the wounds on Yu's body, pierced by arrows and javelins, were almost just shallow marks now. Even the large wound caused by the ballista bolt piercing his abdomen was healing at a visible rate. Did we anger such a monster? Aisha couldn't help but smile bitterly. Without reinforcements, the Ishtar familiar was likely doomed this time. Aisha's sharp mind quickly grasped this reality. How can we win against such a monster? This might be karma for our familiar. Forget it. There's nothing worth holding on to in a life like this. Just as Aisha was about to give up completely, a kind, pure, and naive fox girl flashed through her mind. No, that child has a bright future. I can't let her die in this hellhole. Summoning strength from somewhere, Aisha clutched her arm and stood up, then quickly ran towards a side door in the hall. I am a model citizen, so I will return what you lost. In my way. Yu was leisurely making a victor's speech when he noticed a figure escaping towards the side door out of the corner of his eye. Huh? There's still someone who can move. Ishtar familiar is a bunch of cockroaches, you said, shooting a laser at the escaping figure without thinking. Aisha, with her back to him, suddenly felt a huge threat from behind and instinctively dove forward. Sizzle! The searing sunlight beam grazed her left foot and shot into the floor. The instant high temperature vaporized Aisha's left foot along with part of her calf. At first, she felt nothing, but soon a maddening burning sensation spread from her severed calf to her whole body, making her break out in a cold sweat. Yet somehow, she found the strength. Aisha managed to stand up with her hands and then hobbled away. Yu, initially planning to deliver a finishing blow, was intrigued by Aisha's determination and followed her with light steps. Aisha was now moving purely on willpower towards her goal, completely unaware that a demon was following her. Dragging her severed leg, Aisha arrived at a secluded house. The house was empty except for a large iron cage in the center, holding a fox girl with smooth golden hair and a golden tail. Her name was Sanjano Haruim. This fox girl, who played a significant role in the original story, was born into nobility in the Far East. However, after many hardships, she was sold to Orio as a prostitute at the tender age of 11. Ultimately, because of her rare magic, she was locked in a cage by Ishtar, who controlled Pleasure Street, for the ritual of the Uekai no Kazuchi. Comment 2. Vote to left. Chapter 84, FGO 84. Sanjano Haruim possesses a rare and exceptional magic called Uekai no Kazuchi, which can directly increase a person's level without any side effects for a limited time. Although there is a long cooldown period between uses, its terrifying effect cannot be underestimated, and it can be directly fixed onto an item. No wonder Ishtar considers her a crucial tool to overturn the Freya familiar. Imagine if the Ishtar familiar accumulated enough Uekai no Kazuchi and suddenly used them all during a battle with the Freya familiar, causing their entire familiar to level up simultaneously. This would undoubtedly deal significant damage to the Freya familiar. Ishtar's plan was very meticulous, but she made one mistake. She foolishly angered you, that's all. When you followed Aisha into the room, he immediately saw the fox girl in the cage. Everything about her slowly surfaced in his mind. It was just another cheat the original author gave to the protagonist Belle, his beloved son. This was Yu's evaluation of Sanjano Haruim. Apart from the Uekai no Kazuchi magic, Haruim exuded the aura of a decorative character. While Yu was contemplating, Aisha had already found the key and opened the iron cage. Run, Haruim. Don't come back. Aisha panted as she warned. But Sister Aisha, you are seriously injured. Haruim, who was sleeping in the cage, was awakened by the sounds of shouting and killing outside. She was already frightened, and now she saw her big sister who usually took care of her rushing in with serious injuries, which scared her to tears. At this moment, Haruim saw you at the door, and her eyes lit up as she timidly spoke. Big brother, can you please help Sister Aisha? However, Haruim's unintentional words made Aisha's hands and feet go cold. She turned her head in horror, only to see him looking at them with a strange smile on his face. When he heard Haruim's words, he immediately smiled and nodded, walking slowly towards them. No problem. I am here to help her. Haruim smiled innocently. Great, big brother, you are such a good person. Aisha suddenly exerted all her strength, dragging her injured leg, and blocking in front of Haruim. Stop. This child is innocent. She is not a member of the Ishtar familiar. She was just bought as a slave. The one you want to kill is me. Aisha posed as if she were a hero sacrificing herself. However, this only ignited his anger further. Don't act like you're so innocent. Bang! He rushed in front of Aisha, grabbed her throat, lifted her, and then slammed her hard against the iron bars of the cage. He was full of rage, and with his immense strength, the iron bars bent into an arc. Cough. Aisha's internal organs were severely hit, causing her to spit out blood, which splattered on his face. The blood dyed the right half of his face red, making him look like a demon from hell in the dim firelight. At this moment, The innocent and kind Haruim also felt something was wrong. She grabbed Yu's wrist and tried to pry his fingers open while pleading, "Big brother, please let go of Sister Aisha. Haruim will do anything." Yu found her a nuisance and threw her aside, causing her to fall to the ground. He grabbed Aisha's neck, bringing her face close to his. "You people are bold. If I don't come after you, you dare to harm my family. Isn't living good enough for you? You idiots want to die. Fine, I will grant your wish, but don't think you'll die easily." In the dim firelight, shadows cast on half of Yu's face, forming a hideous nightmare-like shadow. Coupled with his bloodshot eyes, he looked more terrifying than ever. He was truly furious this time. Although he had rejected Chloe's confession, he genuinely treated Chloe and Anya as his sisters, protecting them. Otherwise, why would he, a mere visitor to this world, go through the trouble of building a Godako hotel? He wanted them to live better after he left this world. But all of this was nearly destroyed by the Ishtar familiar. If he hadn't summoned Medea Lily, Chloe might have been a cripple for a long time. How could you not be angry? Indeed, to deal with these foolish and greedy people, they should be killed thoroughly and made to fear death. As long as he reached out, he would directly decapitate them. Kill until rivers of blood flowed. Kill until heads roll. Kill until they trembled at the mere mention of his name. Facing the furious Yu, Aisha endured the excruciating pain, taking all the blame upon herself. "That's right. I led the team. I harmed your companion. All of this is my deserved retribution. But this child is innocent. She, like you, was sold to Oreo. So take out your anger on me and let this child go. I beg you," Aisha pleaded. "Rest assured, my target is only your Ishtar familiar. I have no interest in others." "So, you should worry about yourself," Yu scoffed. "Also, don't think you can lie." Apart from you, another ugly fat pig was leading the team. "Where is she?" Unexpectedly, Aisha showed an unnatural expression, pressing her lips together without speaking. Yu's heart stirred, and he scoffed. "She is probably protecting that whore Ishtar closely right now, right?" "Shut up. The mistress is a noble goddess, don't insult her." Aisha glared at him angrily. Seeing her loyalty seem genuine, Yu's mind turned, and he suddenly had an idea. "I will give you two choices now," Yu said, suddenly grabbing Haruim's neck and slowly tightening his grip. Haruim instinctively grabbed his hand, trying to pry it open. But as a one Latvian Lats, she was no match for him. In no time, Haruim's eyes rolled back, her tongue slightly protruded, and she looked on the verge of suffocation. "Stop! Didn't you promise not to harm this child?" Aisha was shocked and horrified. "I did say that, but it all depends on your choice. If you honestly tell me your goddess's whereabouts, I will spare this little fox's life. If you insist on being a loyal subject, I will fulfill your wish and send this little fox to the underworld to reunite with you." Yu's face lit up with a devilish smile. "Come on, make your choice. Will you choose your mistress or this poor little fox? Faith or duty?" "You devil," Aisha cursed angrily. "Thank you for the compliment. I feel I haven't done well enough, so people keep foolishly prodding me." "I will continue to strive," Yu replied indifferently. Then, as if remembering something, he added another sentence. "By the way, I forgot to remind you, there's a time limit, so don't waste too much time. Otherwise, even if you make a choice, you might end up with a dead fox." As he spoke, to emphasize his point, Yu slowly tightened his grip on Haruim's neck again. Haruim's delicate neck was visibly compressed, creating a deep indentation. Foam began to appear at the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating that time was running out and that Haruim could be strangled to death by him at any moment. Ding! At this moment, Yu's body suddenly jolted. When the foam from Haruim's mouth touched his wrist, the system unexpectedly displayed a rare message. Yu glanced at the system message, his pupils slightly contracting, and his expression turned serious. His grip on Haruim's neck unconsciously relaxed. Aisha did not notice these subtle changes in him. "Enough, I'll tell you." "So let her go immediately." After an intense internal struggle, Aisha ultimately chooses to save the kind and innocent fox girl. In front of her, Yu feigned a disappointed expression and released his grip on Haruim's neck. Cough, cough, Cough. As soon as he let go, Haruim immediately fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, and started coughing loudly. Seeing him release Haruim as promised, Aisha hesitated for a moment before speaking. The mistress is currently. Aisha whispered a location. With Haruim as the hostage, who was confident she wouldn't lie, and he didn't seem worried about Ishtar escaping. He forcefully poured a healing potion down Haruim's throat, then, with a peculiar smile, released Aisha's neck. I suddenly feel that letting you die so easily would be too lenient. How about we play a game? This game is called You Live. She lives, you die, she dies. What are you up to now? Aisha asked warily, rubbing her bruised neck while keeping a close eye on him. The game is very simple. Yu's face twisted into a villainous grin. Before Aisha could react, he took out a purple potion and forcibly poured it into her mouth. Aisha choked on the potion. She felt a warm current spread from her abdomen throughout her body, quickly healing her wounds and even regenerating her severed leg amidst a deep, bone-aching itch. Just as she wondered why he was healing her, he flipped his wrist, producing a dagger. Swiftly, he slashed at Aisha's tendons on her hands and feet. Then, he took out a low-grade healing potion and smeared it on her wounds. Aisha instinctively tried to move her limbs but immediately felt them become as weak and powerless as an infant's. "What have you done to me?" she screamed in horror. "Nothing much, just turned you into a crippled person with all four limbs intact." Yu's face bore a devilish smile. His words made Aisha's heart instantly sink into despair. After restoring her leg, he severed her tendons and immediately used a healing potion with severe side effects that only healed surface wounds. Now, Aisha could barely walk, and her hands were weaker than a child's, turning a once mighty Amazon warrior into a helpless baby. Yu then retrieved a magic restraining collar from the system, forcibly putting it around Aisha's neck. Despite her struggles, Aisha now had less combat capability than a 5-year-old child, easily overpowered by even a 7 or 8-year-old. This realization left Aisha utterly despondent. She wasn't afraid of death but feared living as a crippled, a fate worse than death. The thought of dying made Aisha contemplate suicide, but Yu's devilish voice interrupted her thoughts. "Don't even think about suicide. If you die, this little fox won't survive either." He then smiled and pulled Haruim close, speaking gently to her. "The same goes for you. If you die, your sister Aisha won't survive either, understand?" Haruim's eyes filled with tears as she frantically nodded her head. "Good girl, as long as you both behave, we can play this game indefinitely." Yu affectionately patted Haruim's small head, and Haruim could only hold back her tears, fearing she might anger him. "You will go to hell." Aisha mustered all her strength to stand up, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. But her eyes no longer held the dullness of despair. Instead, they were filled with a stubborn will to survive. Haruim wiped her tears and hurriedly supported her. As if suddenly remembering something, Yu said to Aisha, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your goddess was captured a long time ago. I just wanted to see you destroy your faith with your own hands." Perhaps becoming numb to his cruelty, Aisha merely glared at him resentfully without saying anything further. When the three of them walked out of the Ishtar familiar's stronghold, behind them, the Ishtar familiar's base had turned into a sea of flames, with many Amazonian corpses strewn haphazardly at the entrance. Standing idly at the gate was Skatharch and Ishtarin. At Skatharch's feet lay a filthy woman. Oh, it was the goddess Ishtar, the head deity of the Ishtar familiar. "How did you catch her?" Yu asked curiously. Ishtarin puffed out her chest, her face brimming with pride as she began to explain. Only then did he realize, to his shock, that Ishtarin looked as if she had undergone a complete makeover. She appeared radiant, and even her previously unimpressive bust had swelled several sizes, reaching a level that could only be described as formidable. 10 minutes earlier, Ishtar was cautiously following behind Phryne as they made their way toward a secret passage. "Why should I flee when I'm so strong?" Phryne muttered as she fled. "Shut up, you fool. If it weren't for you, how could the familiar have been destroyed by the Godako Hotel? Now I, a goddess, have to suffer such humiliation." Ishtar erupted in anger, Phryne fell silent and hurried forward with her head down. At that moment, a slender figure stood before them, blocking the entrance to the escape route. "Where did this little bitch come from? Get out of my way!" Phryne's large, ugly face twisted as she raised a massive hammer and charged forward. The figure didn't move, only slightly raised a hand, pointing a branch at Phryne. A flash of red light. Phryne, who was charging forward, suddenly froze, and her massive body collapsed with a loud crash. Upon closer inspection, a small round hole had appeared in her forehead, with red and white matter oozing out. Chapter 85, FGO 85. With a single strike, the renowned, high-level LV5 man-killer fell dead on the spot. Following behind, Ishtar was so terrified that her beautiful face turned pale. "Who are you?" The figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. Who else could it be but Thatch. "I'll give you time to release the seal on your divine power." The Queen of the Shadowland had shed her earlier lazy demeanor, becoming as sharp as a freshly forged divine spear. Ishtar felt as if her skin was being painfully pricked. A formidable enemy, an absolutely formidable enemy. Even in her prime, she only had a slim chance of defeating such a foe. In an instant, Ishtar felt as if she was standing before the ruler of the gods, the sky god Anu. So powerful it was despairing. Without giving her all, she wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Then she would fight with everything she had. With ruthless determination, Ishtar no longer hesitated and decisively unleashed the sealed power within her body. A color more dazzling than a rainbow burst forth from her. The sky seemed to be affected, the air trembling as if to celebrate the return of the mistress of the heavens. However, just as Ishtar's aura was about to reach its peak, it suddenly plummeted like a floodgate opening. It stabilized at the level of a demigod. A hint of disappointment appeared on Scatharch's face. She silently adjusted the circulating power within her own body to match Ishtar's level. In the next second, a world-shaking collision erupted between the two goddesses. The immense energy that could have easily destroyed the entire Rorrio was so skillfully controlled that barely a trace leaked out. The aftermath of the battle created numerous spatial rifts within a 50-meter radius. The rifts kept opening and closing, resembling countless eyes appearing in the air. A minute later, Ishtarin sat gracefully on her celestial boat, flying over. As expected of the Queen of the Shadowland, you dealt with it so quickly. Ishtarin clasped her hands together, wearing a flattering smile. With a light flick of the wrist, Thatch's scarlet magic spear spun in a dazzling arc before dissolving into the air. This level of combat isn't even a warm-up. With that, Thatch turned and walked away. Instantly, the defeated Ishtar was left behind, her limbs pinned to the ground by shortened red magic spears, completely immobilized. Just as Ishtarin was cheerfully preparing to receive her upgrade reward, Thatch's voice echoed from afar. "Don't forget your promise." "Why yes." Ishtarin's shoulders slumped immediately. But there was no choice. She was just a vessel and had no confidence in defeating her alternate self. As for breaking promises, Ishtarin wouldn't dare, especially not to the iron-blooded Queen of the Shadowland. At least not now. After all, she had learned from her master's previous failures. HMPH. Just wait. Once I've absorbed my counterpart's essence, we'll see who's stronger. Ishtarin displayed a sly smile, jumping down from her celestial boat and walking towards the immobilized Ishtar with a cheerful expression. "Who are you? What are you planning to do?" Ishtar, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, looked at the approaching Ishtarin in panic. The familiar aura from Ishtarin did not bring her any comfort. Instead, with her considerable knowledge, Ishtar thought of a horrifying possibility. "Are you planning to absorb my essence? Aren't you afraid of becoming the enemy of all gods?" "Oh, what a pity. If it were just me, I might hesitate. But my master has said, the enemy of all gods? They're just treasure chest monsters. So, I'll reluctantly accept your essence." Whose words were certainly confident. With the demonic mutation purified, the world of Aurario was like his backyard, accessible at will, becoming the enemy of all gods. Even if he couldn't win now, he'd level up in other worlds and return in infinite cycle. If these gods want to die, you will naturally grant their wish, making them understand the terror of being dominated by a creature known as a player. The gods bound by the world will one day fall at his feet, without a doubt. The only difference is whether it happens sooner or later. You are all lunatics, Ishtar shouted furiously, but the hysteria in her voice, the slight trembling of her body, and her broken expression all indicated one thing: she was utterly terrified. We just see different landscapes. Ishtarin's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of pity, as if looking at a beautiful bird in a cage. She then extended her palm towards Ishtar without hesitation, both to comfort Ishtar and as a vow to herself. Don't worry, I will make the name Ishtar echo throughout the multiverse. Watching the approaching hand, Ishtar screamed in terror as if she was seeing the hand of a demon. Stop, stop, stop. Are you really my counterpart? Face reality. You look anything but glamorous right now. Ishtarin frowned slightly, and her palm accelerated, pressing against Ishtar's forehead. Ishtar suddenly felt the touched area turn into a black hole, terrifyingly drawing out everything inside her. Divine power, experience, knowledge, and more. Externally, a dazzling, indescribable light continuously extracted from Ishtar's body, flowing steadily into Ishtarin. For a long time, the last bit of light was completely absorbed into Ishtarin. Immediately, Ishtarin radiated with renewed brilliance, and her charm multiplied several times over, including her chest, which swelled several times like fermented dough, reaching an overbearing size. Wow, I didn't expect it to have an enhancing effect. I've profited. Ishtarin's smile became even more delightful. In contrast, Ishtar had lost all her luster, resembling a withered flower. Don't worry, I didn't absorb your divinity. You can still maintain your immortal body. Seeing Ishtar's dazed expression, Ishtarin showed a hint of pity. Keeping her immortal was Ryu's command. He did this not out of kindness. With an immortal body but no matching power, Ishtar's only fate would be to be kept as an unbreakable plaything by her enemies. I didn't realize that Master had such a cruel side. Ishtarin muttered softly. She then picked up the lifeless, doll-like Ishtar and flew towards the door. After listening to Ishtarin's explanation, Ryu looked at her with a peculiar expression. Noticing his gaze, Ishtarin proudly puffed out her formidable chest. Indeed, only shiny accessories, delicious sweets, and formidable breasts are the eternal pursuits of women, and goddesses are no exception. Ryu had fully confirmed this point. Of course, Ishtarin's changes were not just in appearance. He opened the system panel and confirmed that Ishtarin's attributes had undergone a complete transformation. All basic attributes had increased by a large grade and gained a plus sign. All skill levels had risen by 1 level, and even the skill manifestation of beauty had reached an X level, comparable to the true form of a goddess. The noble phantasm and Galtarkigalaryngi Diaresis had been upgraded to X level. After the upgrade, and Galtarkigalaryngi Diaresis no longer symbolically borrowed the energy of Venus but could shoot Venus as an arrow. The category of the noble phantasm had also changed from anti-mountain noble phantasm to anti-star noble phantasm. In short, after absorbing her counterpart, Ishtarin had surpassed the heroic spirit she was based on, reaching the level of the mythical true form of a goddess. This was reflected in the fiery gaze of Scathach looking at her. She wanted to fight. She wanted to fight her right away. She couldn't wait to fight her. Facing Scathach's enthusiasm, even Ishtarin, who had become the true form of a goddess, felt a chill down her spine. Queen of the Land of Shadow, let me say in advance that I'm okay with a fight. But in this world, I can't exert my full strength, and neither can you, right? Scathach's gaze was terrifying, forcing Ishtarin to speak up. Indeed, if we can't use our full strength, a sparring session that doesn't even count as a warm-up is meaningless. Unexpectedly, Scathach, who usually wouldn't listen to reason and would just thrust her spear, was unusually reasonable this time. Then let's save the sparring for when we return to Chaldea. As soon as Skirta finished speaking, the overwhelming battle intent that almost became tangible instantly retracted, and she returned to her usual lazy state without any fighting spirit. You couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at their cryptic conversation. What's going on? Ishtarin glanced at Thatch, seeing that she had no intention of explaining, and casually opened a barrier to envelop herself anew, then began to explain. After receiving the knowledge from my counterpart, I learned some secrets about this world, including many secrets about gods descending to the lower world. Ishtarin carefully chose her words and began to explain slowly. According to the gods, when they descend to the lower world, they seal their divine power and majesty to better experience mortal life. That's pure nonsense. Ishtarin scoffed as she spoke. He had always suspected this but never had evidence. The goddesses he had encountered were either highly intelligent or silly and naive. This explanation was probably meant to deceive mortals, and even a certain Opilali naive goddess believed it. As for the other gods, they probably maintained a certain tacit understanding. The reasoning was simple. The gods in this world were like billionaires on Earth, having lived luxurious lives. It was unthinkable for them to willingly eat plain porridge and pickles unless there was a special reason, like some enormous benefit that made them willing to give up their luxurious lives and endure hardship. The real reason for the sealing is that the human world can't bear such high power. Moreover, if gods use their divine power in the human world, they would be forcibly pulled back to the heavenly realm. The pulling force is proportional to the amount of divine power used. The level of power that can barely avoid being forcibly pulled back is the demigod level, which is what this world calls the immortal essence level. I see, that explains it. So what is the reason that attracts these beings to descend? You thought for a moment and asked a new question. I don't know. Ishtarin spread her hands helplessly. How can that be? Are these gods just bored? He laughed sarcastically. Of course not. They all know a rumor, and the thing this rumor involves is so terrifying that even if it's just a rumor, it made them flock to the lower world. Ishtarin raised a finger and said mysteriously, "What secret? Is it some kind of creation power?" He joked with a laugh, who knew that Ishtarin's expression would look as if she had seen a ghost. How do you know? You immediately stopped smiling. What exactly is going on? Ishtarin quickly replied. It is said that a huge secret is hidden at the deepest level of the dungeon. This secret can allow gods to take a step further, becoming a creator god, or even the ruler of this world. Ishtarin's words were shocking. After the initial shock, Mu quickly began to analyze in his mind and finally nodded. That's right. Only this can explain why 99% of the gods stay in Oreo and nowhere else. After all, enjoying the life of the human world doesn't necessarily have to be in Oreo. So what is this secret? Faced with his question, Ishtarin showed a troubled expression. This is the key. The detailed content of this secret is held within the Olympian pantheon. Specifically, the complete secret is in the hands of several generations of god kings and god king candidates. The first god to descend to the human world was Uranus, which is the best evidence. Although this secret was shocking, when all the clues were put together, no matter how bizarre this answer was, it could be the truth. So the reason why gods don't personally enter the dungeon is because, that's right, the closer they get to the bottom, the more suppressed they are. In the end, gods are less powerful than ordinary people. Additionally, the dungeon itself shows a strong rejection of gods entering. Is this why gods develop familiars? To use mortals as their stepping stones, their cannon fodder? What a bunch of disgusting parasites. So what about Ino and the so-called Dark Faction? Wait, I understand now. These guys are second and third tier gods of the Olympian pantheon. They got the news from within the pantheon, so they planned an underdog story, secretly sneaking into the dungeon to grasp that secret, but ended up becoming puppets of the dungeon instead. That's why they have such a close connection with the dungeon and are constantly thinking of destroying Oreo, because the gods and adventurers in Oreo are their absolute enemies. In this way, Almost all the clues are connected. You let out a long breath. After all, he was a staunch anime fan and had never read any light novels, so he had no knowledge of the later plot developments. Comment 1. Vote 2 left. Chapter 86, FGO 86. By the way, if the news were circulating among the Olympian gods, it would be understandable. But how did such significant news reach other pantheons? Curious, you asked casually. As a result, Ishtarin's face showed an extraordinary expression. The news came from one of Zeus's lovers. You know, Zeus, that old lecher, is a notorious womanizer. His lover was dissatisfied with his unfaithfulness and spread the news out of revenge. Coincidentally, this lover of Zeus is a goddess with extensive connections, so almost the entire heaven knew about it. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Zeus' forehead. That's very Zeus. By the way, I wanted to ask, didn't Master say to leave no survivors from Ishtar's familiar? Why did you leave those two girls? Ishtarin pointed to Aisha and Haruim, pretending to ask casually. However, her face was full of "there's more gossip, tell me quickly" expression. You sighed and directly told her the reason. Really? You say that little fox girl is a rare possession vessel? Ishtarin couldn't help showing a surprised expression. As a goddess possessing a mortal, she had the most say in this. Her current body was also possessed through a highly compatible vessel. That's right, that little fox can become a vessel for Tamamo no Mae's possession, and due to the high compatibility, she can possess both Lancer and Caster classes. You looked complexly at Haruim, who was showing a frightened expression like a little squirrel. If it weren't for this, with his vengeful nature, he would have long since cut down Aisha, the mastermind, instead of going through all the trouble of giving her potions and cutting her tendons. Fortunately, Haruim was kind-hearted and naive, making it easier for her to deceive. In any case, he planned to take them back for now. He felt a headache and couldn't help but pinch his brow. As for why Haruim had such high compatibility, it wasn't hard to guess. Haruim's family had served as high priests for Amaterasu for generations, so she surely had Amaterasu's bloodline in her veins. Tamamo no Mae was worshipped as an incarnation of Amaterasu, the Inari deity. Aratilda, it's already so late. Since the matter is resolved, let's hurry back and rest, Ishtarin said with a big yawn. Given her current body, she shouldn't experience fatigue or hunger. However, perhaps due to her high compatibility with the Tasaka family's eldest daughter, Ishtarin had even inherited that young lady's greed, and ear nature, and low blood pressure in the morning. Don't rush, there's still some unfinished business. You take Haruim and this Amazon prisoner back first. When you said this, the dim light cast shadows on his face, making half of it look particularly dark. However, the sleepy goddess, Ishtarin, wiped her eyes and didn't notice anything unusual. She simply took Haruim and Aisha onto the ark and left. Atalanta, are you still there? He suddenly asked softly. The dark magic aura gathered around him, forming a dense fog with a strong scent of blood. What's up? Affected by the pelt of the demonic boar, Atalanta had completely transformed, exuding a dark, cold aura with a bloodthirsty nature. He wanted to say sun's getting real low, but there are still some important things to handle. He didn't mind her attitude and whispered something. The wind howled, carrying his words into the night. A very agreeable suggestion. I'll handle it. Atalanta licked her crimson lips with her little tongue, her face full of bloodthirsty desire. Then, Atalanta lightly leapt and disappeared. Although it's natural for the defeated to be at the mercy of the victor, aren't you afraid they'll truly unite against you for doing this? At this moment, Scatharch's slightly lazy voice sounded beside him. You didn't look back and spoke indifferently. At first, I might not have noticed it, being blinded by anger. But now, how can I not see it? This fool is nothing more than a pawn sent by Athena to annoy me. He spoke with a hint of contempt, kicking the fallen Ishtar lying to the side. As for the purpose, isn't it obvious? She wants to convene a council of gods to unite them against me. This is nothing more than an attempt to push me to the opposite side of the gods. After all, gods are inherently very proud. But when a mortal can freely humiliate, trample on, and even kill a god, the other gods will feel fear and anger. They will not hesitate to unite and kill me, a mortal who has desecrated their domain. Should I feel honored? That goddess does take me seriously. After hearing his words, Scathach showed an interested expression. Since you know they will unite against you, why excite them? Of course, there are two reasons for my actions. Firstly, even if I escape this time, with Athena's personality, she will continue to plot against me. Who will be hurt next time? Even if I choose to strike first, I have no guarantee of victory against Athena. She will use her ordeal as an example to persuade the other gods. After all, they are gods, and I am just a mortal, inherently unequal. Since the result is the same, I might as well give her a reason. Secondly, if I'm going to act, I need to do it in a way that makes them tremble with fear. Anyone who wants to deal with me will unite regardless. So, I need to eliminate those who waver. After all, gods have their pantheons and cannot be of one mind. Especially after learning that secret, I am 100% certain that these gods see each other as competitors. They have the longevity to slowly eliminate their competitors, and they can afford the time. After listening to his long explanation, Scathach nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems you've learned to control your emotions. Faced with her praise, he smiled faintly. And I'm not unprepared. Preparation? You mean the Assyrian empress you sent out? Before setting out, you had called Semiramis aside and given her instructions. Then the empress left alone, and she hasn't been seen since. You had sent her on another mission. Yes. Her hanging gardens is a great asset, especially when the opponents are a bunch of treasure chest monsters who can only exert demigod-level strength. When the time comes, who is the hunter and who is the prey will be uncertain. Having the confidence to exit the world at any time, he was just that confident. While Yu led his servants in a massacre of Ishtar's followers, several hooded figures walked through the rugged wilderness. As they moved, strands of smooth hair and graceful curves hidden under the cloaks were occasionally revealed. The figure in the middle of the group suddenly sensed something and looked up. The stunningly beautiful face of the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, emerged from the shadow of her hood. Given that Athena was protected in the center, the identities of these mysterious travelers were clear. They were naturally Athena's most trusted guardians, the Zodiac 12. A cold wind blew, making their cloaks flap loudly. The sound of falling rocks came from a distance, followed by the eerie green flames of ghost fire lighting up the shadows of the rocks. In the dim light from their torches, the surroundings became faintly visible. With almost every step, they encountered half-buried bones alongside fragments of armor and weapons. The further they walked, the more bones they saw. There were not only humanoid skeletons but also large beast-like skeletons, some as tall as 1 or 2 stories. These bones belonged to fearsome monsters. As they walked, a towering canyon appeared before them. Passing through the canyon's entrance felt like stepping into an underworld. The density of bones increased tenfold, and undead beasts began to appear. As soon as they entered the canyon, a dozen skeletons near the entrance sensed the presence of living beings and immediately turned, their hollow eye sockets glowing green. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Without hesitation, the skeletons rushed toward them. The Zodiac 12 moved in perfect unison without needing to communicate. TCH. The dead should obediently return to the earth. Taurus roared, charging into the skeletons like a heavy tank. Libra raised a shield, firmly protecting Athena. The emotionless Virgo chanted a spell like a song, then clapped her hands. An invisible ripple spread out from her. When the ripple touched Taurus, nothing happened to it. Seemed like an illusion. But when the ripple hit the skeletons, the green light in their eyes flickered wildly, as if about to extinguish, and they froze. Taurus seized the opportunity, smashing the confused skeletons to pieces with her palms. The group continued forward, encountering more skeletons of increasing strength, from ordinary skeletons to armed skeleton warriors, then armored elite skeletons, and even a squad of skeleton knights and a bone dragon. With their close cooperation, these powerful undead creatures were swiftly defeated. My niece, you never bring good news. These poor children took decades, even centuries, to be born, only to be killed by you all at once. At that moment, a timeless, ethereal voice echoed from the depths of the canyon. HMPH. If you had simply moved these filthy undead out of the way, I wouldn't have dirtied my hands. Athena retorted sharply. The voice paused, then sighed. Just like Zeus when he was young. Come in, I've restrained these children, they won't trouble you anymore. After a pause, the voice continued. Also, I must remind you, the undead are not filthy. They are quiet and diligent, unlike the living with their endless desires. It is the living who are filthy, for their desires are insatiable. Athena scoffed. I'm here on important business, not to hear your world eternal rest theory. The voice suddenly chuckled. Ha ha ha, always impatient. All right, come in. Athena led the group inside. Soon, they saw an old man with silver hair, dressed in a tattered black robe and looking like a necromancer, sitting on a throne made of bones. He was the target of Athena's visit, Zeus's brother, the ruler of the underworld, Hades. Speak, Athena, what brings you to me? Hades smiled kindly, but his gaze was unsettling, as if he viewed everything equally as dead objects with extreme indifference. Athena suppressed her discomfort and produced a box containing Bel's ashes. Our most important piece has been burned to ashes. A skeletal hand floated over, taking the box of ashes to Hades. Hades opened the box and looked inside, then suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, there is a lingering scent of Argonaut's presence in these ashes. After so many years, since he was expelled from Orio, it must have been quite troubling for him to finally produce such an excellent piece. Despite Hades' gloating, Athena remained non-committal. Can you revive him? Hades pondered for a moment, then replied somewhat helplessly. He was burned by flames imbued with the sun, wasn't he? If we were in the underworld, I might have a way. But now I can only make him into a half-human, half-undead form. The despicable mortal. Whose image immediately flashed in Athena's mind. If he hadn't been overly cautious and purified Bel's body with sun flames, Athena wouldn't have had to go through this trouble. That will do. After all, he's just a disposable piece. Athena waved her hand impatiently. As you wish. Also, turn his body into a female form. In my familiar, no filthy males are allowed. What a peculiar preference, Hades muttered, but he didn't say more. After all, it was just a disposable piece. Appearance and gender were irrelevant. Hades abruptly unleashed the divine power sealed within him. The vast power of death transformed into a dense fog that enveloped his body. Even the clouds below the canyon were affected, with dark clouds rapidly gathering above. At that moment, a massive vortex appeared in the sky above the canyon, and a terrifying suction force surged toward Hades. However, as the suction approached the canyon, countless black-gray death forces radiated from every corner of the canyon, forming a canopy over Hades' head. Utilizing the abundant death energy in the area, Hades' divine power surged, surpassing the limits of a demigod. Then Hades pointed at the ashes in the box. His divine power, mixed with the vast death energy, merged into the ashes. Gradually, the death force enveloped the box, obscuring the view inside. Chapter 87, FGO 87. After a long while, the power of death dissipated, and a naked figure emerged from within. Faintly, one could make out the original appearance of Bel, but she now seemed even more delicate and beautiful. This was not surprising, as Bel had always been a femboy even when dressed as a man. Now, with her female form restored, her appearance leaned more towards the feminine. Her long white hair cascaded down her shoulders, her petite figure was endearing, and her innocent countenance still resembled that of a white rabbit. When Athena's gaze met Bel's line of sight, her heart skipped a beat. Hatred. Endless hatred. It was as if it was about to overflow. Her ruby-like, crystalline eyes had turned into a gloomy, dark red. Just when she had finally found someone to admire, just when she had finally caught up to that person's footsteps, the two joys had merged to produce double the delight. But why had things turned out this way? Why did she have to kill me? What had I done wrong? Since it wasn't my fault, then it must be the world's fault. If that's the case, then I shall kill them all, Kill them all. Not bad, a very perfect work of art. Athena examined Belle's naked, delicate figure as if appreciating an art piece. Goddess, be careful, Libra warned loudly, immediately standing in front of Athena, shielding her. The originally statue-like Belle suddenly had her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she viciously swiped at Athena with her claws. Creaking. Fortunately, Libra's defense was timely, and at the last moment, Belle's claws grabbed onto Libra's shield. The flesh and blood claws meeting the shield produced a near-piercing metallic scraping sound, like a sharp object scratching a chalkboard, making one dizzy. Kill. I'll kill you. Belle's face was contorted, veins bulging at the corners of her eyes, as she frantically swiped her claws at Libra. Her originally short nails had suddenly extended to a bone-chilling degree. If the previous Belle was like a docile white rabbit, then the Belle revived with resentment was like a crazed, bloodthirsty white wolf. Facing Belle's frenzied attacks, Libra remained as steadfast as a mountain, using exquisite techniques to neutralize Belle's attacks one by one. However, it was obvious that her companions would not just stand by and watch. Little one, calm down. The tall and slender Taurus grabbed Belle's shoulders from behind. This one has such great strength. The moment Taurus grasped Belle's shoulders, she immediately felt that something was off. Her strength was the greatest among the Athena familia, but even so, she still felt like she couldn't quite hold on to Belle. Fortunately, she had her companions by her side. Libra seized the opportunity, stepping forward and forcefully shoving with her shield. Belle was immediately sandwiched tightly between Libra and Taurus. The seemingly erotic pose was filled with danger. Reaching this point, Belle not only did not give up her attacks but became even more frenzied, using not only her hands but even opening her mouth to reveal her sharp canine teeth. It was clear that if she had the chance, she would bite down without mercy. Fortunately, they had rich combat experience and seamless coordination, while Belle was now like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Every time she exerted her strength, she was skillfully restrained by the two, keeping her trapped in the middle and unable to move. Deprived of space to move, and her strength not quite at the level of the supernatural, Belle was ultimately powerless to break free. No matter how sharp her claws and fangs were, she was just a wild beast trapped in a cage. At this moment, Virgo's magic incantation was nearing completion. Accompanied by a chant-like melody, a series of multicolored light rings wrapped around Belle, firmly binding her. Libra and Taurus finally let out a sigh of relief, slowly releasing Belle. Without support, and with her limbs bound, Belle could only sway her head back and forth while still struggling. Seeing Belle, who had completely lost her sanity, like a wild beast, Athena couldn't help but furrow her brows. This is completely a wild beast, so inelegant, so unattractive. Ha, don't be in a hurry. Hades, who had been a bystander for a long time, laughed out loud, his face bearing an expression as if he was appreciating his masterpiece as he looked at Belle on the ground. Normally, after becoming a denizen of the underworld, emotions, desires, and other impurities would gradually disappear, and this is no exception even for a half-dead. Time will cleanse away all impurities. But she is different. Whether it was an illusion or not, Athena felt Hades' gaze had become heated. Out of curiosity, she casually asked, "How is she different?" "She has surpassed the limits of the dead. Her future will be more magnificent. Zeus has truly created a perfect work of art, and with our divine powers combined, she will certainly exceed the imagination of all of us." Hades, as if unable to suppress his joy any longer, raised his hands towards the sky and let out a loud shout. He looked like a crazed artist. "Is that so?" Athena's response was quite cold. To her, as long as a pawn was useful, its appearance was naturally better, but if a pawn wanted to jump out of the chessboard and exceed control, well, it would be better to destroy it. Hades looked at Athena with a contemptuous gaze, as if he was looking at a nouveau riche who didn't understand art. This gaze inadvertently caused a hint of irritation to rise in Athena. Then what is her current state? Seemingly too lazy to discuss art with her who didn't understand, Hades said in a somewhat disinterested manner. It's just that the memories of when she was a living being are conflicting with the body of the deceased, causing some confusion. It will be fine soon. As Hades spoke, Belle gradually stopped struggling. After a while, a cold, hoarse voice was heard. Who am I? Where am I? And who are you? Just from the voice, one could feel the endless resentment and murderous intent of the speaker, like a dagger wrapped in random cloth, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Athena stepped forward, and Libra immediately warned in a low voice, "Goddess, be careful." At the same time, she closely followed behind Athena, completely enveloping her within her protective range. Athena waved her hand unconcernedly, and then her gaze turned cold as she looked down at Belle. "Do you remember how you died?" The kind reminder from Athena immediately caused Belle's emotions to become agitated again, her body starting to struggle slightly, and her expression constantly changing. Seeing this, Athena's face revealed a satisfied smile. This important pawn was now in her hands. Today the weather was fine, but the entire Orrerio seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of panic. A major event had occurred. In the morning, as some shopkeepers in the Familiar district were preparing to open their doors for business, the sight that greeted them left them utterly terrified, to the point of soiling their pants. Outside the gates of the Ishtar Familiar territory stood a small-scale pyramid neatly stacked with over 100 severed heads. At the same time, several rows of temporary wooden poles had dozens of headless corpses impaled on them. The thousands of square meters of marble floor were completely covered in a thick layer of blood, which seemed not yet fully dried and was slowly spreading outwards, like a monstrous beast that had consumed countless lives. This was hell. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but have this thought. Looking up, in the center of the gate, the Familiar's main deity, a goddess of beauty second only to Freya, Ishtar, was hung there, her lifeless body swaying in the morning breeze like a flag. Ishtar was wearing her beloved white gossamer, on which 9 large characters were written in her blood. "Those who attacked my people shall be slain even if he is a god." To the people earning a living on Pleasure Street, the Ishtar Familiar was the underground ruler of the street, and the goddess Ishtar was the underground queen. Now, this powerful figure with a dual identity as both a queen and a goddess had died a gruesome death on the spot, along with the entire Ishtar Familiar being wiped out. Orrerio was about to be shaken to its core. Anyone with even a little bit of brain power could recognize this. In this entire twisted world, whether they were ordinary people or adventurers, the common perception of the gods was that they were lofty and supreme. Although they couldn't be considered completely inviolable, after all, even among the gods there were foolish ones. One thing was undeniable. The weakest of the gods was still stronger than the mightiest of adventurers or even ancient heroes. Normally it would be fine, but the moment their lives were truly threatened, the gods would unhesitatingly break their seals and crush the mortal daring to offend them like ants. Throughout the long history of mortals, there had been those with the audacious ambition to directly control the gods, but without exception, they were all utterly destroyed by the unleashed gods. To mortals, the gods are invincible. However, this common sense, this truth, has now been shattered. The lofty goddess has been slaughtered like a stray dog. One can imagine how the gods will react. Just like humans facing ants, normally they could casually crush them, but suddenly there appears a highly venomous army ant that can truly threaten their precious eternal lives. Their first reaction would then be to attack. Attack with full force. Attack without holding back. They absolutely cannot allow this threat to their eternal lives to live. Of course, Nu's ruthless methods will also deter some of the gods whose determination is not firm enough. After all, they possess near eternal lives, so why would they want to fight to the death with this insignificant and lowly mortal? The lives of the gods are very precious. As long as you doesn't come knocking on their door, they will simply pretend not to have seen anything. After all, the longer one lives and enjoys, the more they will develop this ostrich mentality. This is why Ryu was so determined to use such cruel methods, partly to vent his resentment, and partly to divide the gods. Just last night, after Ishtaran left, he and Atalanta worked through the night to set up the stage. Atalanta Alter expressed, "Master, your creativity is not bad. Next time keep working hard." Then she set it up with even more enthusiasm than Ryu, catching him by surprise. As for Ishtar, Ryu had originally left her alive in a very malicious way, letting her become a slave, a fate worse than death. But Scathach's words of persuasion stopped him. Which force, or even which god, would dare to risk the wrath of the gods by sheltering Ishtar at this time? Moreover, leaving Ishtar alive might even send the wrong signal to the gods. As a mortal, you ultimately did not dare to truly make a move against the gods. If that's the case, then he might as well just kill her. So he unhesitatingly and mercilessly killed Ishtar. When he had finished dealing with Ishtar's body and hung it on the gate, a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. It's said that Scathach also enjoys decorating the fences outside her castle with the corpses of her enemies, including powerful gods and heroes. So this must be a hereditary hobby. After taking care of everything, he returned to the hotel and headed straight for the dungeon. The cannon fodder who were used as pawns have been dealt with, so naturally it's time for the mastermind. Although he still can't get a hold of Athena, Ryu doesn't mind using her familiar to recoup some of his losses first. But Ryu, whose mind was full of ways to torture the three captives, didn't notice a worried gaze intently watching his hurried back. Creak. With a light sound, the iron door leading underground was opened, revealing rows of neatly arranged shelves to his eyes. After all, the Gadako Hotel had a hotel-style layout, so there was naturally no real dungeon built. This dungeon was completely converted from an underground storage room. There was no one guarding the dungeon. To prevent them from escaping, he had Medea Lily concoct some muscle relaxant-like drugs to weaken their limbs. Of course, the drugs concocted by Medea Lily, an ancient witch apprenticed to the goddess of magic Hecate, were far more potent than ordinary muscle relaxants. These three originally superhuman LV.7 adventurers, comparable to servants, were now weaker than an ordinary young girl. Passing through the shelves, three figures chained to the wall came into view: Leo, Cancer, and Aquarius. The three had been idly chatting, but upon hearing Ryu's footsteps, they immediately clamped their eyes and mouths shut. Facing their non-violent and uncooperative attitude, he instead revealed a bloodthirsty, gleeful smile. Why do those skilled at interrogation often have a bit of a twisted psychology? It's because they've encountered too many stubborn captives who refuse to talk. Imagine if the interrogator encountered a wimp who spilled everything before even being tortured. It would just make the whole thing feel utterly tasteless. On the contrary, if the captive is unyielding and principled, it will stimulate the interrogator's latent sadistic desires, making them exhilarated. Little did they know, the more they displayed their resolute resistance, the more it would evoke Ryu's vengeful satisfaction. Comment 2. Vote to left. Chapter 88, FGO 88. However, last night, the physical torture had already become somewhat tiresome for Ryu. So today he prepared a different approach. He planned to subject them to psychological torment, driving them to the brink of collapse before finally killing them. "Ladies, I apologize for the poor hospitality," Ryu said with a smile. But the three women didn't even open their eyes, treating him as if he were air. He didn't mind. He glanced at the three empty sets of bowls and plates nearby, immediately understanding the situation. "I thought you would go on a hunger strike to show your resolve, but it seems you ate quite cleanly," he said with a malicious smile. "It's because you want to see your beloved goddess again, isn't it?" His words struck them like lightning, and they simultaneously opened their eyes to look at him. Humans are fascinating. They can die without hesitation for their beliefs, yet also live like mud for the same beliefs. "You trash, scum." 500 words of curses emitted. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Cancer couldn't hold back and cursed like a shrew. Bang! Ryu swiftly kicked her in the chest, sending her PFFT. She slammed into the wall behind her, spitting out blood, then collapsed to the ground like a shrimp. "Ill-mannered wretch. If you can't speak properly, I can sew your mouth shut," Mew said coldly. "Rah. What do you want?" "Come at me," Leo roared weakly, perhaps due to C's potion, sounding like a sick cat. Beside her, Aquarius glared at Ryu. Such touching sisterly love. It's so beautiful that it makes one want to destroy it completely." Ryu smiled devilishly. Ignoring their glares, he continued, "Thanks to your goddess, 2 of my important family members were severely injured yesterday. One of them almost became disabled. You deserve it. All of you from the Gadako Hotel deserve it. Anyone who opposes the goddess deserves to die." Cancer cursed viciously, enduring the pain in her chest. He had already figured her out. She was like a stone in a latrine pit, stinky and hard. He couldn't be bothered to teach her a lesson and simply dislocated her jaw. Cancer could only glare at him and make muffled sounds. Finally feeling some peace, he continued, "I am a person who repays kindness and seeks revenge, both day and night. So, I've decided to collect some interest from you." He raised one finger. "I will choose one of you, and in front of the other 2, kill her." The 3 women stared at him in shock. "Damn it, just kill me," Leo shouted, trying to stand tall. "Please kill me," Aquarius said softly but firmly. Cancer also made muffled cries, trying to move forward. He feigned being moved by their noble sacrifice. "Just kidding." "I haven't finished speaking." "Why the rush?" "Initially, I wanted to choose myself, but seeing your deep sisterly bond moved me deeply, so I decided to let you choose." Facing their confused looks, Mew began to announce the rules of the game. "I will give each of you a piece of paper. You can write down the name of the person you most want to die." He handed them paper and pens. The 3 women took the paper in a daze but didn't start writing. He added, "Oh, you can't write your name, and you can't leave it blank. If anyone dares to do so, I will kill all of you, in the most brutal way." Mew smiled warmly. But none of the 3 dared to take his words as a joke. Seeing their hesitation, he took out a finger-sized hourglass. "I'll set a time limit. When time runs out, you all die." He placed the hourglass in front of them. Seeing their continued hesitation, Mew's enticing voice rang out again. "What's there to hesitate about? Just write down the name of the person you hate the most, and both you and your companions will be saved." His voice was like a demonic whisper from the depths of hell, seeping into their minds and slowly affecting their judgment. "Oh, and let's add a little reward. The 2 survivors will be set free. Think about it. Not only will you get rid of the person you hate the most through me, but you'll also return to the embrace of your beloved goddess." Mew stopped speaking, but his words kept echoing in their minds, tempting them. "Just write the name." "Go ahead, write it down." "Just write the name of that annoying person, and you'll see your beloved goddess again, and your companions will be saved. All you have to do is move your pen." A demonic voice seemed to echo in their minds, urging them to write. Finally, as the sand in the hourglass ran low, the 3 women, trembling, almost simultaneously picked up their pens and wrote a name. After finishing, they folded their papers multiple times, as if afraid someone might see, and handed them to him. Mew took the papers, opened them one by one, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." His laughter was filled with endless mockery and ridicule. "How should I put it? This result is exactly as I expected." As he spoke, he displayed the papers. One paper had the name Frey, which was Cancer's name. The other 2 papers had the name Umi. Upon seeing the result, Aquarius, Umi, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Why is it like this?" She instinctively looked at Frey and Leo, Riona, but both of them avoided her gaze. "Is that so?" "So that's how it is." Umi's face showed an incredibly desolate smile. The others, driven by jealousy, targeted her as the most favored by Athena. Women's jealousy is truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Ryu's face was filled with an extremely malicious smile. Hearing his words, Frey and Riona felt utterly humiliated, as if they had been stripped naked, their faces turning pale with shame. Mew had calculated 2 possible outcomes: either the most disliked person would be chosen, or the most favored person would be chosen. If 3 men were choosing, the former outcome was more likely. With 3 women, He was 90% sure they would choose the latter. In women's minds, the one they hate the most equals the one who is most favored. Moreover, you had cunningly blocked the option of self-sacrifice and made the responsibility a shared one, making it easier to justify their choice. Thus, they would calmly choose someone to die. From the moment he announced the game rules, the three women were like moths caught in a web. No matter how they struggled, the outcome wouldn't change. "Then let's begin," you said as he took a step forward and stood in front of Riona's hand clenched and relaxed repeatedly. Seeing him move, she gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, Wait a minute. The previous round doesn't count. Choose me instead." However, whether she had given up or not, Ame simply clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed softly, ... "May my soul return to the sea." "So, you're willing to die for her?" you asked with a teasing look, seemingly in no hurry to act. "That's right, so hurry up." And in the next moment, he suddenly grabbed Ame's neck and twisted it violently, laughing as he said, "But it's too late. You too can carry her resentment and despair, and live on miserably." At this moment, he smiled like a demon. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Then, he gently released his hand, and Ame's body fell limply to the ground, lifeless. "Congratulations, you two are free." But at that moment, Riona felt the sounds around her fade away. Ame's death-filled gaze seemed to be etched into her soul. After sending off the two dazed, zombie-like girls, you turned around with a pleased smile and walked into the hall of the hotel. Jean was already waiting there. "Jean, what's the matter? Do you need something from me?" You smiled calmly, showing no sign that he had just killed a young girl and shattered the minds of two others. "Please stop," Jean said with a pained expression. "You want to stop me?" His face gradually turned cold. However, Jean shook her head. "Revenge is sacred. I can't stop a man avenging his friends." "Then you. But I hope you won't torture others anymore." "When you torture others, your own heart and soul suffer as well." You remained silent. Jean slowly approached and gently embraced him, resting his head on her chest so he could hear her heart beat. "Your heart is already scarred." The warmth of her embrace, and the gentle rhythm of her heartbeat, filled him with a sense of peace he hadn't felt in days. It was a peace that transcended physical desire. You slowly put his arms around Jean's slender waist. Strangely, despite Jean's softness pressing against his face, he felt no arousal. He felt enveloped in an incredibly warm light, as if all the negative emotions and dark desires accumulated over the past few days were being purified. "I wish I could hold her like this forever." After a long while, they slowly released each other. Yu's expression returned to normal, the hostility on his face seemingly gone. Jean, who had taken such a bold step, blushed deeply and stammered, "Anyway, you're our most important master. Don't push yourself too hard next time, okay?" With that, she ran away in embarrassment. He reached out to grab her, but it was a step too slow. He could only smile bitterly as he watched her disappear around the corner. "Phew, I've been so out of control these past few days. When did I become so lacking in self-restraint? I need to reflect on this," Yu muttered to himself as he walked down another corridor. Neither Yu nor Jean noticed that in the corner stood a silver-haired figure, her lips tightly pressed together, motionless. It was Cyr, who had coincidentally come by. After the sound of their footsteps completely faded, Cyr stepped out with a complex expression on her face. She thought for a moment, then her eyes showed a determined look as she turned and walked toward the exit. Leaving Yu aside, Athena and her party had returned to their base from Hades. However, some observant members noticed that they left with 4 people but returned with 5. The extra figure, clad in a tattered cloak that couldn't hide the small frame underneath, was wearing armor made entirely of bones. Athena tossed her cloak to a maid and then seated herself on her familiar throne. She glanced at the small figure quietly following her and commanded, "All right, Berry, let you take you to rest." The girl named Berry didn't say a word, only nodded slightly. Seeing Berry's rude behavior, the Zodiac 12 and Athena frowned. However, Athena didn't pursue the matter at all and directly instructed Shu, "Take her to rest." "Yes, goddess. Shu quickly bowed and left, casting a cold, warning glance at Berry before departing. Throughout, Berry's face remained emotionless, like a doll. As Athena watched Berry walk away, disgust appeared on her face. Breaking through the limits of the dead, and she's still just a puppet. Well, as long as she follows orders, she'll do as a pawn. Goddess, I have something to report. At that moment, Sagittarius, with a large golden bow on her back and the right shoulder bandaged, knelt before the throne. What is it, Asuka? Asuka stood up and whispered into Athena's ear. Are you sure the information is accurate? After hearing Asuka's report, Athena couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Yes, I went to the Ishtar Familiar's base to verify it, and I also inquired with nearby merchants. This matter has become so influential that even the guild couldn't suppress it. They had to send people to collect the bodies and then seal off the Ishtar Familiar. Good. That wretched mad dog has indeed overstepped his bounds. I was 70% sure I could convince the gods before, but now he's boosted my confidence to 99%. Immediately invite the gods. I want to convene a divine assembly. Asuka, however, looked embarrassed. Well, goddess, the guild has already formally issued an invitation for a divine assembly. Athena scoffed. As expected of Zeus, he acts quickly. Goddess, what should we do? Asuka asked. Since Zeus is willing to take the lead, let him have the spotlight. My only goal is to turn those gods, corrupted by their luxurious lives, into cannon fodder. She waved her hand dismissively. Goddess, Leo and Cancer have returned. At that moment, a guard reported from outside the door. Athena looked puzzled. They had become Ryu's captives. How could they have returned? Chapter 89, FGO 89. Athena had already emotionally abandoned the three women. Athena could easily guess the fate of beautiful, pure female captives in the hands of a man. She had recklessly used Ishtar to provoke Ryu, without caring about their lives, even hoping he would kill them in a fit of rage. As the goddess of wisdom and war, her zodiac 12 had to be pure virgins. Since the three were destined to lose their chastity, she thought it was better to let him kill them. Athena never expected that Ryu would release them. Could that vile, mad human be a virgin? Athena thought maliciously. Wait, why are there only two of them? She suddenly noticed something was amiss. Could it be that they... Athena's face turned icy cold. She took a deep breath, calming herself and quickly adjusting her expression. Let them in. When Athena felt she could control her emotions, she summoned them in. Athena considered dozens of possibilities, but the moment Riona and Frey appeared before her, she dismissed all previous guesses. Their expressions were very wrong. Riona, who walked in front, looked lifeless, as if she had lost all vitality and passion, resembling a living corpse. She was holding a large, square box, with bloodstains faintly visible at the bottom, even dripping. Frey, following behind Riona, looked desolate and despairing, her gaze constantly drifting to the box in Riona's hands, filled with guilt and complex emotions. A strong sense of foreboding rose in Athena's heart. Riona approached without saying a word and knelt before Athena, placing the box on the floor. Athena fought the urge to avoid it and slowly opened the box. Amma's beautiful, delicate face lay silently amongst a bed of lilies as if she were sleeping. Athena abruptly closed the box. She thought she could harden her heart and use you to kill the three of them, but when Amma's severed head was sent back, Athena realized she had overestimated herself. The goddess had forgotten that even a pet, after 10 years, would be loved. How much more so for Amma, who was gentle and favored by Athena. A surge of overwhelming anger erupted from Athena's heart. Crack! Athena crushed the armrest of her throne into dust. Goddess! Asuka called out tentatively, her voice acting as a trigger. Golden divine power began to emanate from Athena, like a beast ready to devour the world. A terrifying pressure descended, making everyone nearby feel as if a massive mountain had been placed on them, forcing them to the ground. Athena's power continued to rise, quickly reaching the critical point where a god would be banished back to the heavens. Without hesitation, Athena soon surpassed this critical point. A swirling vortex appeared above her head, emitting a terrifying suction force. Mysterious golden characters emerged from Athena, enveloping her like a protective shield, resisting the suction force. Phew! Athena exhaled, retracting her divine power, and the oppressive force vanished instantly. Give her a proper burial. Athena handed the box containing Umi's head to Asuka. Yes. Asuka quickly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, took the box, and retreated. However, Riona remained kneeling, motionless. Do you have anything else to report, Riona? Athena rubbed her temples, looking weary. After a moment of silence, Riona removed her delicate golden lion earring, held it in her hands, and offered it to Athena. Her voice, sounding aged and lifeless, spoke. Please allow me to leave the familiar. Her words brought silence to the hall. Unexpectedly, Athena did not get angry. Instead, as if she had anticipated this, she nodded lightly. Go ahead. Riona respectfully bowed and then left without any hesitation. And you, do you also wish to leave? Athena then turned to Frey, her gaze utterly indifferent, without a hint of emotion. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Frey's back. She bit her lip and knelt on one knee. Please rest assured, Goddess. Your servant will never betray you. In response to her pledge of loyalty, Athena merely said indifferently, leave, I'm tired. Frey opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately only managed to utter, yes. Frey believed she had passed safely, unaware that Athena had already sentenced her to death in her heart. A former captive returning rarely regained the trust of their leader. Riona's unconscious decision was the best one. At least she could leave safely. As for Frey, she not only lost Athena's trust but also faced the danger of being killed. When Athena was finally alone in the hall, a deeply repressed roar echoed, sounding like an enraged, wounded beast. Nguyenru. Athena had considered asking Hades to resurrect Umi once more. However, after reviving Bel, Hades clearly stated that he had exhausted his accumulated death power. To resurrect anyone else, they would have to wait another 20 years. By that time, Umi's soul would have likely already reincarnated. Thus, this time Athena had to swallow the bitter fruit she had sown herself. Under the guild's leadership, the Assembly of Gods was convened as scheduled. This gathering was even larger than the previous one, with almost 99% of Orario's gods in attendance. The reason was simple: the chaos that Ryu had caused left the gods restless. For the first time in millions of years, a god had died at the hands of a mortal. The consequences were earth-shattering. I propose forming a coalition to crusade against Nguyenru and the Gadako Hotel, an aggressive deity declared loudly. Well, aside from that blasphemer Nguyenru, the other children can be forgiven, as long as they transfer to other familiars, a seemingly gentle deity argued. The authority of the gods is sacred and inviolable. All who violate it, whether they or their relatives, must face divine punishment. The aggressive deity loudly retorted. His words immediately garnered applause. Though divided into two factions, the aggressive faction held the upper hand. The gods were terrified. What if another god-slaying mortal appeared after him? Therefore, Nguyenru had to die. Moreover, everything related to him had to be eradicated. The seemingly gentle faction was eyeing the Gadako Hotel that Ryu had built, as well as his vast assets and the talented individuals gathered under him. The aggressive faction wanted to completely erase his existence. The gentle faction wanted to divide the spoils of his defeat like wolves. Their only unified opinion was that Nguyenru, the mortal who threatened them, must certainly and absolutely die. At this moment, the gods' greedy and arrogant nature was fully exposed. These so-called gods were essentially beings with immense desires, fundamentally no different from humans. Athena stood on the high platform, looking down at the two groups of gods debating fiercely below. She had no interest in the outcome that had already been determined. Now, the only thing she cared about was how to kill Ryu. That was all. She was fed up with these so-called peers. Whenever she saw those greedy, foolish faces, she felt like vomiting. When she ascended to the supreme throne of world domination, she would erase those faces that disgusted her. As for Ryu, thinking of this only mortal opponent she acknowledged, Athena couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pity. If we were at the same starting point, maybe you could beat me. But, unfortunately, I am a lofty deity, and you are just a mortal. This world is just that unfair. When you killed that foolish Tar, the outcome was already decided. How could the combined forces of the gods lose? Impossible. There are thousands of gods in Orario alone. Moreover, Athena had considered that there might be cowards, fence-sitters, and opportunists among them. To eliminate any unexpected factors, Athena suggested to Uranus to divide half of such suspected gods, have them provide divine power, and construct a barrier over Orario. The sole function of this barrier was to temporarily transform Orario into an environment similar to the heavens. In such an environment, the gods would be able to unleash their power without being banished back to the heavens, greatly enhancing their power limits, directly elevating from a demigod level to a half-step true god. Of course, this true god is the weakest among the gods. Nevertheless, a god is still a god. Even if one or two troublemakers appeared, the impact could be minimized. Eliminate all unexpected factors and crush them with overwhelming strength. This was Athena's growth after several confrontations with Ryu. This was an open strategy. Athena seemed to already see the sight of Ryu's body being killed and his soul nailed to the underworld. Thinking of this made Athena feel better. Speaking of which, his companions are all strong and beautiful warriors. I wonder where that mortal got such luck to find these treasure-like beauties. The zodiac 12 stars under Athena's command could already be considered the most outstanding group of women in this era and this world, yet they still couldn't compare to the contract servants under you. Even Athena felt a bit jealous of his luck. But you're about to die, and your beauties will naturally be accepted by this goddess. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Athena couldn't help but lick her red lips. Your expression just now was disgusting, like an nymphomaniac who can't get enough. The strange Kansai accent and merciless sarcasm made it clear to Athena who it was even without turning around. Ever since the two became familiar, this evil god gradually revealed her true nature in front of Athena. So Athena retorted without hesitation. Oh, it's you. The one who likes to stab in the back, betraying allies and the Asgardian pantheon. Doesn't your conscience ever hurt? Conscience? What's that worth? As long as I can achieve my goals, so what if I betray the whole world? Loki's trademark squinting eyes were now fully open, revealing the naked ruthlessness and evil within that few had ever seen. Athena could be certain that if it would achieve her goals, this person would raise a knife against her parents without hesitation. Why? Don't you want to show your true colors anymore? Athena smirked. Loki shrugged. For some reason, I don't want to hide it around you. Besides, you're no different. You look at the people below just now was quite terrifying. HMPH. Athena snorted coldly. The two goddess princesses openly discussed topics that would cause great upheaval among the gods. At this moment, footsteps approached, and Athena and Loki turned to look. The radiant goddess of beauty, Freya, appeared before them. So you are here, Loki. And you, Athena, Freya said with a charming smile, showing no sign of any deep hatred between her and Athena. Oh Freya, I've already sided with her. Loki declared her betrayal with a smile. Well, that's just your style, Loki. Freya covered her mouth and laughed softly, seemingly unsurprised by Loki's betrayal. Whether in mythology or this world, Freya and Loki have a deep connection. If anyone truly understands Loki, it is Freya. The relationship between the two is overly complex. They're not best friends, not lovers, not allies, not rivals, and not confidants, but somewhere in between all these. So Loki's choice to betray didn't surprise Freya, just as Loki knew that Freya would choose to stand by you this time. Before being the goddess of lust and beauty, Freya is also the goddess of pure maidens and the faithful wife, the leader of the Valkyries. She hadn't found a man who truly captivated her. Now that man had appeared. Freya, are you here to surrender? Athena interrupted their greetings, her words filled with incomprehensible arrogance. Freya was not angry. Instead, She spoke with utmost confidence. "No, Athena. I am here to declare war because I believe the man I've set my eyes on will achieve the final victory." Dazzling light radiated from Freya. "Is that so? That's truly a pity. I've decided that I will personally break this flower." Athena's tone was equally confident. "A mere mortal, even if he used some tricks and killed a god, that meant nothing." Faced with an allied army of nearly 500 gods going all out, his fate was already sealed. "Then let's see who will be the final winner." Freya smiled, delivering the closing words for this meeting of the three goddesses. At the same time, the gods officially made their decision to punish the blasphemous sinner Engu Ainwu. As for his assets, they would belong to whoever acquired them, and the gods could dispose of them as they pleased. An unprecedented war had officially begun. Comment 7. Vote to left. Chapter 90, FGO 90. Such a big commotion from the gods naturally caught Ryu's attention. But when he executed Ishtar, he was already prepared for it and immediately began his preparations upon returning. Now, Semiramis, whom he had sent out in advance, had returned. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first, Master?" Semiramis looked at him with an amused expression. "Good news," you replied without hesitation. "I thought that with Master's pragmatic nature, you'd choose to hear the bad news first." Semiramis showed a surprised expression. "Since you're still in the mood to joke with me, it means that the bad news is something I can handle, so there's no harm in hearing the good news first." Yu propped his hands on the table, striking a classic commanding pose. "Ah, what an uninteresting man." The smile on Semiramis's face slowly faded, and she muttered softly before speaking seriously. "The good news is, in this world, my noble phantasm is more effective than I imagined, while its limitations have decreased." As she spoke, Semiramis shared her experimental conclusions with him. "The bad news is, I don't have enough mana," Semiramis said, her face showing an ambiguous smile as she elegantly walked over to him. She sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered into his ear, "So, to complete the ritual, I need you to replenish my mana." If Ryu didn't know her true nature, he might have believed her. "Can you put down the dagger in your hand?" After all, the poison from Mu is quite deadly to me. Faced with Semiramis's extreme allure, Ryu showed no sign of being swayed, instead letting out a long sigh. Master, how could I harm you?" "This dagger just slipped out of my sleeve, so don't mind it." She said as she retracted the dagger, coated with purple poison, in front of him, then gracefully slid off his lap. "Lacking mana, huh?" Yauk thought for a moment and then made a decision. With a clatter, over 100 crystals, glowing with blue mana light, piled up on the table before him like a small hill. These were the highest quality mana crystals he had exchanged from the system's store, highly concentrated mana crystals. One crystal contained enough mana to replenish a full A-level mana reserve. Of course, they were not cheap, each costing 10,000 energy points. Even though he had personally delivered the final blow to Ishtar, over 99% of the damage was dealt by Scathach, and Ishtar's divine essence was absorbed by Ishtarin, causing his reward for killing Ishtar to be significantly reduced. However, with his previous accumulation, Ryu's energy points had broken the million mark. Unfortunately, they were all used up today. "Is this enough?" Ryu asked, his heart aching but his expression unchanged. "Well, with these mana crystals, it should be more than enough. Perhaps my noble phantasm might even surprise you, Master." Semiramis said, sweeping all the mana crystals into her collection. "Additionally, I'll have Ishtar and Medea assist you in completing the ritual. That should speed things up quite a bit." Semiramis calculated silently and nodded. "With those two, we should be able to double the speed." "Good, then hurry and get it done." "Those gods who think themselves so high and mighty want to unite against me. I also want to give them a big surprise." Ryu laughed coldly. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Ororio was unexpectedly calm. However, The undercurrents beneath this calmness were felt even by ordinary people. Many well-informed merchants had already left the dungeon city overnight. The once bustling underground labyrinth and the Tower of Babel had become deserted, as if all the adventurers had suddenly changed their ways. Prices for healing potions, weapons, and equipment at item shops and blacksmiths skyrocketed, but still couldn't meet the demand. Every now and then, a pillar of divine power surged into the sky from the bases of various familia. A thin, translucent, rainbow-colored barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping all of Orrio. The most popular hotel in Orrio, the Godako Hotel, suddenly became deserted. The nearby residents were evacuated and replaced by stern-faced individuals exuding a martial aura. Their gaze was constantly fixed on the happenings inside the hotel. However, their efforts were destined to be futile. At some point, the entire hotel was enveloped in a dense purple mist, obscuring everything within. Some curious onlookers attempted to sneak in, only to scream and cough up blood within seconds of entering the mist. They died shortly thereafter, leaving only bones behind. The Freya Familia even abandoned their base in the Tower of Babel, relocating directly to the Godako Hotel. These signs indicated that a great storm was about to sweep through Orrio. On the morning of the fourth day, 3,000 figures in uniform armor surrounded the Godako Hotel, even bringing several trebuchets. Not far from them, adventurers in various outfits curiously observed the army. This army was one of the guild's hidden trump cards, with an average level exceeding LV3, numbering over 3,000 and equipped with the finest enchanted weapons and armor. They were a disciplined force capable of suppressing adventurers. Inside the heavily surrounded hotel, the atmosphere was not as tense as one might expect. You had arranged for those without combat abilities to be protected by a magical barrier, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed unless the hotel was destroyed. Among them was a certain busty, big-up Lili goddess, who had tried to rebel but was easily subdued. This Lili, whose nutrition for developing intelligence seemed to have gone to her chest, had the whimsical idea of going out to persuade the allied gods to reconcile. Fearing she would recklessly get herself killed, you had no choice but to have Scathach seal her divine power with primordial runes and toss her into the protective magic array. As for the others, like the adventurers of the Freya Familia and the staff of the Hostess of Fertility led by Mamamia, they were only supporting characters in this epic battle, relegated to auxiliary roles. The main force was the contracted servants under U's command, with only 3 truly formidable members, Scathach, Ishtarin, and Semiramis, who were secretly conducting a ritual. Even the goddess Freya was only considered half of the main force. Today, Freya looked particularly different. She wasn't wearing her iconic, highly revealing evening gown. Instead, she wore a white chiffon skirt for ease of movement and half-body light armor made of an unknown metal in red and black. On her head, she wore the Valkyrie's iconic winged helmet. The winged helmet was adorned with blue enamel, gold, and jewels, especially the fist-sized green gem in the center of her forehead, making the helmet as magnificent as a crown. This special winged helmet was a testament to Freya's status as the leader of the Valkyries. She held a shield in her right hand, a sword hung at her left waist, and she exuded an aura of valor, like a war goddess. It seemed that changing her attire had brought about a drastic transformation in her inner temperament. Previously, Freya constantly emanated an aura full of endless allure yet also infinite danger, like a poisonous flower. But today, Freya was like a holy sword being slowly unsheathed, extremely sharp. Women, especially goddesses, are born actresses. You couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even he couldn't help but take another look at this completely different Freya. The goddess, sensitive to the gazes of men, immediately noticed his glance. She chuckled softly and proudly thrust out her chest, causing her bosom to sway despite the armor. TSK truly ferocious. You couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, the guild's army had assembled, and all the trebuchets were aimed at the center of the Godako Hotel. A figure dressed in golden armor, looking like a commander, picked up a magical device that amplified sound and stepped forward, shouting toward the hotel. "Surrender the criminal Ngu Ainu. The gods will forgive your sins, otherwise, there will be no mercy." When the shouting was heard outside, Ishtarin teased, "Master, perhaps if we hand you over, we wouldn't have to go through the trouble of fighting a battle." "If you hand me over, there won't be anyone to make desserts," Wu shrugged. The relaxed attitude between the two infected everyone else, and they all laughed. That won't do. For the sake of desserts, let's eliminate these vermin." Ishtarin's aura suddenly turned sharp. "Atalanta, answer them," Wu said to the once again Atalanta altar. With an ice-cold expression, Atalanta immediately drew her bow, and a pitch-black magical arrow shot through the dense purple mist. With a flash of cold light, the black arrow silently pierced the golden-armored commander's throat. Whoosh! Only then did a faint sound resonate through the air. An arrow that completely exceeded the speed of sound. Blood splattered, and the LV-5 commander fell to the ground dead. For a moment, silence enveloped the battlefield, over 1,000 surrounding the hotel. The Godako Hotel gave its response through action. Wu, a deputy, assuming command, drew his sword and pointed it toward the Godako Hotel. "Trebuchets, fire!" Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a series of heavy mechanical clicks sounded as 5 massive stones, each weighing several tons, were hurled into the sky. The air was compressed by the terrifying kinetic energy, emitting a piercing whistle. Indeed, each stone weighed several tons. In this world of gods and magic, advanced technology like this was not unusual. Crafted by the god of blacksmiths and enchanted by many magicians, these super-modified trebuchets, powered by high-quality magic stones, could automatically reload, measure distance, and aim semi-automatically. Each trebuchet cost over 1 billion vilis to construct, making them an expensive toy of war that only the wealthy guild could afford. Moreover, the stone projectiles used by the trebuchets were heavily processed. They were not only polished smooth and round, but also specially enchanted with magic to increase their penetration, durability, and gravitational force, making their weight 10 times heavier and thus exponentially increasing their destructive power. Each stone projectile cost over 10 million vilis, perfectly illustrating the saying, "When the cannons roar, gold flows like water." It is no exaggeration to say that a single stone projectile could easily bring down the thick walls of Oreo. Now, there were 5 projectiles aimed at just a cluster of wooden buildings. Unfortunately for them, the trebuchets faced opponents who were heroic spirits, transcending human history and time. A series of light sounds followed as a rain of black energy arrows shot into the sky to meet the stone projectiles. Countless arrows struck the projectiles, initially causing only cracks. However, the arrows seemed endless, finally wearing down the projectiles and destroying them mid-air. It seemed slow, but in reality, the arrows took less than a second to destroy each projectile. The remaining 4 projectiles were destroyed on the spot in the same manner. Damn it! The acting commander was furious. But before he could issue new orders, the rain of arrows continued, not only destroying the costly trebuchets but also killing the acting commander with a single shot. This continuous attack left no gaps, as if the one attacking was not a human but a tireless machine. Atalanta perfectly demonstrated what it means when infinite stamina allows you to do anything, as long as there is enough magical energy. Damn it, hurry and attack from a distance with magic. The second acting commander, terrified by the omnipresent sniper fire, shouted orders while hiding behind layers of shields. However, as soon as he spoke, before the mage units could act, he had already summoned the Grim Reaper. Black energy arrows arrived as expected, piercing through the enchanted shields and turning the second acting commander and the shield warriors protecting him into pincushions. Instantly, no one dared to assume command, throwing the guild's army into chaos and drastically lowering their morale. In the rear of the battlefield, the mage units had just begun chanting a large-scale spell when black energy arrows once again struck, picking off all 50 mages that the guild had painstakingly cultivated at great expense. A group of mages trying to compete with an archer with the eagle eye skill in terms of range is simply a fool's errand. Even with deep resources, this battle would leave the guild severely weakened. After all, talent is not a resource that can be replaced quickly, as training takes time. The gods were originally sitting in the rear, enjoying fine wine and food while watching the live images transmitted by divine power. But before their forces could even reach the Gadako Hotel, they had already suffered heavy losses. At last, the gods could no longer remain idle. A series of heavy, mountainous auras burst forth from the rear, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain, revealing over 100 of them. Then, a group of beings appeared on the battlefield, all with unique appearances and above-average charm.